don't shut the fuck.
Yes, but turn the volume down if you worry that the
person experiences intense stress or trauma. Certain genes related to stress response can be chemically modified. For example, through DNA, methylation. These can be passed down from mother to a child, especially during pregnancy. For example, if a mother experiences severe trauma or chronic stress while pregnant, the developing baby can inherit change. Not that fucking.
What are you reading from there? What were you reading from?
Oh no, you want it?
No, I want the link. Reading from.
Oh, you want to listen now? Okay, I'll post the link.
No, I didn't say I wanted to listen. I said, what are you reading? Do you speak English?
No, obviously you're English, not your English at all.
It's never asked someone that he wants it.
Stop me when you get a word that you don't understand. What? Words?
You slave, baby.
I didn't say you were my slave. I said, what article are you reading?
I'm going to post in the chat for you. I'm posting in the chat.
You don't know.
Okay, so all you guys are arguing science news.
People would like to say that it does because then they'd like to blame people for their sad situation, but there's no evidence.
No, it's not. It's not.
I'm posting two articles.
And I also think it's very disrespectful because the Holocaust was a very serious thing, and Jews need to be protected. And so I really don't appreciate that.
Two most emotional women on this app defending.
Research suggests genetic changes that last throughout the lifespan. Nothing to do with trauma.
No, you gotta keep reading, brother. You gotta keep reading. Keep reading is important. Keep reading when it's important, you know. So
the bottom line is
that, Pockets, he asked ChatGPT to summarize it for him.
Oh, no way. You asked AI?
He did.
So, for example, a key study is the NR3C1, which controls how the body responds to hormones. Trauma can increase methylation on this gene, which can make the stress response more reactive. Babies exposed to these changes may be born with a heightened sensitivity to stress and then hormonal disorders. That's the NR3C1. NR3C1. Again, that is NR3C1, in case you want to.
You're saying numbers?
I'm saying the gene, stupid. NR3, if you wanted the actual gene.
Yeah, so you're saying
this is what we call epigenetics, right? Which can make the stress response more reactive. That sentence is the epigenetics of the gene.
Evidence of transgenerational impact. So you can read.
What does it say? What does it say?
Read your article. There's no evidence of transgenerational impact.
A recent meta-analysis of many worldwide studies reveals that 1 in every 20 children is diagnosed with ADHD, which is a psychological and physical impairment in most NDs, and that also has to do with the epigenetics. The genetic etiology for most ND is still not clear, although some disorders have been linked to specific mutations in a single or multiple genes. There are many causes.
What does that have to do with trauma?
They did that right now. Don't play with me.
So one thing,
I'm reading it. And
trauma can be inherited.
When genomic variation such as listen, I'm about to get when genomic variation such as chromosomal deletion and every single mutation is either inherited or de novo in offspring. Non-heritable genetic alterations are largely linked to
What de novo?
What did it all say? In utero. You literally said there's no proof of in utero.
Yes, I didn't say in utero. I said in the next generation. I said
how was it passed? No, you gaslighting with that big ass nose of yours. I want you to gaslighting with that big ass nose, man.
While the baby is in her, it is possible.
In view of the fact that epigenetic factors contribute to fetal development, it is crucial.
Will affect the baby.
It is crucial that
it's not going to be permanent.
Contributing to neurodevelopment or disorders offspring. You're not reading the article I posted. You're not reading my article. In view of the fact that epigenetic factors, listen, if I could talk, there's a penny, go pick it up. In view of the fact that epigenetic factors contribute to fetal development, it is crucial to elucidate the underlying epigenetic mechanisms playing a part in the pathophysiology of these NDs. Furthermore, the epigenetic mechanisms have been shown to be altered by several factors such as lifestyle, infection, genetic, and metabolism alterations, as well as other maternal factors contributing to neurological disorders in the offspring. This review will
however, what does this have to do with it? It doesn't. It's completely unrelated. However, the person stress or trauma while she's carrying the the baby, yes, that can have an effect.
Fetal development is also the effect of a
The
pregnant
trauma
woman.
that was experienced, if you will.
This PTSD the baby, yes, it'll affect the baby. Not just like the sound of your voice, by the way. It doesn't make any sense. The environment in the uterus.
It's so stupid.
However, again,
Someone that looks as much like a kid should not be talking about kids.
the kid is not
Maternal lifestyle factors such as smoking,
yeah.
alcoholism, and psychological issues.
While they
are reported to critically.
their experiences,
Yes, and she passes it to the child.
not while she's carrying the baby. Has some.
No, I never said it. I said it was while she was pregnant. Still, it was while you.
That's correct. So if the
Your
parents
genes.
experienced trauma and they weren't pregnant or they weren't even together, that's not going to give a
That's not the claim. Stupid. That's an argument. I swear to God, you're talking about in utero. You're talking about the baby.
I was talking about if the woman.
I asked
Yes, yes.
Under
Prenatal exposure.
carrying the
Thank
baby,
you,
and they
Dina, because that's the
the
only
baby
common
out of that after the fact.
that's the only common sense reason it can.
No, that's
That's
hold
not
on.
epigenetic.
I'm not saying that
No, not at all. You didn't know what we were discussing. You were talking about something that we weren't discussing.
I really do.
Dina was talking about the baby. You didn't understand what we were talking about.
baby. Dima was talking about the fetus.
No, Dina was talking about intergenerational
No,
trauma.
Dima
She was talking about being in the Holocaust affecting the next generation. In and of
Yes,
itself,
how will it affect the next generation,
Yes,
Marvel?
that's right.
But how?
Not gonna change
you're talking about,
I don't know. Studies were done because the women were pregnant. And that's exactly the repeated. Yes, and that's exactly the repeated study that I'm talking about. The Syrian family.
The baby, of course,
Right.
affects the baby.
That's what they were studying, though. They were just studying the people who had been pregnant during the violence.
You're not
That's
listening.
just on never ends. On and on, my friend.
I'll pay you to get rid of it.
If you guys want to take my hold on. If you guys want to take my let me get my big mic. Normal, shut the fuck up. Hold on.
We've
Let
had
me get my big mic.
babies.
It's normal,
If
shut the fuck up.
the mother take care of
No, she was not. You don't listen.
I do understand. I was
You don't
listening
even
carefully.
breathe.
She's
You don't even
talking
breathe.
about intergenerational trauma, which is a myth.
Like you want to talk about it.
I'm
For everybody. I'm gonna talk over you.
She's talking about intergenerational trauma, which is a myth.
You couldn't get
It's
it.
nonsense. And moreover, people try to talk about it going from generation to generation to generation. That's another myth.
I couldn't get away. You know what's also a myth? You know what's also a myth? Hitler did I heard that man was a good painter. I heard he could paint. I heard that man was just thinking that maybe that's a myth.
What are you talking about?
I also heard that I think Columbus was worse than
No,
Hitler.
you shut the fuck up. Take a walk. Go back to where you come from. You're annoying. Go back to where you come from. That's where you come from. You're
I ran some. Honestly, Norm, you should go back to where you came
Fly
from.
your time. Fly away, Mike. Fly away, Mike. In it. Fly away, Mike. In it while I eat. Fly away, Mike.
Are you saying
So now you're being racist.
So, okay, intergenerational trauma through pregnancy is a real phenomenon, and epigenetics helps explain how it can happen. When pregnant person experiences severe stress, intergenerational trauma through pregnancy is a real phenomenon. Intergenerational trauma through pregnancy is a real phenomenon. Intergenerational trauma, because you literally just said, Norm, that it's not intergenerational. You just said it's a myth, correct?
Yes, it's a complete myth.
Intergenerational trauma through pregnancy is a phenomenon.
Oh, through
Literally, and epigenetics helps explain how it can happen. When a pregnant person experiences severe stress, trauma, or chronic adversity, it affects the in-utero environment. Stress hormones like cortisol can cross the placenta and influence how the baby's genes are expressed. This can lead to epigenetic modifications. For instance, genes that control stress, emotional regulation, or even metabolism can be primed to react strongly. So that is considered intergenerational trauma.
You're reading the wrong study.
No, I'm reading the exact study that
You don't know what you're talking
you
about.
don't know reading. Post your stats, post your links.
I will tell you
Where's your links? Post your links right now. You got to post your links.
Intergenerational trauma is a fear that when something bad happens to somebody, they pass it on to their kid, not when they're pregnant. And it would be
It's a multifaceted fucking term, you
dumbass. It could mean multiple things. So intergenerational trauma, transgenerational trauma, right? It could be survival, environmental factors. It could be biological, epigenetic changes. Literally, listen to the definition. It's in the definition of transgender. I'm looking at the definition. You want to go to Webster's? That's your people's book. Your people wrote that book. You know, check your people, honestly.
Alright, let's go at the top.
Who was Webster?
Thank you. So can we go with the definition of what transgenerational trauma is, please? Okay, no problem. Thank you.
What's that?
So I've now posted 4 articles, including the one from Nature, which is one of the premier magazines, Science Digest. They also provide definitions, so you now have 4 articles.
Yes.
Why are you saying yes? You're not even listening.
Well, I am listening. I speak to him all the time. I'm excellent at listening.
No, you're not.
Actually, listen to what you're saying. I'm excellent at it.
Stick your nose
So
in your
what are
mouth.
the conclusions of the articles? Tell us. Tell us. I'll tell you what the conclusion is. There's no evidence of the trauma can be passed to another generation.
Okay, so what's transgenerational trauma? And what are the forms of it?
Transgenerational trauma.
What are the forms of it?
I'll tell you. Transgenerational trauma has to do with suffering from one generation.
And how are they passed down?
I haven't finished. Being passed on to the next generation. It's sort of self-explanatory. If
How are they passed down?
You wouldn't have to ask.
How are they passed down?
By an alteration
In what
in the
forms?
genes.
In what forms?
By an alteration in the
That's
genes.
it? That's the only forms? Communication patterns isn't one? Behavioral environmental patterns isn't one? Biological
Well,
epigenetic
I'm
changes
only
isn't one?
speaking about epigenetic. Behavioral patterns, yes, could be affected for sure. And I
Okay, so with the
that was one of
epigenetic
the
portion,
that was one of the early
you
things
just said
that I
that
said.
transgenerational trauma can be passed down through epigenetics. You just said that, right?
No, I didn't say that. No.
Yo,
I'm
I'm
saying
saying
that it
right
isn't.
now. Oh, you're saying it isn't? So it's
I'm
not a
saying
part of the
that
definition
it's
at
a
all.
myth.
It's not a part of the definition at all, right?
It's a part of the definition that's been refuted. There's no science.
Where is it been refuted and what? Can you send me
Are the articles that you posted?
I'm reading them right now from November 8th, 2025.
Yeah.
At
So
literally
find it where it says that trauma alters your
the
genes.
National Institute of Health, actually, is what I'm reading it from.
Yes, find the part where it says that trauma alters your genes, which then affects your child. Find that part.
Literally through that's epigenetics, bro.
Find
That's
the part
really
where
within the definition of
don't
epigenetics.
run away. Find the
I
part.
didn't run away. I have my stats. Where's yours?
Find the part.
Where's yours? Where's your links? You have
Find the part where it says
semantics with
all your
everything.
posting is your nose.
You don't have a
Find the
point.
part where it says
No one
trauma
likes you.
alters your genes, which then
If only
affects your
15
offspring.
million of you, the world will be
Because
one
the
of you.
child is not
I've
in
posted
vitro.
multiple links and you still don't find it. You still don't believe it. You don't care.
Yes, I looked at the link. It doesn't say what you think it says.
Yes, oh, bro. Okay. You know what? I feel like you should post your links.
You don't understand.
Post your links. Post your links.
I'll use your link.
Post your
There's
facts.
no.
How do you use my links to fight your claim?
Beg your pardon? Okay.
How do you use my links to fight your claim?
Because your links prove what I said, not what you said. They
But
refute
you
what
don't have any links of your own to prove what you're saying? You was just going on with fucking head with shit?
The one you posted you're also posting.
Honestly, this is honestly embarrassing, bro.
Pick one at random. Pick what
When my country can be free.
This is well known by anybody.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
If okay, your mom.
Yeah.
Okay, your mom.
Yeah.
Was inside of her grandmother. Okay, while she was inside her mom, your great grandma, and your great grandma experienced war. Okay, does it not make sense that the germline would be affected by stress and the opposite?
My grandmother is pregnant with my mother.
So your mom.
Correct?
So your
I'm asking you a question. My grandmother's pregnant with my mother, correct? Is that
no,
what you're saying?
no.
Okay, then what are you saying?
What I'm saying is your mom was
Yes.
inside of your great grandmother. Did you know that?
My mother was not inside my great grandmother.
Yes, that's the whole point. Yes.
Okay,
And I explain why.
I'm at an egg to form somebody.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Elmer, if you talk
Yeah.
less, I
And
can explain.
by the way, eggs are not passed from generation to generation.
Oh
Now
my
you're just
God.
talking nonsense.
Did you know that eggs
eggs
are not passed down? This is exactly exactly what I'm talking about. The outside.
You have no idea about women's health. You have no idea about
I have no idea.
But the woman,
You're factually,
My grandmother,
factually,
my
your
mother was
mom,
inside her great
your mom was inside your
inside me right now.
great grandma. Yes, she
That is
was.
I have my great grandmother's
I don't,
inside me right now.
I don't mean to explain
You're just so
high school
stupid.
bio to you, but
What's
a
happening?
zygote is composed of a male component of sperm.
You know what I'm talking about. A part of her, half of her DNA. So I'm talking about half of your mom, half of her
Half
mom.
of my mom.
Right,
My mom
right.
wasn't in there?
Right,
Yeah,
right.
because
So half.
DNA
That's
stats.
DNA.
So you don't mean half of my mom? You mean half of her DNA?
DNA literally splits. No, it happens.
So you mean half of her DNA, not half of my mom?
Half of what
My
created your
grandma's
mom,
actually-
half of the instructions that created
There
your
is some
mom
genetic material.
was already being
I don't think you
affected.
want to learn
Well,
anything.
not
you know?
some.
Now that's gonna be
It was
not
your
half.
great
It's
grandmother.
25%. If you
Your
could do math,
biological.
if you could do math, you would know it's 25.
Can you stop being such a Jew and just listen, bro, please?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Thank
So
you, my God.
if you were good at math, you'd know that it's not
No one cares about numbers. We're not talking about numbers. No, we're talking about money.
because there's also a grandfather, there's also a mother, there's also a father. So that 25% of the genetic material.
Yes, correct.
Of course I'm correct, because I actually know what I'm talking about, unlike you. So it's fair to say that some of the genetic material So some of the genetic, well, we're getting to the truth of the matter. This is over your head. So you're just going to mutter in some silly accent. All of the material was offered in the material, blah, blah, blah. You can't even follow the conversation, Mike. You can't even follow
So
the
if
conversation.
I actually have the proof right here.
You have the proof.
Studies
Yeah.
Let's
hear the proof.
According to my experience, the violence suffered by pregnant women in South Africa affected their unborn children years later.
Absolutely. No question about that. Absolutely.
That's transgenerational trauma.
No. Transgenerational trauma is when it comes from the grandparent to the grandchild. No, I'm not going to shut up, mate.
So now it's the grandparent to the grandchild.
Yes,
I
that
thought we
would
were
be
talking about parent to
transgenerational. In
child.
other words, nobody ever disputed
So a
that these
mother
were.
and a
Hang
child
on,
are not a
mate.
different
Hang
generation.
on.
That's not one generation.
Hang on.
They're just the
Nobody
same.
would ever dispute. Nobody would. You're a freaking terrorist who shits outside. You're an outside defecator. Let's not go into that. I know. You can't deal with us. Nobody would ever dispute poverty.
Can be inherited by their children.
Hang on. No one would ever.
Their parents' anxiety.
One at a time. No one would dispute that the mother
Intergenerational trauma transmitted. One way is that people who have experienced significant trauma
Now I'm
may be
going
more
to
likely
respond
to
to you.
diminish attachment
No one
skills.
from the beginning, and I said this from
Research
the
has shown that
beginning,
children raised by parents
no
will
one
be
would ever
responsible at this
dispute
childhood.
that what happens to the mother affects the parent. That's common sense. Every mother knows it. You don't need science for that. That's never been in dispute. That's not epigenetic trauma. No, fuck you. Epigenetic trauma is when it affects me and it affects future generations. It's, for example, used to explain the bad effects of slavery. So they'll say that 5 generations after slavery, people are still suffering from the effects of slavery. And that, my friend, is bullshit. That's what we're talking about. That's what
Thank
we're
God
talking
you're not a
about.
doctor. I mean, shut up to that.
Well, I could be a doctor. I studied enough
You
biology.
couldn't be a doctor
Yeah,
because
I
you said
studied
that
enough biology.
Obviously, you don't know
I'm
anything about
actually
biology.
educated, and I actually am able to communicate. And my
When
ego
someone
is
recognizes their trauma affected them, they may be able to either way what they consciously commit themselves into, but commit themselves to parenting their children in a manner that takes
You're
them
just
home.
speaking in a monotone. Nobody can hear you. In your own voice.
Oh, you don't take me serious regardless. I'm speaking in this voice.
Well, when
I'm
you
sorry.
talk bollocks, then yes, I don't
So,
take you seriously. But say
yeah,
it so that it means something.
No, I dangle a penny in front of your face if you want.
You're reading
I
scientific
dangle a
terms
Jewish school
clearly
and
without understanding what you're saying.
yes,
Right.
and that can grab your
And
attention.
so, in other words, you know nothing. Which was my point
I
in the first
posted
place.
links. You haven't posted anything. All you're doing is pick.
Euro posted them for me, and so did you.
I posted 4 yet.
The studies that you posted was the opposite of what you explained.
Oh, thank God.
In other
Oh, God,
words,
shut up.
there is no such thing as intergenerational trauma. It doesn't get past
How do you say that?
No, that's high enough.
I didn't mean the DNA though. I'm talking about what the child what the eggs are exposed to. Okay. Right.
But the eggs
So
are
it's not in the way that you're thinking. It's not like
well, how do you know what I'm thinking?
well, because you explained when I said that your mom was inside of your grandmother, you're like she only
Clearly
inherits
is not
25%, right?
of the DNA.
Okay, so
Which
yeah,
really is
child gets 50% of the DNA from their parents, right? So then 25% comes from each
From the
grandparent.
grandparent.
That's right. But that's not. But that was not. Right, I know, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying.
Study it for 5 minutes.
What I'm saying is that it wasn't about how much of the grandmother's DNA ends up inside of your mom. It was about whether the future egg lineage was physically present during the grandmother's pregnancy.
That's not really the question. The question is
No, that's what we're talking about.
The question
So in females, our eggs are formed during fetal life. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why that's how these are the studies. These are specifically the studies. No, these are
nobody's studies. Nobody's studies.
The Holocaust study, the Syrian study of the 3 generations of Syrians. That was just
Yeah, and what did they find?
Grandma. What do you mean? What did they find?
What did they find? What's the conclusion? You read a study. Studies have conclusions.
You want me to read it? Yeah, I can read the conclusion.
You don't remember?
I'll
read the conclusion. I don't want you to read it out loud. Just tell me what the conclusion is.
The conclusion is that transgenerational trauma exists.
I'll make you $2 right now.
If transgenerational trauma doesn't exist,
It's going to affect their DNA. It will affect behavior.
it's not going to take long.
I'm not saying that I keep saying it doesn't affect the DNA. I
Okay,
keep
so
saying
it's not
that it doesn't
epigenetic.
affect the
That's
DNA.
why it has the word genetic in it. It's
Oh
not
my
genetic.
God! It's because it's another layer. Epigenetic is I keep explaining that.
Take from the very beginning. Now, again, if the woman is carrying the baby in her belly, of course, what she eats and drinks, if she has a trauma, if she's frightened, if she's stressed, if she's on crack, which has happened a lot in New York City, if she's an alcoholic, of course that will affect the health of the child. If she smokes, if she drinks caffeine, all of that will affect the kid. But that's what we're talking about. We're talking about stress that the grandmother endured having an effect on the grandchild genetically, and that ain't going to happen.
The grandchildren of Chernobyl have no effect.
Well, now you're talking about radiation. Radiation does affect DNA.
That's the point that you just made. You absolutely.
Well, we're not talking about altering the DNA with radiation. That's a very different story.
We're talking about DNA.
I haven't seen the study of the grandchildren of Chernobyl. I imagine there might be some, but it's possible that would be worth looking into. No, I haven't lost the
And you fuck around and overtalk everyone you can.
No, that's not true. I just tell you
In
the truth.
society,
I can tell
every
you the
single room
truth.
you're in,
Yeah,
you are
I know
nothing but an annoyance.
Okay, you can go to a different room if this is not your case. Nobody will give a shit. I'm sure we'll forget about
You
it
can go
before
to
you're
a
even
different
gone.
place and get
In
the
fact,
fuck
I've
out of
already
the
forgotten.
Norm on the topic. He introduced something about radiation, and it had nothing to do with the conversation. And
It
once
did.
he
We
came
were
up on
talking
that,
about
he just started
genetic
saying that there's
from
something
the grandmother
connected
to
Norm's thinking. And so I think that Tuna should leave, and I think Norm should stay, given Tuna's request for Norm to leave.
Well, just because you're offended doesn't make you right.
Well, you didn't add anything. I'm sorry, Tuna.
We were talking about DNA inherited from the grandmother to the grandchild.
Yeah, I understand it was here. I've had this
It
conversation.
doesn't make you wrong, and it doesn't make you right either. But it does show that you didn't understand the conversation. Contributing is going to be very difficult for you.
Just
You can't follow.
slapped enough. You honestly, you haven't been slapped enough. That's why you behave this
Well, you should try it. If you want to do that, you should try it. Just make sure you say your prayers before, because it'll be the last thing you ever do. But I invite you to try it. It would be pleasurable. It would be a lot of fun. You should try it. And that'll be the last
Moderator.
The last thing you see will be my face.
Moderator, this is Chicago. I would like 60 seconds to talk about genetics, if I may.
You can go to heaven dreaming of my face.
Put me in the queue, Moderator Matt.
Yeah, let's let Kitover give this statement. Go ahead.
So there's a great movie that came out.
Try to stop me. My face will be the last thing you ever see.
There's a great
Heaven dreaming of my face.
There's a great movie that came out years ago called Gattaca. If you've never seen it, you should watch it because it's about genetically modified humans and how they have special access to the off-world civilization. But Ethan Hawke, the actor, has a powerful will, and so he challenges his genetically modified brother, kind of in the same way like Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger when Danny DeVito's like, you're telling me that I'm the shit genetics? I'm the shit DNA? And Arnold Schwarzenegger's like, yes, you're the shit DNA. So what I'm trying to say is, that's all in the movies. Now, Bima earlier brought up and said, I think everybody should get genetically tested. Oh, wow. So the health insurance company can bill another $1 billion. Great advice, Bima. So what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of bullshit when it comes to genetics and gene therapy.
You actually pay for it out of pocket. It's pretty cheap, and you only have to do it once in your lifetime because that doesn't change. So it's about a
okay, everybody pay for it out of pocket then. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a lot of bullshit when it comes to genetic therapies and fraud doctors and bullshit artists that want to tell you gene therapies can program assault. It's not as good as a good book. I am complete. Thank you all very low. Well, we can talk about how children become trans because women become whacked out from propaganda, but I don't have any trans children. Does anybody here have any trans children?
She posted a study.
Might have to go read more books, Jack.
I think actually John's a little bit busy. He's being pursued for election fraud for putting up a study of people who are actually. Sorry, a real person who's talking. Shut up, big nose. In the last year. So John's actually being pursued for election fraud because he put a petition in the whole. No, I don't think he's being pursued for election fraud.
Didn't you just say that like 8 seconds ago? I thought you just said that.
He's been referred to the State Department.
According to who? Where's the evidence?
Where's the evidence? Do you want the evidence?
I asked who he is, so obviously I wanted if I asked for it. It's English I'm speaking, I believe.
Calm down, stop speaking through your nostrils. Answer your question.
Try to stay on top of it.
I thought Kitover admitted this. Is this not true, Kitover?
Yeah, no, so the last two dismissed objections that he put before the court, both of them were dismissed, and his
what we asked for. I said the evidence that he's being investigated for election fraud.
Semantics.
In other words, there is no evidence he's being investigated for election fraud, correct? You lied, correct? Or you were mistaken?
No.
You didn't know what you were doing.
Just like to over-talk and insert your own narrative.
How would you get the evidence that he's being investigated for election fraud? Show us. Let's hear it.
Okay, right. So when I show you, Norm, your job is to say, I was wrong.
No, I just want to see the evidence. Stop.
When I show it,
Please, El Norma, no need to defend my honor. This poor man's child is trans, and he is suffering, and he has a lot of anger and anxiety, and my political career. If they're not talking about you in politics...
Kitover was investigated in Boogergate.
It was a robust booger. It was a profound booger of incredible spherical substance.
What you have to do is listen. I'm surprised other people don't do it more.
Well, Kitover told me he was being
It was not ever investigated for election.
I was investigated for wiping a booger on my shirt, though, El Normo.
Didn't even wash your shirt because of that.
Your shirt reached its limits?
My shirt had reached its limits.
But Kitover, are you being investigated for election fraud, yes or no?
No, absolutely not. That's just slander, and I accused my opponent of committing fraud 1,000 times, and he created $20 trillion in debt. I'm also accusing the mayor of Chicago of committing fraud, and I am running for the mayorship of Chicago on February 23rd, 2027. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. Vote John Kitover.
Do you want to apologize, mate?
feel a bit stupid at this moment? Feeling a bit embarrassed? A bit shamed? It's tough when somebody asks for evidence, is it? Instead of just listening to bullshit.
I mean, I thought he was too, so this might be misunderstood.
But you were dumb enough to double down on it. You could see that there was some doubt once I questioned it.
No, Kitover told me this, so I was just taking him at his own word.
Kitover told you that he was being investigated for election fraud.
Yes.
Did you tell him that, Kitover? Kitover. Kitover. Did you tell him that, Kitover?
To be fair, I did read an article mentioning this.
You read an article mentioning what?
That he was being investigated for, or he was being accused of election fraud.
Accused is different than investigated.
Yeah, I read the article and then I asked him about it. He confirmed it, and he said that the
What did the article say?
The lawyer was wearing a Chicago Cubs hat or something. He was being.
That they were going to persecute him for election
So
fraud.
we got what his headwear was, but we don't know if he was being investigated as the other guys.
His only nominating petitions faced a successful challenge, resulting in him being removed from the ballot, found to have only had 266 valid signatures. The board also had forwarded the petitions to law enforcement over the fraud concerns.
Yes.
He is being investigated. I'm giving you. I'm literally giving you the two.
I'm waiting for the part where he's being.
Hold on, you asked for proof. You asked for proof. I know. Wait.
So the part where it says that he was investigated for election fraud. Are you getting to that point?
It was an alleged accusation. Point of order, moderator. I'm happy to tell you what this is all about. When you run for office, you have to get petition signatures. The fact that they said I had 266 confirmed signatures is incredible, because I hired people off of Craigslist, and everybody on Clubhouse heard me hire my petition circulators. 266 valid signatures out of 1550. Now hold on. Many of the signatures on the petitions were out of district, and they are putting that in the same basket as the accusations of. Shut the fuck up, Tuna Boy. Thank God for the Declaration of Independence, because we have eternal separation from these people. These people, they didn't genetically evolve, and these British people, their brains are retarded. Thank God we have eternal separation. The point is, in politics, people allege other people committed fraud all the time. And it's bullshit propaganda. And the Republicans and the Democrats, when you run for office, you will see that it is a personal, won't need your opinion anymore, Tuna Boy. Hello? No, a big fat journalist with a huge herpes sore on his fucking front lip put out a little blurb to discredit me, and that's all it is. No Attorney General. Pam Bondi's not investigating John Kitover, I assure you. Do you think Pam Bondi, John Kitover's on her calendar? Because if I am, that'd be a fucking miracle, wouldn't it?
He was investigated for election fraud.
I'm asking him.
I'll take my apology.
Were you investigated for election fraud, John?
No, absolutely not. It's a blurb on a fat piece of shit's website. It's fake news. It's missing. No. John Kitover never committed election fraud. John Kitover paid his employees. John Kitover. No. How many times do I have to tell you? No.
Even if you investigate, it doesn't mean that you actually did it. I mean,
You weren't investigated. You weren't charged with it?
Not investigated, never charged. It's a blurb. It's fake news on a fat piece of shit's website with a herpes sore on his lip.
Anybody from the election commission come and talk to you?
No, absolutely not. I worked with them hand in hand. I met the chairman of the entire Illinois State Board of Election Committee on the elevator. These people are appointed, and in my opinion, you can't even trust them. Hello?
So did they investigate? Hello?
No, El Normo. No. How many times are you going to ask, El Normo? No.
Did they investigate you, John?
No.
Okay, so is there any ambiguity
You
about
bring
that?
money or good news?
No, people are just here repeating what they read when they Google my name. It's on Illinois, but it's just slander defamation. And I've already filed a lawsuit against the attorney that put out the fake news. They're trying to smear my name as if I am just mere cream cheese on a matzah.
Did you appear in court for this matter, or any related?
No, but when you run, when you get challenged and you challenge your opponents, you go to a quasi-election court. Not many people have ever been to one. You would go to one if you've ever run, but has anyone here else ever run for committee person, congressperson, senator, or mayor? Hello?
Okay, last question. Did you consider eating a booger before wiping it?
Of course not, but I did actually observe its robustness. It was very vigorous. It was perfectly spherical, very gelatinous, and it was white. And it was a profound booger, and I'm sure you've enjoyed that booger video. The truth is, when I record Clubhouse, sometimes I have to sacrifice a shirt because I wore it for 3 days because Sarah, the Iranian, is screaming so loud I can't draw my ears away from the migraine.
Dude, you left it on your shirt for 3 days. Dude, you even had it on when you put on your robe. You put on your whole robe, and it was still like he put a red robe over his shirt. Like he, put it on like one of those thick ones, and it was still on his shirt like 2 days later.
Filing is a libertarian because if I put up a sign outside of my house that says Democrat or Republican, I think I'll get heat. But if I say libertarians liberate, I think is the third party, and the disrespect that the people on this app give Jews, who are such a small minority, and all of you Christians, supposed Christians, shame on you. It's an ashana what you people do on this app. An ashana!
Copy the election.
Yeah, third party, aka the left or the right, don't want you. John, that's sad.
Beeman, we can always make ASMR videos for the campaign, though. See, it's an art creation journey. The experience is joy. The goal is joy. And that's what I hope to illuminate the voters with, is joy.
Don't you try to, I think it would be better if you're running as a Republican, stay as a Republican, and then just start talking to other Republicans so you guys can all...
No, it's actually strategic because the ballot, libertarian gets its own special distinction on Chicago ballots for some reason. And so my goal is, because I've tried to run Republican before with no success, I do feel that running as an independent or a libertarian will strategically give me an advantage on the actual petition. And if no candidate receives the majority of votes, it goes into an April runoff. So the whole thing is strategic. And I think by doing it this way, if I can get through the challenge on the signatures, I need 15,000 signatures. It's a lot of signatures, but I'm pretty sure that I can get it done. So if I can get on the ballot, it'll be amazing because that's a national headline. And Chicago mayoralship is going to be one of the most followed political campaigns in the country. So having my name, in the starlight and getting on that ballot will be a big boost for John Kitover, Politics Incorporated.
I know, but it's like something out. Bruce millions.
Well, if a dog could do it, you could do it.
This guy at the park the other day, he yelled at me. He's like, "Hey, neighbor!" And I was like, "Jesus, is that how you greet a neighbor?" And I was like, "Well, at least your dog looks happy."
Dog was begging for you to say that, and you just let it go back to that hell.
Kind of like your ex-boyfriend who closed up those legs when you were like, "If I had a dog and needed to borrow $5,000, would you give it to me to save the dog?" And he's like, "Fuck no, bitch." She's like, "You're never touching this pussy again."
You love me, don't you, John? You remember all my stories? Yeah, it's true.
Holy fuck.
The true story.
I mean, how old would the dog have to be?
I had just gotten her, but I was trying to date this guy. He was just, we had such great sexual chemistry, and I wanted to test. We weren't dating yet, so it wasn't a boyfriend yet, but that was what gave the ultimate indicator.
I mean, that's kind of
so this is what happened. So we see each other,
Not dating though. Asked him because one of our visits, he was very loving, and he would always, fill up my gas tank. Make sure. Would you let me borrow, like $3,000-5,000 if I ever needed it? And he said, well, what would you need it for? And I said, well, I have my girl, and emergency surgery you have to pay up front, before you have the surgery. I don't believe in credit cards and all that other type of stuff. So I was just like, so, would you let me? He said, absolutely not.
With my girlfriend's dog, but she asked me to save this dog's life. I would definitely do it because I'm obsessed with this dog. But I wouldn't expect her to just be like, yeah, pay for this dog type of thing, or expect her, or have her expect me to pay for the dog.
Yeah, no, and that makes sense. I wasn't asking him to pay. I just wanted to see if he would.
Bima, we get the point, but do you think if you abuse a dog, do you think there's generational trauma to the puppies? Hello?
Yes, I do.
Why did you change your vote? You changed your vote to I don't know.
I didn't.
What's the vote? I can't see it on my club deck.
It still says that I'm green. Did it change?
It was me, or orange, or peach.
Really? Let me look. I'll take a screenshot right now. Maybe I have to.
What are you guys voting for?
Who was correct about generational trauma?
No, it's still. Wait, I'm sorry. I just joined the stage. Are we taking a poll over who likes Trump or who likes?
No, but we can do that. We can end this poll. This is over.
Well, okay. I didn't know. I didn't know how to answer the question. It popped up a poll on my page when I answered.
I can't vote, so just put me in the do not like Trump category.
Okay, so do we want to make America great again?
America is already great. Simon.
What does it have to be about? Yeah. Okay.
Simon, why don't you like Trump? He's liberating 100 million people living underneath a fascist Islamic terrorist regime.
Okay, it's contained to be true. He could be doing a good thing and also be a bad president.
Wait.
Why is he a bad president? What don't you like about him?
Yeah, let's let Kristen speak now.
Wait, may I interject something, please? Okay, so I thought Trump was going to be the person who forgave my student loans.
You thought that he was going to personally forgive your student loans? How much do you have in student debt?
I don't know if that's a troll or not.
$100,000.
Oh my God!
I didn't pay it off like the rest of my classmates.
All right, so wait. Have you chosen?
It was originally $30, but now it's $100.
Why don't you just?
I think this is a hard troll.
Why don't? Have you seen the movie Avatar?
It's just a movie.
What's wrong with you?
I don't know. It sounds like the woman version of Brock.
No.
Oh my God! Wait, are you guys friends with Brock? I'm like the 4% who didn't graduate.
Oh no! And you accumulated all that debt. You didn't even get your degree.
Yeah, so now I owe like $100,000. Serious with you? Don't take me as.
I mean, you should probably get off Clubhouse then and try and go and get an actual
Yeah,
job.
but you guys are my favorite people, though. Okay, like laboratory science or like.
It's definitely generational trauma. I think she has epigenetic damage. We were actually talking about genetic damage, aka retardation. And you came in here in perfect timing.
Wait, this is very.
We have genetic diagnostic tests that we could administer right now. Let's do a quick diagnostic, everybody. What's 10 times 10?
100.
What's 100 times 200?
200.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 100 times 200 is 200. We have figured it out.
2,000, right?
Hello?
So you like math?
No, 100 times 200 is a pretty standard multiplication question. And if you're in your 30s or 40s and you can't answer that, you would not be qualified for 99% of all jobs on the planet. You couldn't even pick up garbage if you can't do 100 times 200.
200,000.
You should be the Federal Reserve. You know that? Have you thought about being an economist? Have you thought about being an economist? Because I think.
I don't know how many zeros you want, but you're asking me for zeros right now.
Anyways, it's not important. What is important is Avatar was a great movie, no matter what they say. And no, it wasn't about Israel.
profile pic that was just what AI made?
The answer is 20,000. It pains me that you couldn't get that.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, you know, the people at the Federal Reserve probably would not be able to answer that as well. So, John is.
Let's test Bima's diagnostic here. Bima, what's 100 times 300?
Come on, 300. Come on.
What's 100 times 300, Bima? Quickly, tell us. 100 times 100.
Bima?
To pay for the campaign to become the mayor. But I'm also thinking about doing a transgender reassignment surgery in Iran because I am gay. And as Pepe admitted earlier that he's definitely one of the most hardcore gay men on this app, Pepe and I have agreed to get surgery in Tehran because I am GAY. I know they don't have LGBTQ over there, but what's important is that they have perfected trans surgery, which is an interesting tidbit. Not a lot of people.
Drink. It has gold flecks in it.
Gold flecks?
Was Tuna's child transitioned against his will? Is that what I'm reading in the chat?
Yes, unfortunately and sadly. He couldn't stop
I really
it.
hope not.
Yes.
Really hope not.
His wife is one of those crazy British women who are so woke and left. She decided to trans the child to Tuna's dismay.
It's all the person on stage right now. It's all about your
all over the place, John. You're gross.
You were spewing like you just came over my chest.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
That's a pearl necklace. Oh, and I'm an avatar? Ooh, that's exotic.
Do you hear him?
Who said I was being sloppy over here? Talking about tuna?
You're
Tuna?
sloppy, messy
A guy that goes around by the name Tuna Fish? You think he's not open to, and he's got a big mouth on him and he talks all kinds of.
Somebody's chest right now.
Ooh. Let me get a baby wipe. I don't even think that's sexy. Let me get a baby wipe.
Now she's wanting it. I don't get this.
Do you guys want to keep going with this, or?
No.
I'm sorry, but he's speaking politics when he's really talking about his dick.
So we never have
Ooh.
Okay, I have a question for you, Simon.
Yeah.
It's an ethical question. I'm gonna give you a quick storyline. It's about 3 minutes. Pay attention, okay? There's two kingdoms. There's the kingdoms of the bees, and then the kingdoms of the dragonflies. Okay. Now they live next to each other. They border each other. Among the bees is this sect of wasp. They're hornets. Okay. And the hornets love to attack and fuck with the dragonflies, constantly trying to kill them. Okay, but they live among the other bees. So the dragonflies one day say, you know what? Fuck this. We're going in and we're going to take out these wasps that are living among the bees. They destroy a lot of the bees' homes. Not the wasps. They're getting a lot of the wasps. Maybe potentially even all of them. Bees were peaceful. The bees are peaceful. We're just going to say the bees were living right next to the dragonflies.
I think you got it mixed up, Beema. The hornets are the aggressive. Dragonflies are non-aggressive. They're pacifists. You got to understand the animal kingdom.
So among the bees are the hornets. And the hornets, while they live among the bees, attack the dragonflies all the time. And they try to kill them. The dragonflies had enough, and they said, you know what, fuck it. We're going to go in, and we're going to take out the hornets. But the problem is they live among the bees. So they took out a lot of the bees' homes. Okay? So they destroyed a lot of the bees' homes on top of the hornets' homes. So my question to you is, who is responsible for repairing the harm or repairing the homes of the bees that were whose homes were fucked with, were demolished?
Why are we using bees? Like, why don't you just be like why don't you just concrete?
Well, because this is an ethical issue, and people tend to be skewed. And I don't believe you, but I want everybody to follow along without being skewed. Because I want to have a real discussion about the ethics, and I want to understand where your ethics is coming.
You would expect 50 blackjacks, and therefore you shouldn't be surprised that in this universe you got 50 blackjacks. Now you'd say that's pretty stupid, wouldn't you?
Yeah, sure. If those are the assumptions, but I'm disagreeing with the underlying principle. But go ahead.
Okay, if you say that's a pretty stupid inference, so what's the symmetry breaker between that inference and the one you just?
Because in the example where we're assuming like what we're talking about.
Yeah, but it's not unexpected. In an infinite multiverse where there's a random universe.
It's more likely to assume he's just cheating, right? That's fair. I think we can both agree with that, right?
Why do you think it's more likely? Because it's equally expected on you.
I'm good, alhamdulillah. How are you?
Good.
Yeah. How's work? Oh, okay. It's morning in your country? Or it's
5 o'clock. 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, okay.
5 a.m.
These people are reinventing a new religion.
Yeah, they are. They are. Sometimes I feel like they are. They take the words and they translate them into the English.
And not only this, like, we have in Muslim, we have to pray, right? And they say not all Muslims should pray. Specific people should pray only.
Yeah, that's like the people that do Bible alone, or like the Protestants. They don't think they should receive the Eucharist of Jesus every time they go to Mass. They do it once a month. That's like a slap. That's like a slap in the face of all the tradition for the.
For you, do you think you eat his body for real with this bread?
So this tradition was done. This was done every time that we did Mass. And it was done even before there was a New Testament. This was how they knew and remembered who he was, his teachings. So sacrifices, right? It was a real sacrifice. It was real blood. So we say that in this prayer that we're not like re-sacrificing him. We're doing this in the remembrance of the Last Supper, of the covenant that we made with him, the new covenant.
Yeah, if you are doing this and the remembering of him, okay. But I know you guys don't believe that's his real body, this bread.
It's we call it a true presence, a true presence. So his true presence. For example, we have this thing called a tabernacle. It's a thing that we put the chalice and whatever's left from the Mass, that's the bread. We put it back in the tabernacle because we have an altar. We just wouldn't throw it out because it has his presence there. Right? We're doing this to prayer, just like how you have when you go into your supplications or your prayers. There is this presence. We say the same thing.
Yeah, understandable, but with all respect to you, there's like a big action the Romans used to do by assuming that there is a food, and this food is God, or the God in this food. Yet I understand what are you saying. But I can't see the effect of the pagans on Christianity.
Well, because if other Christians aren't doing this. And so if you go to John 6, right? You have 51 through 58. When Jesus says this to the Jews that are in his room, he says, if you do not eat my flesh or drink my blood, you have no life in you. In the story itself, it says that the Jews didn't like this language and they turned away. They said, what does this guy mean? What is this? What is he talking about? And they left. Disciples left because they to us, they're not real believers, right? If you don't believe as a Catholic, or it's symbolic, you're saying it really didn't happen. It really didn't happen. It's just a nice story. No, we're saying it really did happen, and that he did come in the flesh. So this is the reason why we say if you've never done this, if you're not involved in this covenant with Christ, then you have no life in you. That's what we say to the Protestants. How could you all of a sudden say, oh, well, this is not important anymore, and we'll choose to do it once a month? Well, then who's doing it? Is a priest doing it? No, they have some pastor doing it. Do they have an altar? Do they have a tabernacle? No, because there's no presence. There's no true presence still. We say to them, they're just doing it wrong. They're ignorant. So we believe in the true presence. Does it literally change? But am I going to tell you that it's a spiritual thing? No, it's not a spiritual thing. It's a real thing. But I'm eating a piece of bread. I'm drinking a sip of wine, just like the disciples did when he said it to them, because they didn't eat real flesh, they didn't drink real blood. But when he was on the cross, that was real. And it's only until then they understood what he was saying. Because it's only Mary Magdalene, his mother, and I think 2 disciples at the cross. They all left. They all scattered.
You saying all the disciples left him?
They said, when you strike the shepherd, the sheep shall scatter. Yes. They left because they were scared they were going to get killed.
So he
He
was
says
alone?
this to Peter. Well, no, he wasn't. He was there with his mother and 2 other disciples.
Oh, Cephas and Peter?
No, Peter left. Peter was told that he would deny Christ before the crow goes off in the morning time. And when he attended the crucifixion, they started asking him, aren't you that Nazarene? You sound like them. Don't you follow Christ or follow this group of people? And he was like, no. And they kept asking him until he yelled, and he said no, and he ran away. Yeah, Jesus said that to him. Yeah.
So, according to your books, his mom, Mary, witnessed his crucifixion.
Yeah, because he tells John to take care of his mother.
No, I'm saying, like, your book says she witnessed, or because...
It's John.
It was a robust
John,
book.
it's in John.
You say somebody witnessed the crucifixion from the Bible?
Yeah.
Who? Like, can you quote me the verse?
Yeah, it's in John. John, yeah, I'll get it for you. Give me 1 second.
Because the farthest that I know, like, nobody witnessed, but, like, they said Holy Spirit informed them. And the people who said they witnessed wasn't there at the moment.
I am surprised. I thought many people witnessed his crucifixion. That's the point, Megatron. How will you be 100% sure of something that you don't have an eyewitness of it? And if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah, Lazarus.
who were died, they resurrected them. Not only Jesus, the one who was resurrected, many with him.
ask him, like, how do we know he got? I mean, don't you guys quote Bart Ehrman a lot? Like, he's no whatever critics you want. We have secular writers, we have historians. You know, you guys have, though there is a few arguments, things like that. Like, is there Roman records or stuff like that? No, the Josephus writings we have about this and Tacitus, jumped by the Jews. And the same people that have
evidence for this claim. That's the first problem we're facing here. Second one, you said a good statement. You said the Jews are the one who made him God. For me, I do believe Paul, the one who like changed Christianity and made Jesus God.
Well, Paul came afterwards. So they were already, the Jews, right, were already saying that they put him on the cross and they killed him. Right?
Yeah.
So when I say they deified him, right? The Jews themselves, Paul was a person of was like someone who had this talking to the disciples, you know.
No, actually, when I was reading some biblical verses or studying Bible, I found that Peter and Cephas had a huge disagreement with Paul. Not only this, the Athenians texted Peter or sent him a letter telling him, help us with this man who wants to change or to destroy the law, as far as I remember. And you mentioned a good thing. You said that the Jews were walking, saying they killed him, and they were happy.
So in 62 BCE, not CE, not the Common Era, not like when not the one we're in now, BCE, 62 BCE, the Romans had taken away corporal punishment. They weren't allowed to do it anymore. And if you read the Jewish writings about that time, like the Mishnah or stuff like that, you'll see that they even speak about not doing any corporal punishment for, like, for example, adultery, stoning, or anything like that. Those rules were taken from them. So the only one that they could defend that the Romans let them is if you defile the temple, which Jesus said he would destroy the temple. So, you know, it's probably a good reason to say he was doing blasphemy. Plus, he claimed he was God. So, yeah. But like I said, if he's just a nuisance, just why make such a public event about killing him? So they didn't have that power. They would have to go and, you know what I'm saying? They would have to go in front of the Romans.
By the way, we are associated as Muslims, like with the Quranic background. We do believe that they wanted to kill Jesus, and they were happy walking. They killed him, and God says, they never killed him or crucified him, and they will be punished. Or that was to the Jews. This is the statement. Like, don't be happy. He not killed or crucified.
What year is it?
What?
What year is it? What year do you live in?
2726.
So if you ask a Muslim, some of them are going to say like 1600 or something, and a Jew's going to say 55, 57. My point is, is anybody alive right now that had anything to do with the assassination of Jesus Christ? No. The obvious answer is no. And so what I'm saying is, when you keep saying the Jews did this, the Jews did that, you do know that nobody alive today breathing had anything to do with the assassination of that prophet. Nobody. Not one person living or walking on the earth today. I'm just trying to say, it becomes a little political knowing that nobody walking the earth today had anything to do with the crucifixion of this poor guy. So I'm just trying to say, hello?
Yeah, but the whole Christianity based on this. So
he had to die, though, Lana. The book says the reason why, if you read Daniel 9:24 through 27, this is devastating for the Jew. And sacrifice. That's literally what he did. They can't deny this.
Yeah, but I heard there's like another prophecy says this that the God is sending angels to protect one his beloved one, and as far as I remember, I don't remember the whole Bible as far as my knowledge is. When Satan took Jesus on top of the mountain and he told him to jump, he told him, "I heard that the God is protecting you with his angels or stuff." So this prophecy about Jesus being protected from God, it's about Jesus. And why you're not jumping? Because the angels were going to hold you.
Yeah, I don't know what verse that is.
You don't know this verse?
No.
And when Satan deceived Jesus and he told him to jump from the mountain.
No, I don't know what's. He never was deceived. He was tempted.
Tempted, yeah. The word.
Tempted, not
Maybe
deceived.
the language. Yeah, the language period. Yeah. And he told him, "I hear that your God is protecting or sending his angels to protect you."
Well, then why isn't he fighting? Why isn't Satan fighting the angels?
He's fighting the angels because the angel is protecting Jesus.
That's what I'm saying. So he should be talking about fighting the angels, not talking to Jesus if the angels are protecting him. But I don't think. What story is this?
It's when he tempted him when he was alone in the mountain and he told him your God is protecting
the
you.
40 days and 40 nights. Yeah. So this is when. So he didn't have to suffer as a human, and Satan is telling him, "I'll give you the land. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to die. This is what this is about."
No, my point isn't this. My point is Jesus was already, there is a prophecy, I'm not mistaken, the Old Testament. This God is going to protect this Messiah from any evil or any bad stuff. So what I'm saying, that he didn't crucify, it means God protected him. You know, because Satan himself told him, your God is sending angels to protect you. And he told him, by the way, he told him, your God.
Okay, you have the verse?
Yeah, I bring it, okay.
Like a few weeks ago, she was arguing with us about infantile baptism, right? Like how, babies get baptized in the Catholic Church, right? And she was against it. She was against it. She's like, "Oh, you guys shouldn't do that, this, that, and the other." Now she's pregnant. You know what she said the other day? She said she wants to baptize her child, and her Muslim husband doesn't allow her to do it. She wants to get divorced. Una loca, man. ¿Qué le pasa con ella, man? What's up with this woman? She's crazy.
That's her problem.
Yeah, but she's telling everybody. It's the weirdest thing, man. It's the weirdest thing. I don't understand some of these people. That's why I don't allow her to talk to Muslims on the stage. That's why she doesn't come to my room. I tell her she's not allowed to talk to Muslims when I'm on stage. I'm running the room. She's too rude.
Oh, so she's spreading hate.
Well, no, she's spreading hate. That's why she's upset.
Because of her kid and things like that. But even if where she lives, like she lives in the USA?
The UK.
She's probably gonna get the kid then.
I don't think she shouldn't be getting divorced over something like that. That's ridiculous. We're just saying that, but I don't even understand why somebody would say such a thing. It's such a silly thing to say, right?
Yeah, of course, she isn't, she shouldn't, but the laws give her the permission to do so. But if she doing so, I think the Canadian government give the kid to the woman. And if they do that, like she gonna do whatever she wants with him, then he will become Catholic, and after years he will look for his father. And this is a sad story for the kid, not for her, because she's done.
Well, if the man is a good man and is providing for his family, why get divorced? There is something so small, right? If she wanted to get the kid baptized, she would just take it one day and put it do it on her own, right? She was not going to make a big deal about it.
But it kind of send the message how things will go like along the way. Like if you disagree with this point, then you will disagree with the further points, or she's trying to make a stand. So she wanna raise her son like
Does it make a difference at this age if he's baptized or not? It doesn't. I don't think it does.
It doesn't. No, for the kid it doesn't, because he's not known and he doesn't care, to be honest. Feed me, change my diaper. That's it for his kid.
That's it. Exactly.
Yeah. For the kid it doesn't matter, but for her it matters.
She thinks it's an easy thing. No, it's not. Any godparents think they're gonna clap and stuff. You can't just go there and say I'm gonna get baptized. It's a little bit of a process.
Anyway, Megatron, I read the verse. It's in the comment section, and you know what? There's a beautiful verse. He says, "So they will not strike your foot against a stone. He's sending his angels to protect you." And actually, he's quoting Psalm, if I'm not mistaken, the Old Testament. The one that.
Oh, so this is verse from the Bible.
Yeah, when Satan was tempting Jesus, he's telling him through yourself. And he told him, I heard that the God, or he's protecting you and sending angels will be concerning you, not letting a stone be against you.
So this is Matthew and Luke saying this.
Yeah.
And this is at the time of the crucifixion.
No, that was before the crucifixion.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, he was protected, and Satan knows he was protected.
All like the prophet are protected in somehow. Like they can feel pain, but they won't go through humiliation, I guess.
Yeah, you know what? Even in Quran, yes, I do believe that they were protected. But even about Jesus or Isa alayhi salam, God says, وَأَيَّدْنَاهُ بِرُوحِ الْقُدُسِ, which means we gave the angel Jibril or the Holy Spirit to protect him or to be with him.
Yeah.
So literally, he had like a huge protection from anyone to harm him. So when we are saying that he wasn't crucified or got harmed, not only crucified, because in biblical verses they said they stripped him, literally making him wear a woman robe, like humiliating him, on his face, and this stuff. We don't think it's about Jesus. That's not Jesus for sure. And that's not Jesus as a prophet, and that's not God for sure.
Screenshot.
point?
Do facts actually relate to each other in reality? Or if they don't, can they explain each other? Yes or no?
If they relate to each other, then they'd be arbitrary.
Yeah.
Charles,
The relation.
is a P Mars is a waste of time, bro.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Admitted to is that the relationship between facts is arbitrary, therefore explanations are arbitrary, therefore knowledge is arbitrary. So that's the demonstration of tag, right? That without God, facts are not real.
I didn't admit to that. I wasn't even sure what you were saying. That like the thing, everything's ultimately arbitrary. Like there's no ultimate reason for everything.
Facts don't cohere and conform to a unified structure of epistemology and ontology.
I mean, they may. I don't know.
Well, they either do or they're fragmented. Are facts connected or fragmented?
They may, like you were saying, they may ultimately connect to a universal structure. They may not. I don't know.
But what do you mean you don't know? We can assume if they don't connect, then knowledge is impossible. If they do connect, then knowledge is possible. And you don't know.
What's the argument for that? That knowledge is impossible.
Well, I just gave it that if the relationship between the facts is arbitrary.
Wait, but if this.
Okay,
no, I reject that argument. I reject that argument. You need to understand the ultimate foundation. Or that's just some precept nonsense that you're.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that the former has to know something, right? I'm arguing that this has to exist in reality.
Mark, there are people on deserted islands that never even heard of God and no concept of God. Okay, and they still understand how to fucking farm and how to get on with their lives, right? They have no idea what the ultimate foundation of everything is. They don't even think about that shit, and they still operate with logic.
Yeah, but they lack ultimate context.
Yeah. Okay, and yet they can still use logic and connect facts.
Okay, but use isn't.
Okay, and so they don't know about God, right?
But using doesn't make it not arbitrary. You can use something to be arbitrary.
It's not arbitrary. They just don't know what the ultimate foundation
is. It is
not, bro. They don't need to understand that the Christian God or whatever, Muslim God, whatever ultimate cause of the universe is.
If water making plants grow doesn't conform and cohere to a unified structure of ontology and epistemology, then they would.
How so?
Because they would ultimately be like fragmented facts.
What's the argument for that?
It's just different.
Maybe things naturally just have unity. Like if your God exists, he naturally, as at the start of the universe, has all of these things programmed in him. Logic, understanding, right? The state of the universe is already naturally in this uniform way that you described, right? So you could now just remove the mind, remove the God, and just take this uniformity, the very uniformity that exists in your God, right, at the start of the universe. So either way, we both believe that the universe is natural and ordered and things are connected, right? You just have one extra character added at the beginning with the mind. And I'm saying the nature that you're ascribing to him, right, is just how nature works, minus the mind, minus the intentionality.
Okay, but all you're
It's the same uniformity.
Okay, but when we start, there's a starting point in our epistemology. There's going to be entailments. So it's like you can't start on a plane that's flying to New York City and get off in Tokyo. And that's what you're doing, like in philosophical sense. You want to start with like human reason, but then you want to deny like hard solipsism without a defeater. So that's kind of the problem. Is you're just denying like the commitments, what you're committed to in your starting point.
I have no idea how that was addressing what I said.
Well, you start your system starts disconnected with your mind disconnected from the world. My system starts with them connected.
Says who?
The starting points in our system.
Mark, if your God exists and he's all powerful, could he create beings who just understood that plants need water and they didn't understand any prior connection, but they just simply understood that? The same way your God just simply understands things without having any prior connections himself, right? He just exists and wait. So you admit that that's must be possible. So I don't need to believe in your God, who is uniform and understands these things and has logic and has patterns and has all of these things, induction and connects concepts together. Truly like this. This is how nature made us. And both are logically possible because you believe the natural state of affairs includes a being with all
the starting points. We have different starting points, and so that's going to have different entailments and problems, but you just want to ignore that.
Knowledge is arbitrary. That's hilarious.
Well, it isn't.
That's not the point. Donald Trump, if you say everything needs a ground, then what do you ground your ground?
Yeah, terminating points, the terminus of justification is the ultimate authority. So if it's not,
then you're just making that arbitrary.
It's either grounded or it's arbitrary. I ground my knowledge in Jesus. What do you ground your knowledge in?
Facts.
Facts. That's arbitrary.
How is grounding knowledge in Jesus is arbitrary?
No, because Jesus provides a reason for like why we do things. Because he's like a concrete. No, he doesn't. Because by definitions are these two words. These are big words. The definitions for these. Like that. So
Listen, tell me the difference between grounded knowledge and arbitrary knowledge.
grounded
One of
knowledge.
them mentions Jesus.
Your knowledge is grounded in facts when coherent and conform to a unified structure of ontology and epistemology.
Disagree with the following definition of the definition that I think is grounded knowledge is belief that is supported by reasons, evidence, or reliable method. So you can explain, defend it, and test it, and fit into a broader system of understanding without contradicting. It connects to something outside of the belief itself. So logic, observation, or what we consider reality. So that would be my definition of grounded knowledge. Arbitrary knowledge or arbitrary belief is something accepted without a sufficient reason, or where the reason given is random, irrelevant, or unchangeable, so it lacks all connection, evidence, or logic. It can be different with no loss of justification. There's no way to defend it over an alternative. Do you agree or disagree with the following definition I gave?
Your definition doesn't include like metaphysical arbitrariness. It's focusing on epistemic arbitrariness. So I would include metaphysical arbitrariness.
Those words are too big for me. I'm kind of like on the interest side of things, you know. So I'm sorry. I can't handle the bigger words, but I think I narrowed it down. All right, are you an intelligent Christian? Intelligent Christian. See, I went to pretty well there. Yep.
The symmetry was it the symmetry break between arbitrary and not arbitrary? He must. If it's
just Jesus.
No, it's not like you guys should know this shit. This is like basic debate. So some of these arguments there's no epistemic reason or there's no like metaphysical principle as a reason as to like why it would exist and why you would be able to know it. But the reason is arbitrary also. Like you can believe that reason is true and other reason is true also. So the reason that you're making is like are your parents cousins?
A simple test is ask this question. What makes this belief this one instead of a different one? Because you're not ready to reason to ground it. It's arbitrary. It's very simple.
Exactly. So I believe facts are connected because of a metaphysical principle in the triune God, right? He connects facts as all Jesus upholds and sustains all facts. So it's like, and if you don't believe in Jesus, then what would uphold and sustain all facts?
I told you it was Jesus. Well, I don't believe in triune God, so that's also very.
Oh damn, you're gonna go to hell.
I'm a Unitarian.
That's good. So if you're Unitarian, then logic would look like this in a Unitarian situation. If A, then A, premise 2, A, conclusion A. ultimately everything is A.
Well, there's only one God, right, P. Mars?
So you need ultimate unity and
Wait, P. Mars, is there only one God?
P. Mars.
Yeah. Okay, what's his name?
What's his name? Yahweh.
Oh, okay, so it's not Jesus then?
Well, Jesus is Yahweh.
Oh, Jesus is Yahweh. Okay, so they're the exact same thing then.
Well, God is
Exact same
God.
thing.
Yahweh is Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit. That's Yahweh.
Oh, okay. Yahweh is Jesus. So Yahweh is the exact same thing as Jesus.
You can't separate the persons.
Right. So tell me, so say it out loud. The Father is the exact same thing as Jesus. The exact same thing. It's
There's
just
nothing that they're different.
Oh, they're not. Oh, they're different. Oh, they. Oh, so there's two gods. Right.
Well, it's a false.
Yeah. We'll get to the third one. Let's just look at these two. So Yahweh is Jesus. They're the exact same person. They're different.
It's a false either or, right? So it's a both and.
P. Mars, did Yahweh get nailed to a cross?
Yeah, did the Father die on the cross?
You know, it'd be a miracle if these guys could make an argument.
P. Mars, did the Father die on the cross? That's funny coming from you. Who want to run the fucking free subscript?
Well,
Did the Father die on the cross? Did the Father die on the cross, P. Mars?
The three subscripts show that.
Did the Father die on the cross, P. Mars?
What you're saying is
Christian answer.
Yeah, did the Father die on the cross?
if you want to talk,
No, right. Oh, so they're different because one of them died on the cross and one of them didn't. So they're not the same thing.
yeah, but you're arbitrary, so it doesn't matter.
Right. You're right. None of this does matter. Thank you for admitting that they're different gods, P. Mars. Welcome to being a polytheist. Hey, lots of people are polytheists. Okay.
Look, Charles is evil. Dude, you just enjoy Charles and see how, bro. I mean, it's a... Unless you want to become a Unitarian like me.
Why are you bullying me? It's because I read.
What's reading?
Exactly. What you read? What you read for? You got TVs.
P. Mars, I expected better from you on the Trinity debate, honestly. You didn't even give me the three persons, one being, and all the other bullshit.
Yeah, come on, the monarchical, like...
Yeah, oh no. Well, they share one essence. So really what God is essence. I mean, come on. You didn't give me any of these bullshit arguments.
Well, no.
You couldn't even get past the level one argument. Well, you just scooped. You just fucking scooped.
Well, you equivocated the relationship.
Oh, now he's gonna try. No, you already tapped out, bro. Yeah, now he's gonna try.
Charles, let's make this an analogy, right? You ever watch the WWE, Charles?
Yeah. I do jiu-jitsu, actually. So I do real
That's spectacular. So Charles,
You guys don't get the videos.
Mars, hold on for 1 second. I know I'm arbitrary and I know.
No, you're
Right. You know how the WWE, like, they have, like, fake props and then they're able to, you know, somewhere on their body able to have a fake blood and shit.
I don't think
Sometimes the blood's real, actually.
I don't think that's.
Sometimes
I believe that's fake.
I'm saying, Mars, I know I'm arbitrary. See, woman,
I'm pretty sure the chair is real.
hold on, just keep on saying, right? So my point being is that maybe just maybe. Holy shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. Dude, I like the shit.
Were you gonna give me the Molinist metaphor? Where like, oh, you become the mayor, but you're still you, but then you stop being the mayor. Yeah. But of course that's a heresy too. You don't want to say that because then that's just God role playing, right?
Okay,
Pretending.
here's what we should do with Mars, okay? I just want you to include what we're thinking here. Instead of trying to convert to Atheism, I say we need to convert to Unitarianism. And then from Unitarianism, then we can break it down.
The same shot.
Unitarianism and atheism are the same thing.
Basically the same.
It's basically the same. I mean, he just tapped out of the Trinity argument now, like records. Aren't you on these debate rooms like every fucking day? People are on.
Yeah, I'm the best.
I know, but then you have to come on, people. You gotta give me at least a level one response back to the Trinity.
I also read. I don't just sit around bullshitting. I also read.
It's good. I'm glad that you read. Very few people read these things.
I'm glad you're not.
But you don't read Trinity arguments.
In the land of atheism, the man who read one book is king.
Here, Charles. Let me try to debate. I'm not even. Let me try this.
sake of the spirit of someone, both of them. So the conclusion, knowing all these factors, is that there's one God, there's three distinct persons, which is why we have the Trinity, right? Why would it not be like this, Charles? Why would it not be triune?
So I'm going to ask you now, person. Go ahead and define person for me.
Define person?
Yeah.
That's arbitrary.
You can't tap out that quick. I could do it. You want to be the atheist, and I'll give you the Trinity.
So here I got you. Definition of person would be the distinct center of consciousness or relation with it.
Oh, so there's three distinct consciousnesses, right? And your God is the mind, right?
Well, I mean,
so then there's three distinct
minds,
minds, so
so
three
the
distinct gods.
three beings. They're not just share one essence. So one is one God. Three
So Christian, does Jesus represent of what it takes to be God?
It's three distinct seats of intellect.
Holy
Three distinct seats of intellect. Okay, so three
Yeah.
different minds then, right?
No, it's
So
not.
then
It's
now
not
the question is, does Jesus have 100% of what it takes to be God?
It's one mind.
Does Jesus have 100% of what it takes to be God?
Are you asking me or Mark?
Either of you. Who wants to do it?
You're,
Does Jesus have 100? Does Jesus have 100% of what it takes to be God?
you keep separating the Trinity, so you can't separate it.
According to you, that's the point of the argument. You can't just say I can't separate.
Well, if you separate it, then you're strong man in the position.
You can't say the Trinity doesn't make sense because then I lose the
If we
argument.
say, if we stop.
Okay, now does the Father have 100% of what it takes to be God?
This is a problem with I read, so this guy doesn't really say.
Yes. Well, yes.
Okay, now is the Father the same as the Son?
They're the same.
Son has the same,
It's not-
exact same divine essence.
You're thinking over it.
Oh, okay, so they're the same essence. Now, what does essence mean? Then go ahead and define essence for me.
Yeah, I got you. Essences view. I would say the fundamental oneness of a thing. So it's like set back.
Okay, so you and I share the essence of being human. Are we the exact same? Are we distinct?
So,
You and I share the essence of being a human. Are we the exact same person? Are we different?
well, we're different.
Right, okay. And we would be counted as two different people, right? Because even though we have the essence of human being, we have distinct minds.
No.
Do we disagree?
Of course not. Of course not.
What's the argument for that?
You actually are identical in terms of humans.
We're identical in terms of we are not identical in terms of humanness. We share humans, right?
Humanness is what's in.
It's the essence.
Yeah.
So each of the
And they're
persons.
different in terms of persons from various different.
Yeah, so you have three gods.
A Trinitarian can agree with that.
Yeah, so you have three gods persons.
Well, actually, either they're going to agree, they're going to say it's our.
God isn't anything like really. It's true.
You know what they could do? A good move that they could make? They could just say the essence itself is God. But then, of course, you wouldn't have God being a mind, right?
I mean,
Yeah, exactly. Then they have to get rid of them.
Obviously, the essence is God.
Okay, so you're
But we're
God.
not real then.
You're God, Charles. Why don't we get Tom Pita? Why don't we get Tom Pita to defend it? And any of you critique him, because he's probably going to be the one who better defend this one study from you.
Why?
So, Pita, do you want to defend this so we can all listen? Charles and August and Christian and whoever else can challenge the notion. Presumably, the challenge for the people who are challenging is that it's incoherent. So, is that the challenge, or what's the challenge against? Well, it's either incoherent or it's blasphemous. Yeah, but there's ways to make it clear. Yeah, there's ways to make it clear. Yeah, but I think typically that, Charles. Okay, but that's what. Okay, if you can see that, then the blasphemous thing is like a weaker claim, right? Because typically this thing, I'm not saying for you specifically, but typically people want to like this is somehow incoherent. Well, no, like you could do partialism, right? You could do partialism. You could do what's the one? Monism, right? There's ways to make what he does. But let's see what Alvita does. But then, yeah, I think if you're going to retreat to, which is fine, one can, I guess, that is blasphemous. That's going to be a weaker claim against Christian, that it's incoherent. So I don't know if I'm. Well, it's incoherent given
Charles, can I give you a better term?
How could you call it blasphemous? You're not a Christian.
Wait, hold on. Let me give a better term to use for Charles. Charles, it's logically inconsistent. It sounds better.
Well, it's logically inconsistent
Oh, it's
given
sort of
that they
fine.
believe partial
Whatever words you're going to use.
what's the other
What's the
term?
key?
Monism, partialism, monism, and what's the third one? I'm trying to remember. I'll go against church doctrine. What's the third one?
Modalism.
Modalism, yes, yeah.
Go ahead, why don't you defend your view? Tell us what yours is.
Yeah, we usually take the anarchical routes of identity.
I'll just explain to everybody because I don't know what that is.
The father is like, this is sort of an analogous, but the father is like a big G God, the little G gods share in the same substance God. But the father has like a particular relation that the other two don't have, and that's a deity, and that's what differentiates the kind of title that's used for the father. What's that called? I always forget this word. It's like when you go, the president spoke to the president. Is it from a
Explanation.
No.
He made the analogy of a big G and the two little G's.
Yeah, that's
And as we know, in the
Refer to.
so what?
Like, do you think we are equal?
Do I think you are equal?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
In what way? Because certainly you don't think that we're equal in every. Like, you don't think we're equal in strength. Probably, right?
Well, I mean, obviously, the concepts will vary amongst one another.
Right. But you do think in some cases we might be equal, in other cases we're not. And yet you might still say, yeah, we're equal. Because what you're denoting there is something very specific.
We'll continue.
Mm-hmm. And because the doctrine doesn't tell you what is specific, you can denote basically anything you want. I think really what's mattering here is the general fact of divinity.
So when you say Jesus and the Holy Spirit are little G gods, can you explain further what you mean by little G gods?
The only difference here is that they don't have a state.
Define a deity for me again. I've heard the term before.
Lack of dependence.
Okay, so Jesus and the Holy Spirit are dependent upon the Father.
Yeah.
Okay, so they lack what it would mean to be fully God without the Father. Okay.
No.
Why they're dependent on something? They can't be fully God without the Father. They're dependent upon Him. They're fully God.
I want to be clear about like the dependence there. The kind of dependence that we're talking about is one of like it's true. You can make the statement it's true. One wouldn't exist without the other. However, it's like a necessary connection. So there's no worlds where they exist without each other. It would just be like a counter possible statement.
So then Jesus could exist without the Father, and the Father could exist without Jesus, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then now it sounds like what you're talking about is partialism. And you're taking away the aseity of the Father, too.
Because there's no parts.
You said
What do you think counts as a part?
They count as parts because they're distinct and because neither one could exist the other.
Not distinct in terms of their.
They're distinct in that one of them died off and one of them didn't, right?
But it's not the part of empirical.
Well, you can hand wave you don't care, but that's the point of the argument. Is that
But nobody cares about the important.
Well, I mean, Christian cares about it. Lots of people care about that. What do you do?
Yeah, but then that's not relevant.
You're just hand waving the argument. You're hand waving the argument.
Well, hold on. Let me ask this. I know classical Trinitarianism enough to understand that it does not support subordinationism. And what you are advocating for right now is that it sounds like they are saying the Holy Spirit and the Lord Jesus, vice versa, between the two, are subordinate to the Father. If that's the case, well, you use your analogy of two little G's to a big G. Big G, that's not subordination. Big Jesus and the Holy Spirit. So
how do you think being subordinate means?
Now you're going to have to define your words. You're going to use words that Peter's going to object. What I heard was, hey, the scripture doesn't object. What I heard was, hey, the scripture doesn't make it clear exactly what is identical or whatever it is. And if he takes a particular thing that's identical, you have to show him why he can't do that. If you're appealing to some notion that other Christians have, you're gonna have to show him why he should change his view or something. If that's your line to take. But you go ahead and do it. But you're gonna have to define your words so that you understand what he's saying. He says the same about you. Otherwise, you're just gonna not address what he's saying. So go ahead.
No, fair enough. Okay. Definition of subordinationism. And by the way, this is also just a belief within Christianity, but I'll define it for you. It is the theological belief that the Son and or the Holy Spirit are somehow inferior to or less than the Father in their divinity and or their essence. So it's either or. It can be one or it can be two. Pretty spectacular.
Well, can I interject for 1 second? I wanted to introduce someone who's I think a great philosopher, she's an amazing person, and yeah, I think so to introduce her. She everyone will protect this. She's very like she's a great philosopher. She's a great person. She's also told me that she's a Catholic. Either like you, right? She's Catholic.
Wow, that's awesome. Welcome, Super.
Yeah.
Cringe.
Yeah.
About the scope of your charge of subordination.
Oh yes, my okay. So just to clarify, because I'm kind of off straight off. You're saying that the Son and the Holy Spirit are equal to both divinity and essence.
Yeah.
Okay. So can you give an argument for that?
Well, we look at the traits, each one, that require divinity, and we ask ourselves, do they have it? And the answer is yes, which is obvious.
Well, what traits? What traits?
Omnipotence, omniscience, benevolence, and the typical like classical theists. Traits. I don't really think you need much more than those three. I think that would be sufficient.
Well, I'm going to tell you why that doesn't really follow. You're saying that the specific traits of, defining divinity, or, what it seems like to be something of that is just totally wrong. Because number one, divinity may be just relational or functional. It's not necessarily trait-based. And the trait culturally they're conceptual constructs, right? What counts as like omnipotence or perfection, these specific traits that we would dedicate to a God as an example, right? By theological and philosophical framework, if our understanding of traits is limited or human constructed, right? Like defining divinity solely by that is just
Push it back on me.
Yeah, if you
If you're not willing to argue, I'm just going to dismiss all of what you said.
No, sure. I can do that. You ever heard of like conceptual relativity?
Not specific.
Philosophical terminology. So different cultures.
What is human philosophy? So there's regular philosophy, and then you qualify it by calling it human philosophy.
I just want to.
What is the human doing?
Human philosophical terms addresses humans.
If you had not added the word human, would anything about what you said changed?
It doesn't really matter.
My question isn't that. My question is, if I just remove the word, does the meaning of everything you said remain the same?
I guess our cultures and religions define very differently. So basically, the implication is that if traits are culturally or conceptually variable, to define divinity is arbitrary. So divinity may not require traits at all. It would just be more about the existential status or defining traits as like a human position. It's not a necessary condition, right? So therefore, your claim, based on fixed traits, can absolutely be questioned.
Well, I don't think that. For one,
sorry, what is even this critique? I don't even understand. Are you saying because a human did conceptual analysis on theism and arrived at a set of traits? Oh, you can't do that because different cultures have different traits for divinity.
It's based off of traits. That's what I'm arguing.
Why not?
Right now, I don't really think it's going to matter too much. But first of all, I think it's just wrong because it is a stable
less thriving in traits, and it's more or less true of a lot of cultures. So I don't think it is culturally dependent. I think the fact that many cultures arrive to that truth is evidence of it not being dependent on culture.
Well, I can also give another argument, but we don't have to stick on this, too long. Like, I'm just
I don't think it's going to change a lot. Like, the question, like, even if it is relative to my culture, my theology, or something, that doesn't make it less true. Because within that context, it is true.
Basing it off of trade is kind of insane.
Yeah, but Christian, you haven't offered he's giving you a rebuttal. Are you conceding that you don't have a critique against his monarchialism?
I mean, there's no other. I mean, I just gave dismissed it as well.
You just sort of wanted to move on. I'm an independent observer. I don't think Christianity is true. But you didn't critique it and conceding that you don't have any objections against monarchialism. Do you want to do
But like even the critique itself is like, well, you can't define it like this because different cultures have different ideas about divinity. So what?
Maybe you can give
Like different cultures have different ideas about logic and ethics. Does that mean that we can't say that, hey, what I mean by ethics is this, because different cultures have different understandings?
I was just asking conceptual relativity. I mean, and the implications of that. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's just basing off of the idea that he brought.
No, but did you ethics that way? Because multiple cultures have defined ethics in different ways.
That's not what I
That's
said.
That is what you said.
That's not what I said at all.
Okay, so to be clear, your point wasn't that, well, here's an obstacle to defining divinity in this way, and it is rooted in this like cultural relativism, this like idea that, well, different cultures are going to have different understandings about what divinity is. Was that not your point?
So this is what I did.
Was that not your point?
Well, let me break down what I did. What I did
Well, can you answer yes or no?
I first brought up conceptual relativity.
No, but did I give you an accurate statement?
A statement of what?
Did I give you an accurate steel man?
Of what?
Of your point, dumbass. I was recapitulating the critique you made, and I asked you, is that inaccurate? Is that accurate?
I said it was. I thought it was. I thought.
Okay, so what?
Done with that, Christian?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Let me just check something, Christian, because it doesn't seem to me like you even gave Namiro anything to really worry about. And I don't think Christianity is true, but like your attempt didn't seem to work. Is this conceptual relativity, or whatever the term was you used? Is that supposed to be a rebuttal against monarchialism that Namiro should not give up monarchialism? Or is that you just like testing the waters or defining something? Can you tell me if that was supposed to be a rebuttal? Because I didn't hear.
It was supposed to be.
Sorry?
It was a point. It was supposed to be one of the points out of the many to discuss why we should question why traits should be defining divinity or essence in a Trinitarian viewpoint, and he received to dismiss it.
I told you why I dismissed that one. I told you why. I was willing to dismiss all the other stuff if you didn't give arguments for why I should accept the ones that disagree with.
Most Unitarians,
You said a whole lot.
most Unitarians rebut using scripture or Christian. If you want to use scripture to like disprove the absence of Trinity, that's another good argument.
That's not what for me though, because I don't believe in Trinity for the scripture.
Like Christian, I'm a non-believer. I think Christianity is silly. But the point you made was
How do you get your doctrine if it's not the scripture? Like, where are you getting your doctrine?
No, through the interpretation, at least, through the lens of the church fathers, or through the lens of the
Seeing it through my epistemology.
Okay.
How do you know? Where does it come from? Albedo?
Maybe like through the one of the bigger epistemology.
Before everybody goes off track, Christian, are you finished arguing
If we were arguing Unitarianism, I would have already converted him.
Yes, but
We are arguing.
Weren't you trying to undermine Trinitarianism?
I was undermining traits to describe my essence.
Yes, but in pursuit of what? In pursuit of what?
Honestly, I lost track.
Yeah, honestly, Christian, like, I'm not even saying I think the Trinity is total nonsense, but like, I still didn't really follow what you were saying there.
Okay, but Charles,
If you cry again, I'm moving you down. Hey, Mars.
Well, you're the head bully.
Charles, you want to have a crack at
That's
it?
right.
You want to have a company?
I mean, I don't know.
If we think that's nonsense, presumably by nonsense,
Albedo essentially hand-waved my argument. It was like nobody cares about that when I mentioned that.
What was your argument?
I'm on your side.
I gave the argument that Jesus experiences, well, I mean, it's in pursuit of a larger argument, that Jesus experienced dying on the cross, right? The Father did not. So,
Right.
there was that minimum of qualia of experience that the Father did not. They definitely had different mental states as well. Jesus thinks, I have to die on the cross. The Father one has an othering about someone else needs to die on the cross, and he is not. Right? They 100%, they have 100% of what it takes to be God, right? And they do not have the same mental state, even if they agree on the same goals. They cannot have the same mental state just due to the laws of logic. So I mean, for all of those reasons, you're going to end up with polytheism, unless the argument he was making with the little g God, then you're going to have partialism. And I put something in the chat too.
There's some things that I
Because he made an argument about aseity.
Well, maybe we can focus in on one thing. What about this? What about this mental state business?
Well, let me just dispense with that real quick. Missions is possessing like all the true propositions or whatever. It's certainly at least typical convention on that. Has nothing to do with knowledge of experiences. It's knowledge of propositions.
But it's not just that, because Jesus also had a quality that the Father didn't have.
I don't care.
I don't care.
No, but qualia, what he's saying is that qualia isn't the type of thing that the Father knows.
Exactly.
Like, it's not the kind of knowledge Father has.
He can't have it.
Yeah, and that doesn't undermine omniscience.
I didn't say it undermined omniscience. I'm saying they're not the same being. I'm saying they cannot be the same being. They are different beings.
You're saying if the Son has some qualia or some mental state that the Father doesn't have, they can't be the same being.
Look, nobody. Okay, well, the being there. I'm not gonna see why we have to set that up, but clearly, we can say there's a distinction, which obviously, all Trinitarians accept there's a distinction between persons.
Right.
But he's saying something more than that. Obviously, he's saying the distinction is substantive enough that they can't be the same.
Right.
The same thing.
And I want the explanation for that. That's the problem. So give the argument for why that makes them. The fact that there's any distinction means that they're a different substance.
You think they have different minds?
Hold on, you have it. I didn't say substance at all.
I don't think you have to think they even have one. The church father.
That should be where you're saying, hey, I don't think they have mental states at all. But that's what you should be saying.
Which is impossible because Jesus had a fully human experience. Within that in your book. I mean,
right now,
you can deny the science
what
if you want.
the creed's demand of a Trinitarian does not include ideas of mentality or things like that.
Of course not.
Although
they're not going to include my arguments that
it's not about your arguments, right?
Although oftentimes when we talk about 2026, we have lots of concepts that we are going to want to implant on there. When we talk about persons, almost always we think of persons of having minds. And so when we think of Jesus or the Father, we think of having a mind. You just don't have to be committed to that to be a Trinitarian.
Right. Well, okay, then let me just ask.
Oh, sure, but I agree with that. Just saying what this guy is providing is something more than that. It's not just saying here's some violations that you can't hold, or here's some commitments you have to. He's saying, well, here's a conceptual analysis of the Trinity. And it doesn't work to just say, well, that's the church father said this about being a Trinitarian. That doesn't seem logical.
Yeah, and in fact, like I would use the Bible itself.
Here, I'll read it out. You want to say that the fact that they have different quality is obviously a distinction. But you want to say it's a relevant enough distinction that they're separate beings. And where's the argument for that?
Yeah, so the quality of experience, and not just a quality of experience, but also a quality of experience for a human being, because Jesus is fully human, right? According to Trinitarians and the Church of the Bible, is an experience that is distinct from a being that does not have that experience, which is the Father, which the Bible also backs up.
Yeah, I already grant that this is not a controversial premise. The controversial premise is the fact that they have two different qualities means they're two different beings.
Yeah, because qualia is something experienced by a being.
Yeah, we agree that no. Look, it is agreed on that there is a being there, that they both reside in. God, the substance God. They both do. It's the same one though. You're trying to say no, it's two different ones.
Well, okay, if you want to make that argument, then that argument is like essentially the Cerberus argument when then you're talking about partialism. You can make that move if you want, but that's just partialism.
I don't know how it's partialism is.
Because you said they share one being. So it's essentially the Cerberus analogy.
Right? So
a Cerberus, right, the left head of the Cerberus has a different quality experience than the right head, but they share, quote unquote, a being, although that I don't necessarily even agree with that, but for the sake of the argument, we need to say that, right? That's just going to be partialism. The left head of the Cerberus is still going to be...
But you don't even know what a part is. You know what is denied when we talk about divine simplicity in terms of proper partment?
Yeah, you don't believe that. You believe it's all part of one. You don't believe that there's
using the word partment. I'm asking you, what is a proper? What is proper partment?
I don't know what you mean by proper parthood. Never heard that term in my life.
Which is important for figuring out that things can be divided or...
Okay, can you just explain it to me then?
Yeah, it's something that you could take away and it would cease being. But it's a contingent feature of it. And nobody's saying it's a contingent feature of God. These persons exist. Sadie is talking about the Father. That's true.
Yeah, so you're saying, right, exactly. So you're saying Jesus, right, needs the Father to be God. So it is literally a contradiction. Your belief is a contradiction.
But why does he need Jesus?
Because they're not proper parts. They just happen to make up what is God.
So the things that you can say that are
logically possible, it doesn't feel like
which one? Well,
proper classical logic.
I think logic is a subset of physics. So I think that there can be many different worlds, metaphysical worlds, where there's different logics.
Let me ask you, Charles, I'm going to bounce off that for a second.
If you're asking me about worlds that are like subsistent to logical relations, it's not going to really tell you about the order of like the way the world really could.
Well, let me ask you, do you believe that Jesus is the Messiah? Do you believe that the Father is God?
Yeah.
And do you also believe that the Holy Spirit is a symbol of God's power?
It's a symbol of God's power.
Yeah, can the Holy Spirit be a symbol of God's power?
Doesn't seem kind of seem fine.
You said what?
I said that seems fine. I guess like I don't know what you're baking.
Spectacular. So
I don't know what you're baking into that.
You're about to find out. So with those 3 points being considered, and with the question you just asked you, is it logically consistent or possible for there just to be, the Father is God, the Jesus, that? Why can't there, in a logical consistency? I know the Unitarian views, like, Jesus, the Messiah, he's not God. The Holy Spirit's like a symbol of God's power. The Holy Spirit's not God, but the Father is God. I mean, you have all what it takes to be a Unitarian instead of a Trinitarian, right? Not just based on the 3 questions I just asked you. Why does the Trinity have to be either separate? It could just be Unitarian.
I do not understand what you're trying to tell me. Where is this criticism?
Is there a Unitarian?
Okay.
The questions you just answered, the answers you just gave me. So
I feel like I also fill all the slots of being a Trinitarian.
Yeah, those bad cokes. because there are metaphorical understandings of those expressions that you can accept while maintaining that there are three, there's a triune Godhead.
Yeah, I
John? Yeah, okay, so what scope are you asking the possible?
I don't even know, because I take logical possibilities to be that
Are you asking me under like
classical logic?
The biggest scope that I have?
Yeah, for me it would be classical logic, but
I can conceive of many things. That includes that.
Okay, I don't know why you answered that. Well, okay, but fair enough. Okay, so then it's logically possible, right, that there's the Father or not Father, sorry, there's Yahweh, and there's no Jesus, and there's no Holy Spirit. Yahweh contains everything needed to have, metaphysics, ground of knowledge, all that, right?
If your argument be like logically possible, it's not going to do you very much.
No, just maybe entertain me for a minute, okay?
I mean, I'll probably just grant it.
Yeah, okay.
Because I think there's a metaphysically possible world that, trivialism is true. So
yeah, so the Father, Yahweh, he's saying Father, my God. Yahweh has everything needed to be fully God. And then what we find ourselves in this universe is a universe where, in addition to that, there is Jesus and there is the Holy Spirit. And he doesn't need them, right?
He doesn't need them in what sense?
In a logical sense, to be fully God.
Do you remember when I said to you, you don't have to go through this if, I already think there's a lot of metaphysically possible where trivialism is true. That world is going to say every single thing you could ever muster to say is true.
Okay.
And false at the same time. Everything.
Okay. Then if you believe in true contradictions, then
no, I don't.
Well, you just said you believe. You just said you believe. You just said you believe. I know you said you believe it's possible that there's a world where something's both false and true at the same time.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we live in that world.
Well, if you believe that's even possible at all, then I can understand why you believe in the Trinity. I believe
if you're operating with different understandings of possible worlds.
Yeah, so I can't give you an argument. I mean, I would just appeal the principle to explode. I can't give you an argument against the Trinity where you're not able to just appeal to something like that.
I don't think it's probably distancing a bit, although I don't.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know what that's how you believe this world operates. And we can just discuss this world with logical possibility and the laws of logic, right? I mean, it seems like you're afraid. It seems like you're afraid to be trapped in a corner and you're appealing to this
I'm literally telling you my commitments and you refuse to let me say it.
I agree with Charles.
I'm trying to trap myself right now by giving myself commitments that you can hold me to.
No, but what I just explained to you is if you believe that it's logically possible that a fact is both true and possible in a different world, right? If you believe that that's possible in any given world, then I can't give you any argument against the Trinity. Although I will say that the principle of explosion will apply here. That's going to be where the end of our dialectic is. You've essentially denied logic.
Do you hear what I said? Do you hear my response?
Yeah, it didn't address what I said at all.
Okay, well, just tell me what you think I said to them.
You said that doesn't mean we're in that world. We're in the world where logical, classical logic applies. Mm-hmm. Okay, but what I'm telling you is that if you believe that there's any world where it's possible that a fact is both true and false, then the principle of explosion will apply because you can say that we're in the world where that's not true, but then guess what? That can also be false at the same time.
No,
so the Trinity is incoherent.
Because that's two different modalities.
No, it can't. You're right. That's possible.
It's a different modality. So we're not holding fixed the same modality because if we're switching between logics, we're switching between what counts as a possible world.
Yeah, and my point is that if you deny classical logic is what governs every possible world, right? Even when we discuss possibility, we use the phrase possibility. We're describing what can be true given logic, right? like, is it possible? Yeah, is it logically possible? I can just guess.
In one no, we're not. We're doing it in one sense. That's one modality. You can describe what's possible under logic. You can describe what's possible under physics. You can describe what's possible.
I was just about to say that. So like, okay.
Well, that's inconsistent with what you said earlier.
It's not. No, I'm literally about to explain this. It's not possible for me to jump to the moon, right? But it's logically possible. It's the larger scope that I could jump to the moon right now, right? But it's not part of the metaphysics of this world, how this world we're in operates. But Albedo was saying that he believed that it's possible there's a world where a fact is both true and not true at the same time. And what I'm saying is, if that's possible at all, right, when quote unquote using the phrase possible,
When you say
and the
at all,
principle of explosion applies.
see, you keep switching
Yeah, in that world.
What you're holding.
How would we know which world we're in if we didn't have logical
I will
contradictions?
say explain it to you. Because what you're doing is you're saying, okay, we're going to fix what's possible given the logic. Okay, I agree with that. We can fix what's the possible world given classical logic. And you know what's an impossible world if we fix that? The trivialism world. Okay, that world's impossible. I agree with that too. But when you just give me, is it possible, or we don't fix any specific facts, and I'm able to like just kind of pick the ones out. I can think metaphysical modality. I could think some other modality. Anyone at once. Because you're not telling me what to specify as to what makes it even impossible. Yes, all of the possible worlds given classical logic are the worlds where classical logic applies.
Okay, but what do you think? Do you think that there's a world where classical logic does not apply?
Yes, there are metaphysical modality now. We're moving to a different modality. We're not talking about logic anymore. You understand that? Listen to me very carefully. We're not talking about logic. We're talking about metaphysics. And in the metaphysical space, there are different logics that can be applied. And those are different. Those can be
Okay, I got you. So my argument is that logical possibility is larger than metaphysics. It encompasses any given metaphysics, but still is what governs it.
I'll be the reason we use. Yeah, I don't accept.
Yeah, so then my only response to that then is that it then employs the principle of explosion. If you think of whatever modality, I don't even care, is that it's possible that logical contradictions are true, right? In any metaphysical world that you think could exist, then I mean the conversation ends there because you accept that contradiction to be true, and then hey, look, then maybe the Trinity is true.
I don't if we accept this logic,
but you don't. You believe it's possible. You said that.
When you say I believe it's possible, what's the modality?
It's in your view of metaphysics. Yeah, you believe that
you can't hold me to a specific logic at that point because right now I'm going to need to specify the logic.
Sure. And look,
so you can't just apply. Wait. We're moving on because we're in the metaphysical modality. We haven't specified logic. You can't then hold me to a principle of explosion, right? Because that's a logical principle.
Not to mention you'd regard the law of excluded middle, so the principle of explosion wouldn't even,
Right now we're not getting into a logical space. It is true that I don't really, right now I
Here's
by valence, LEM I might.
Yeah,
Here's what Albedo is saying. Imagine there's a bunch of pocket universes that he thinks are logically, or in some way metaphysically possible, I should say. And some of these pocket universes, classical logic doesn't hold, but like paraconsistent logic. That's the way he thinks about it. He doesn't say that those worlds exist, but that's the kind of logically, that's the kind of possible world. That's the kind of semantics he's using.
No, I get it. Yeah.
No, you don't get it.
No, I do.
Because you aren't. Because you spent like the last 15 minutes arguing against it as though you didn't understand.
No, his metaphysics is that there is a world, a potential world, according to his metaphysical possibility that classical logic does not apply.
Yeah.
He literally.
And you keep saying, well, that commits you to the principle of explosion.
Yeah, but we would be holding to that principle in those worlds.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So I guess.
Right. Or in those worlds, they got rid of disjunction introductions and.
So fucking. Let me not say the principle of explosion then. Let me say that would just be the dead end of the conversation for me.
Okay, that's fine.
But yes, can you tell me how the principle of exclusion works without bivalence? Go ahead.
I have to even read up about it again. I don't remember, but it's getting late. But the point is,
I feel like you're just dropping that.
If someone's metaphysics accepts that logical contradiction,
I don't have an argument. Thank you.
say whatever you want. It's very unpersuasive to, I would say, the vast majority of people who hold that logical possibility is going to be governing over metaphysical possibility. But if you don't accept that, then yeah, I mean, it's just a conversation dead end. Like, because showing a contradiction is.
Let me give you the intuition for why I don't accept that. Charles, do you think that logic is like something in your mind, or is it like the world is the logic?
Logic is the description for how the world operates.
Okay, but is that like a mind thing, or is that the way the world is?
Like, when we describe logic, it's just a linguistic for like how the world is.
And linguistics are the way in your mind, right?
Sure.
Okay. And then a separate question. Do you think the world dictates the way your mind is, or that your mind dictates the way the world is?
Dictate, though, I wouldn't use that verbiage, but
like the world, maybe I'll just reframe it. The world constrain the way that your mind could be.
Yes.
Okay, then you're closer to my position than your spiritual position, because you think that the world must come prior to any like systems of like language, and so if language is constrained by the world, then it can't be any bigger than the constraint of the world. So either it's the same space or the world space must be bigger.
But no, you're both wrong. It's
any given constraint is going to have to follow logic. Because even to describe it as a constraint or describe any of these things, right? Any point that you're making, right? The counter could just be true if you're not following logic.
Look, so I don't think you know what a logic means.
You think you've got me like trapped in some specific points, right? But all of your points are relying on classical logic too. Like that your point means its point. Yes, it does. Do you think the words that you're saying mean the words that they're saying?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with logic?
Okay, so any argument that you're giving, right, that metaphysics is a bigger scope, is going to still follow logic.
Look, Charles, what do you think it's required to be a logic? Like, what counts as it being a logic?
What counts as what being logic?
Like, why isn't this shampoo bottle a logic?
Logic is not like a thing that's like physically touched.
No, I'm asking, what are the requirements to be counted as a logic?
I don't even understand that question.
Okay, you don't think English is math, right?
Actually, in some ways it is.
Okay, do you think that letter A is the same thing as number 1?
No.
Okay, because you have some idea that one of them is different and counts as something else rather than the other thing.
Sure.
Right. And I'm asking, what makes something count as a logic? I'll just fucking tell you, because this is like gonna go nowhere. Look, logics have to have it's a system for deriving truths. Okay? Me just saying a proposition does not tell you about derivation. You do not need to derive anything, even if you can.
Any stuff that you're going to bring up, right, is going to rely on logic. You're utilizing logic.
To say a proposition does not require a car. Like, why do I need to infer?
Because when you say there is a car, there's underlying assumptions like car is car, right? There is refers to the specific location, right? The location is the location.
You understand that?
Yes, you utilize the laws to make logical inferences of logic. Use them.
My question is very similar to, have you ever taken logic courses?
I took philosophy like once in college.
Okay, so not logic. Like the formal system logic.
Well, I mean, it was like philosophy 101, so we focused primarily on logic. But
Well, that might be about logic, and that's fine. But
that's what we did most of the class. I mean, this is forever. I'm not claiming to be an expert. You clearly know.
Isn't what you're claiming albedo is that doesn't have a isn't that gonna be it's gonna have a truth value, right? Like what you're saying.
They're just like a bunch of like sublogics. They're just like a bunch of like sublogics within the domain of classical logic. It seems like this person has like a classical logic. It seems like this person has like a
Actually, you're about money.
I'm just I don't know. Are you trying to revert all the way back to that? Or within the last 2 minutes?
No, the last thing you said to him about propositions don't require logic, or there's no logic. Yeah. So is that not employing law of non-contradiction?
No.
Aren't propositions supposed to be bearers of true value?
Yeah, I think that's
I thought they must.
Or possibly to be a logic.
What does it mean for something to be true?
Well, that's a different type of here.
That's relevant.
Not relevant to this.
So you're saying you're saying that doesn't necessitate employing any logic or there's no logic inherent to that.
Correct, because you don't do any inferences.
But don't
logic are about inferences.
So if a proposition must have a truth value, and it cannot be both true and false at the same time, then how is that not?
But I'm not saying that. I just told you.
Wait, you're not saying what?
I'm not saying it can be those things.
I know, I just said you're saying that it can't.
Albedo is saying this is not this to be. He's just saying he personally thinks that the law of non-contradiction holds.
Yeah, I think that's a true of.
Or possible of the propositions, and he said yes, and then you said, so do you think that they can be true and false at the same time? He says no, yes, and then you said, so do you think that they can be true and false at the same time? He says no. That confuses you, but the
necessary feature of a proposition for it to have a true value.
Well, if you count neither as a true value, then sure.
Maybe you can speak on its I'm baffled. Isn't it? Maybe you can speak on its I'm baffled. Isn't it?
Very baffled. It's kind of like saying, Andrew, like, can you just put forth that you then use to manipulate those numbers? That you don't have to agree to some specific. It's not entailed that you apply classical arithmetic to those numbers. Like you can use some other formalism, some other formal framework, but the number itself can just be put out there in the world. 36, okay. But what can you do with 36? Well, that's where the formalism of, you have this arithmetic or that arithmetic. In classical arithmetic, you can't take the square root of a negative number, but in complex analysis, you can.
I get your thing, but like where this conversation, I'm not sure how that relates. What we're talking about.
That's completely. Well, it was in the stuff like this, like the tangent comes in somewhere. There was probably some point that was disputed, some term that was not understood properly, and then you get into these tangents.
Assuming it was some reason.
But yeah,
most of the time people are just going to want to say like you're talking about the wrong logic then or something, right? Like so you should actually adopt a different logic for metaphysics.
The intuition pump for what I'm doing. But like if people wanted to put forward why I should accept a particular one or something like that, like I'm open to that.
So Andrew, did you get the analogy?
Yeah, I got the analogy. I'm just not sure I agree with what being said. I mean, if
albedo. No. But do you understand what is going on?
Yes.
Okay.
If albedo is putting forward a proposition to Charles, and it's employing the law of identity and non-contradiction.
Yeah, I don't think it is. It's just a proposition.
But you wait. Isn't it built into what it means to be a proposition that it must be either true or false?
No.
Proposition is bigger.
Yeah,
Possibly true.
being referenced.
Okay, can flag the space and slots only so we can.
Yeah. A proposition has a truth value, right? Okay. A truth there, or it's capable of, or it's truth act to make it. Okay. Now, obviously, there are systems that have more than two truth values, right?
Yeah, but he's not in. Well, okay.
I do accept that. I don't accept that.
If I just can't show a proposition, you don't know whether I'm doing like fuzzy logical truth values with the
Right. But he's not putting up. If he's not telling me, well, that
In
seems
this
kind
world,
of.
I think Bob Yellis is false. In the actual world, I think
I
Bob
think
Yellis is false.
what's going on is like Andrew's talking about logic.
Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah, absolutely.
Andrew's talking about logic.
No, we get it.
Andrew's talking about logic at a meta level, and Alberto is talking about logic like a logical system level.
We all are.
Yep.
Exactly.
No, you're not.
Yes, we are. Anyway, Andrew, what was the question you were going to ask?
Well, I'm just saying. I mean,
it's not about propositions. Like, well, a lot of it gets complicated because there's a couple different ways of thinking about it. But like, usually, like, when you see it in first order logic, it's saying like, for all x equals x, right? So x is not a proposition there.
You need to study meta logic, so then you understand how Andrew's actually correct.
there's something that seems wrong here with the way that dialectic went.
It's meta logical, Andrew. They don't understand meta logic.
At the end there, when Albedo said that, to the context in which Albedo said that, it feels like kind of like there's some hidden commitments there that I don't think Charles would have been privy to at the time. That he can say, well, yeah, that's actually what I have operating in the background, but I don't think that's what is being carried when he says, like, this is the proposition I'm putting forward. Like, I don't think
That's a different issue.
Well, I'm kind of couching it. Yeah, go ahead. Do it, Charles.
Yeah, he said he believes it's a metaphysically possible world where facts are true. That's what circle is. So like I agree with Bob that putting out a proposition is 34, right? Is 34 true or false? There's no content accelerating.
34 is not a proposition, bro. He used my analogy. Yes. No, that was.
Bob, can you give an example of a proposition that has no?
The sky is blue. They're semantic constructs that have truth, that are truth pairs.
What about truth gap logics, Bob?
What about them?
You have
Do you think on those there's a truth value?
Yeah, because
Of propositions?
there are logics where there is a truth value, which is like and neither, right?
Right.
Like, so that would be a gap, right?
I get it. So gap, in truth value is a truth.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Wait, so Sully, I don't know if you heard
Part of it, but like whatever. If you don't like it, it's great.
So Sully, I don't know if you heard how it got to where it did that little part there when they were having the back and forth, because it felt like when Albedo put that forward, I just don't understand how that's not. I always understood that to be couched in these laws. And Albedo's presupposing those, at least in this context, he was presupposing those and putting them out there.
Like are doing, right? I mean,
yeah.
I'm usually just assuming everybody's like applying classical logical assumptions.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
But if you're getting into like the weirder logics, then yeah, this is not
Well,
wrong.
but that's what I'm saying. I don't think you took a shift in that direction. I mean, so the way that it's being presented, I
It
think
did take a shift in that direction.
well, no, sorry, that's not what I'm saying. I mean, the backdrop, I think, is classical logic, even though he's saying, well, it's not required.
Using that in all possible worlds, like we talked about the Trinity, and that's kind of where this conversation went from when he said that.
No, but like very early on in the pushback, in this particular exchange that started after the other guy was done, there was quickly a move or several moves made to bring it into these like, hey, I don't accept this principle, I don't accept that logic.
Yeah. The principle of explosion thing, though, when you brought that up, Charles, and he said, well, no, because you were saying like, look, unless you're gonna be employing some logic here, like you have to be just to be putting forth these propositions to me.
Like to put them forward to me, you need to be employing, you know, the laws of logic or it's classical.
No, but that's wrong. That's confusing. Because he was trying to hold me to like some global thing, and I said, well, if we're already fixing the logic, we're going to get certain, worlds that are possible or impossible. But that's not like the scope of every world. Like if you ask me to think of the largest scope, that's not the one for me because logic doesn't do that. I said that like if I wanted to pick the largest scope, it's like conceivable or something.
So you think there is like a thing to be mentioned here though, albedo, which is like, okay, you want to say kind of really inclusive metaphysical modality, right? But there's going to be like a logic that corresponds with that probably, and then that was my point.
But that one is going to be like way
finding divine properties and human properties. You're just debating the problem. It doesn't solve the issue. And when you deal with Jesus and you deal with the different modes of Jesus, this is undermining your claim anyway, which is a single being. So if we create,
you're putting the cart
2 kilometers from the verse, right?
No, are you a Muslim, Al?
Yes, you are. I'm a Muslim.
Yeah, I like L. Be nice to L. I like him.
I like him too. I don't have any commitments like that. He sounds like a dumbass.
Yeah. But just because you can't address the issue, insulting just makes you look like a dumbass.
What makes you think I can't address the issue?
So you don't understand.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yes, you are. You just don't understand.
It's a complete topic shift. A conversation about it. Like, what's wrong with that?
Better conversations are hypothetical. And they're not.
Okay, sorry, albedo. That was strike 5,000 immediately. Method conversations are hypothetical. So we just say, yeah, possible world where trivialism is true. And then Charles is like, well, just saying that to me, you're employing, just by you telling me that, that's holding things fixed. And you're employing this, you're trying to tell me that that's true. And it seems like are you saying that, so you're saying when you hear that, that's not employing, there's not like the background commitment to.
And if somebody is saying trivialism, they're obviously not talking about classical law, right? Because trivialism just violates much of classical law.
Yeah, just to be clear, no. He's saying this is what albedo said. There's a metaphysically possible world in which trivialism is true. And
I was sort of being a little good with that. I don't know which worlds are actually all the logics that are metaphysically possible outside of like maybe a handful. But like I was just throwing something out there. It was the first thing that came to mind.
Fine. I'm just trying to understand if this makes sense. So saying that there's a metaphysical world in which trivialism is true, saying that to Charles, hey, I'm putting this proposition forward to you, and you should accept this is, what I believe, and I'm putting this forward to you. Is that not relying on at least a couple laws, classical laws of logic? I mean, I don't understand.
That was my point. Albedo, my question to you is this: if we're talking about Jesus,
oh my God! Shut up!
Yeah, be quiet.
We can have the conversation. We can finish.
Shut up! Would you really?
Yeah. So the original claim that you make is
enough chances we get. Isn't there some, isn't that an implicit presupposition or whatever of laws of logic, at least, whatever, classical laws of logic?
I mean, wait, what is it that you're saying implicitly assumes the classical law?
Because he's putting forward the proposition he's saying this is true, this is what I affirm. I'm saying there's a metaphysically possible world in which trivialism is true. And Charles said, well, look, even just telling me that, just by you putting that proposition forward, you are employing classical laws of logic. I mean,
that's clearly wrong.
So you're saying it's so albedo is not, there's not some identity going on there, there's not some law of non-contradiction. Really?
No, there is not.
When he says this is true.
Yeah. You're saying this is true, no, it did not assume any of those things.
They think that because one thing's true, that means like globally it must hold or something. And that's what laws.
It's this half.
Okay, even just like, do you understand what a glut is?
Understanding of logic.
The idea is like a glut is what a diatheist says exists, right? Where there's some proposition that's both true and false, right? So if they just show up to you and say, well, hey, it's true, right? That doesn't mean that they're, assuming non-contradiction, right? Because it's true and false.
No, but he doesn't. I know, but Albino doesn't think it's true and false, right?
No, I understand. It doesn't assume with what Albino's saying. The deeper is what Albino's saying, which is something like the general notion of what a logical truth is, right? And a general notion of what a logical truth is that it's something that's going to hold across all conditions or contexts, right? Now, this is why I'm saying, like, you want to bring into alignment, like, whatever logic you're using to do metaphysics, right? That should be your logical modality, right? I think what Albedo is saying is, like, okay, just assume logical modality means classical logical modality, right? And then say, okay, I think metaphysical modality is more inclusive than that, right? Which is another way of saying, like, classical logic is not the right logic for doing metaphysics, basically.
Yeah, the way that the way that Sully's frame it, I actually probably would agree that there is some kind of principles of derivation that we can apply, and in that way, I probably would just say metaphysical and logical modality collapse. But those, I'm saying the formal systems that we have, like currently, those are like possible worlds, and they're a subset of metaphysics.
That's it. What does any of this have to do with the Trinity?
We can get off that. Does that make sense?
It's a meta conversation, Sia.
Yeah, the point was, I was trying to get to something about the Father Yahweh, right? And then he said, look, I believe that there's a possible world where a proposition could be both false and true, metaphysically, right? So, if he's committed to that, then I can't give any argument for the Trinity that he couldn't then just appeal to, well, it's at least possible under his lights, right, that's the case. So, I mean, to me, it just renders the conversation kind of meaningless, like, personally.
No, that's actually not the criticism. Propositional logic or something. Then I already think we're outside of the actual world. Okay? Because I don't think classical logic is the correct logic for this world. So we are already outside of that. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I mean, that's your belief. I think that, I'll say this.
Why do you keep bringing up the explosion? I didn't understand.
I'll say this, like, I think that, like, if the goal is to defend the Trinity to, like, laymen's or even somewhat well-educated people, but who aren't very well-versed in philosophy, that making that claim as kind of a way, I think that that's not going to do a lot of defending the Trinity to most people, including the Christian Andrew here. And I'll just say that.
I can assume classical logic. I don't think there's any contradiction. I don't think I need to get any of that stuff.
Well, wait.
If you're asking about my actual beliefs, and
yeah, which laws do you think? What about? I'm just curious. We can go right back to wherever you guys want to go. It's fine. I just want to project. I don't know, but like, what do you think? You said there's plenty of debate.
You're Reagan. I think
You
you're
are
trying to say there's plenty of stuff. Reasons.
I can't hear Andrew. Are you there?
Reagan.
Andrew, you're on.
Yes.
So, can you tell me? It's kind of tied up.
Andrew, are you
Wait,
there?
He's trying to come back. This way. Andrew, you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, honestly, can you tell me? I can hear you, so I'll cut out. But can you tell me what about the real world, the actual world, you think the possible laws don't apply, and why you think it's clearly false?
Yeah, I think that vague predicates just make it that bivalence is false, and possibly LEM as a result too. And I think if you give up bivalence,
valence, you have to give up classical logic. Pretty sure. Classical logic's a little bit of a fuzzy concept in itself, but I'm pretty sure if you give up bivalence, you are already subclassical.
I'm not sure about that, but
Yeah, those ones are kind of strange, but obviously you get to LEM equals definitely.
that's why I was confused as to what this other person he kept bringing up explosion.
Well, what about identity?
Well, I mean, like in propositional logic, I think identity is even a lot, but sure. Like,
That's correct.
generally, yes. Like if you're talking about like sort of logic, x equals x, sure.
Even like stripped down first order logic doesn't have to equal that. There's first order logic with identity when you get the equal stuff. And it's funny because Tomaszewski made this point when he was debating Danny about the Trinity, which was kind of funny. Danny messed that up real bad.
Yeah, he did.
So, yeah, but you think that the Trinity is consistent with classical logic, right?
Yeah, I think that there are a few different interpretations of the Trinity. I think relative identity is like your best bet if you're gonna go with classical interpretation. I'm sorry. Danny did how in that debate? Sorry, I just didn't hear it all. I thought he did pretty bad, but Chris Tomaszewski is like a legit ass philosopher, so it's not like okay. Yeah, actually.
Why would you do that?
Well, you got all your answers in, bro?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. Sorry about that.
So can we go back to the Trinity being logically, at least in classical logic?
Oh, you think so? Absolutely.
When is the Trinity? Sunny has written in the chat that it can be possible.
There you go.
Trinity is too. But how is it like using modalism or something? Like what are the ways?
Look, relativity, the kind of identity that you apply even in classical logic is not built into classical logic. You get like Leibnizian identity, and so you can use relative identity.
Yeah, so there's absolute identity, and then there's relative identity where identity is relativized to a sortal predicate. So like the idea is like you can have a sortal predicate like I don't know, like let's say something counts as an apple, right? So you have x and y, they both count as apples, and they happen to count as the same apple. So like between x and y, you count one apple, right? There are cases where x and y count as the same f but different g's, and this is like the formal structure that's used for relative identity. So you can think of it like this: like with relative identity, you're putting a little predicate letter above the equal sign. Okay, so it's not just like these two things are absolutely identical. It's these two things are identical relative to a sortal predicate, right? And if you do it that way, yeah, you can give a consistent formal interpretation of the Trinity, but then there's still like a bunch of kind of like semantic work that you have to do further from there. But it does resolve like the formal contradiction at least.
Without
So
following.
you mean like father is equal to and not equal to G and son. So basically father and son
The transitivity.
Okay.
Because its transitivity is assuming that argument is absolute identity.
That's correct.
Give me an example of like relative identities. Like
Your people. Like Narcissus is the same person as she was 5 minutes ago. So you have.
Yeah, like that's what we do is like personal identity.
You're building all that stuff.
Sunny or Eric?
so that is the same person 5 minutes ago. Yeah, but it's they have the same they don't talk.
That's like an example, a classic example of relative identity. And obviously, there's a distinction between the object and the thing that it's made out of. But we don't want to enumerate those as two things as absolute identity relations would dictate for us to do, right? It doesn't seem to fit our intuition, right? Like if you have a wooden table that's made out of wood, we don't want to say there's the table and the wood there. These are two.
They're the same of one thing, but a different of another.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So if you have one lump of clay, Nargis, you can make it into one figure, right? And then you can smush it together. You're dealing with the same exact atoms, and you can make another figure.
Correct.
So in one sense, it's the same thing because it's the same atoms. But in another sense, they're different things because they're different images, like they're different figures. That's the kind of idea.
Now, like, this is absolutely true what Bob says. I think, like, Michael Ray
Ray takes it a little bit further, because like the problem with just leaving it at that is that it can result in like modalism, right? You just have these different times, right? Michael Ray expands the view a bit by saying, no, you can't have multiple distinct hylomorphic compounds at the same time simultaneously. Like what the pillar and the statue would say, like you have the lump of clay, you form it into like a pillar and a statue simultaneously for one and the same clay, right? Michael Ray here takes it a little bit further than the traditional Aristotelian view, where he says, well, then we would count these as two hylomorphic compounds, the pillar and the statue, but they're counted as one material object, even though these are two distinct hylomorphic compounds, so that we would have a real distinction between the two hylomorphic compounds. They're fully the clay sortal, right? Each one, but they're not counted as two clay objects, but one clay object, because they're made out of the same lump of clay, like Bob was saying. From there, you just apply that analogy to the Trinity. The divine essence plays the role of matter, the persons play the role of hylomorphic compounds, and here we go. That just, for me, that's like my favorite model of the Trinity, by the way.
When the Father has aseity, how do you show that the Father has aseity?
Yeah, this depends on the model. Like, there are Trinitarians who say, like, the Father is absolutely identical to the essence, and, like, the person, that's, like, the monarchical view, I think.
I know that view.
I don't take that view. I think the view that the three persons are relatively identical to the essence. So the essence of Christ. Sorry?
Why don't you think the monarchical model?
Oh, like there's many issues with it. I think like it is tritheistic, but I think like it'll be like explain it further.
You've gone the stage
it's not that
it's for the Trinity. I think you really resolve in tritheism.
Source, right? There's this Father, there's the ultimate source for these two other beings, right? The Son and the Spirit. I mean, they'll say there's one big G God. The problem with that is you will have to concede that in some sense there are three gods. Right? Yeah. But I mean, it's still. I mean, you can still say it's monotheistic in the sense that it has this one source. And for a lot of people, it is. For a lot of people, that's fine. Like for a lot of people, that resolves the issue for them. For me, it's not aesthetically pleasing to me, right? Say that in some sense there are these three gods. It's not pleasing to me, right? This is, for me,
It is three gods. Is that intelligent or is it logic?
Yeah, I don't really like to say that in some sense there are these three gods, small G gods, especially when we're talking to Muslims, right? It might not be that good.
They're right if they say the entailment of such a model is tritheism, right? Like three gods.
In some sense, right? But in other sense, it's monotheistic. If you're
like Alvito was saying, like if it's qualitative, then it's just like how it's motivated or how it's understood. So he was saying some time ago, like if it's qualitative, then yeah, I mean, no one ever says like there are three gods, right? Although that is the actual entailment of the monarchical model.
Correct.
It's saying like
that's
so it's not quantitative, so it's kind of cool. Still, I mean, that's not the model. I do like that model, but I think it has troubles.
The model is good because it doesn't, like, growth by entity is very controversial, right?
Yes.
Yeah, right. A lot of people don't really like it. It can be construed as
like a cult, like
yeah, it can be like construed as a cult, that type of thing. With monarcho-trinitarianism, it avoids these controversial relations that one might like incur as a cost in its metaphysical system, right? Like you're not adopting these controversial identity relations like about identity. That's like the cool thing about monarcho-trinitarianism, I guess. But I don't like to say that in one sense there are these three small G gods. It doesn't boast well for me.
But that would be like the entailment of independency, right? Of son to father, for example. That would be the necessary entailment. That a small G does follow a capital G. It's such a
do you mind if I ask you a question?
What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, what do you think about personal identity? So specifically, I'm asking this because you said we have to adopt controversial identity assumptions. It seems to me that your personal identity, like your identity over time, you're already committed to these so-called controversial identity assumptions. Specifically, you're identical. You're the same person as you were
20 years ago, in some sense, but in a different sense, you have different features.
Yeah, you can say like it could motivate rather than it and say no, actually, you have to accept it in a way if you want to say like you're the same person over these periods of time, right? Actually, like some people have divided rejoinders to that, like Venus, for example, and say, well, actually, a really good solution to the problem of personal identity over time is a theory of time. Like if someone's an a theory of
that you are now, right? You can still, on a theory, you can still make meaningful statements about the past and the future.
Well, I guess like on a theory of time where the past doesn't exist, there wouldn't be this relations that we're asked to state what it is, right? Because
not so much about relations, it's about explaining the truth of certain propositions. Like proposition, you were the same person that you are now, has a true value on a theory of time, right? Because the true value propositions about the past on a theory.
I don't know, maybe, right? Yeah, but I do agree with you, like generally, right? Like this is a problem, right? Personal identity through time. I don't feel like
solution would be actually certain people adopt perdurance theories, as in you exist as person stages, but these person stages are just like parts of you.
Yeah,
they're not like the entire person is composed of person like parts.
Yeah, like this.
And that's like a really bizarre view.
I mean, these other answers, like, oh, you know, there's like a billion, I go out down throughout these different time intervals, or oh, there are these billion parts of this one person.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to fit my intuitions and others, right?
And there's like the time where version where you're just like,
yes, that's the perdurance account. So thank you.
Well, there's different interpretations of that. There's endurantism too, and there's like, you know, basically once you're talking about time works, you know, then you can treat part and whole relations separately.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Why is no way to do that stuff?
Well, the overarching point here is that if you reject these so-called controversial identity assumptions, then you have to adopt something like time worms or person stages, perdurance accounts, which seem equally problematic.
They don't use functional identity. Coptics don't use functional identity. It's basically what Chuck's They use a mystical explanation.
Oh, that's another good point you brought up. Functional identity is another example where identity persists despite the differences in properties between two different objects.
You say it's a subsistent relationship, and Coptic would say it's a real hypostasis. It's just less abstract on the Coptic view.
Yeah, so it seems to me there are no good arguments against the relative identity view.
I don't think there are like good arguments. Like at the end of the day, it's just going to be a matter of intuition, right? Like some people, like, I was just saying it's controversial. I don't think there's going to be an argument per se.
But the natural intuition people have leads them to relative identity. It doesn't lead them to the idea that perdurance or time worm views. Like it doesn't lead them to the view that you exist as a person stage, and right now you're just part of a four-dimensional time worm. That's a really bizarre view that philosophers have conjured up.
I agree. I think actually, also I really like relative identity just as a standalone solution to the problem material constitution, right? Like asking a question of an object and the thing that explains.
When was relative identity introduced?
I think Period Teach formally introduces it in 1960, right? It being a formal term, relative identity, right? Michael Ray believes that like material homomorphism actually does use relative identity in a way. But I mean, Aristotle says like one in being, but not one in number, or one in number, but not one in being, right?
But you can take act is F. X is also G, and F and G are not identical.
You know,
isn't that a form of relative identity?
Yeah, so you have like two things that are the same F but not the same G, right? So there's a distinction between them, but yet you're counting as one thing, right?
So like the ship of thesis thought experiments would be like some Greek philosophers preferred relative identity solutions to ship of thesis.
Yeah, some people argue that. Yeah. so they'll say it's not like a new concept, but formally speaking, using the term relevant identity and formalizing it was done like reached the 1960s.
But not some implausible fringe view that theists or Christians have come up with to solve Trinity, the problem of the Trinity.
Yeah, like Michael Ray believes that the church fathers actually held to like a form of relevant identity, but drawing out the doctrine of the Trinity.
Well, it's not the kind of worry that you should even be concerned with, because whether something is like weird is like irrelevant. So.
Correct. Like to solve the problem, the logical problem. Yeah, you're right.
Well, you don't solve the problem. You use a mystical explanation. You're using patristics. Catholics are using a more metaphysic and a deeper explanation. You're going to say, well, there's no relations with the persons, and we're saying no, there is real distinctions. So you want to get away from using relational. We're saying the essence, the attributes are not the relational qualities. The essence is the same. Do you believe that he's gonna? Does he believe that Jesus is the Logos is the first cause, right? I think
So the reason I said that is because some people say this is just an ad hoc move Christians make. It seems to me that's the most popular objection, is that it's logically coherent, but the metaphysics seems
not that hard. Like I said, you could justify relevant identity by providing it in these different contexts, right? Like isomorphism, material constitution, personal identity over time. Once you accept relevant identity because of these, then you can apply it to the Trinity, right? So at this point, it doesn't become ad hoc, the move that you make by applying relevant identity to the Trinity.
Yes, seems to me in like regular mundane situations we use, people apply the concept of relative identity.
Correct. That's the claim Michael Ray actually makes. Like, for example, let's say you have a piano that's made out of wood, right? A wooden piano. And when you go and sell the piano, do you say, hey, there's the piano plus the wood? You just sell it as one object, right? From there, you actually did use relevant identity. You did count it as one thing, even though there are distinctions within from its material, from the sortal, right? But the thing is, but we're not counting them as two objects, the piano and the wood that it's made out of, right? We usually count it as one.
Some use the piano when they cut them up in pieces of wood, and then it's still the same substance. So, but there's different qualities in using that substance in different ways, and bending it or cutting it into whole pieces and so on and so forth. It's still made from the same substance.
Yeah. So after that, so if you sold the piano and the piano was cut down and made into a chair, then do you say that the piano and the chair are distinct, but the absolute identity is the same? I don't think we would do that, right?
Yeah, maybe we should. If you want to find, this analogy, maybe we would so I was maybe you could construct like different analogies in which we wouldn't apply relevant identity that wouldn't seem to fit our intuition, right? But the analogy I was providing, I think it seems to fit our intuition, right? When we have assuming that we're not going to cut up the piano to different pieces, right? Or whatever you want to do with it, right? Let's say you just have the piano and it's made out of wood, right? Usually we wouldn't count these as two objects, the piano and the wood. We would just count it as one wooden piano object, right? Even though there's a distinction between the wood and the piano. So by applying absolute identity, you would count them as two objects, but here we count them as. But usually the way we count these things is by saying that there's one object there. That would be an analogy of relative identity, because we are acknowledging there's a distinction, but we're not counting them as two objects. That's what absolute identity relations would dictate for us to do. And from there, we are actually accounting by relative identity, as Michael Ray suggests. And we do that often with many different other types of scenarios. When it comes to material constitution and stuff. Like, for example, if you have your hand and you fold it into a fist, right? It's still the same hand, it's still the same object, different forms of the same hand, right?
The Catholics are just going to say this distinction without division is grounded in relational of origin. It's origin. That's why you're able to make the chair from the substance of the piano. Because the origin is of a substance that can be a chair also.
He's saying the same thing. I think he's saying the same thing.
I apologize if I interrupted Bob. Bob, maybe you wanted to speak and I kept interrupting you. I apologize.
No. What I'm trying to say is that we're using, our method is using philosophical and metaphysical explanation. They're using a mystical and patristic explanation, the Coptics. So this is the difference. They can appeal to mystical.
Well, I mean, I like to engage in philosophy. I like to engage maybe people who are not Christian and try to explain the way
we spoke about before they finalized. So if we want to use analytical philosophy, then we're going to get kind of lost a little bit. So I mean, it'd be nice if it's possible that we use the Thomistic framework, and then you guys can pick apart that. But when we have these general terms or we use generalities, then we're going to get lost in explanation, and we're going to be talking past each other. So saying relative identity and an analytical sense is going to drive us away from what Thomas is saying, or a Thomistic view is saying. So let's use the metaphysical baggage that the Thomists are using, and then argue from there. Yeah, but that rarely happens because Thomas, the Thomas Aquinas has so much. He wrote so much throughout his life that he has so much writing. People don't like it. No one's really ever going to be an expert. No one's ever really an expert in Thomistic theology, so it's great.
A lot of people, the problem is
it is, but it's hard to it's like
I guess like all people would say, especially philosophers, that Thomism is like there's a lot of gibberish and unintelligibility. Venus makes that argument, like Venus. Right, Bob? Yes.
Nonsense. Well, that can be an argument that you can bring up. That can be an argument that you bring up, but first you would have to steel man Thomistic view, and then demonstrate why it's gibberish.
All they have to do is ask what you mean, like when you make these statements, right?
Like what statement?
Like for example, that God doesn't have any properties, right? What does that mean?
Yeah, what's wrong with that? The persons are real distinctions. They're not separate beings.
No, I'm talking about like.
There's no distinction in the essence, but there's distinction between the relation of origin.
Yeah, like
so if you're just going to ignore that and not look into what I said, I'll put it in the chat.
No, but make a try.
And you're just going to use, analytical philosophy, then we're going to be talking past each other.
Yeah, like make a try. Yeah, like for example, also when you say like there's a minor version or a major distinction, there's like 13 different distinctions between objects. It's like great, like
it's like exponentiality, bro. Stop, it's so nice.
Oh, so rapid.
I mean, it's so true.
I think
first of all, I don't think potentiality should be a way for us to explain God. So I'm not. Maybe you guys are used to talking Muslims. They use that word, but I don't use that word.
It's the worst.
Well, neither do the Thomists because they don't think God has potentiality.
God does have potentiality because it's an actualized being. Why are we giving potentiality for like a contingent being who needs to get actualized?
God is fully actualized.
Yeah. We're saying it is the case.
God is actualization itself. So why would a God of potentialism making up a weaker God?
The Son does what the Father does. If you want, I can pull up the verse. I'm just using that. I'm kind of like summarizing the verse, but
Son is what the Father does. Is hindsight for what the Father did, what the Son does. There we go.
I guess, Bob, if we say anything, I guess you could
say it like that and just ruin every conversation. I mean, that's possible too. That's allowed.
That is possible.
That's by the way,
John 5:19. So I'll explain it. It says the Son can do nothing for himself, but only what he sees the Father do. But whatever the Father does, the Son does likewise. That's John 5:19. These have deep metaphysical meanings. Framework of the Trinity. Yeah, Bob. I guess if you're not interested in the conversation, we could switch it. You could change the conversation. Let's just change the conversation. I guess.
No, we don't have to change the conversation. It's very deep.
This is see. The winds are aligned.
Right now, reading the chat, there's someone saying your argument. You think that the incarnation is a logical contradiction of your it's not compatible with classical logic. Do you think, or
No, of course that's fine.
oh, okay, yeah.
I made a lot. The problem is like these people want to assume a lot of stuff in the background.
Yeah.
I said some things in response to what he's saying, even if maybe part of it was incorrect. I said he was trying to put forward as like, if he showed something is logically possible, that means he's ruled out like the actual world is. But logically possible kind of assumes a very specific logic, which I may or may not even be agreeing to.
Yeah.
If he's assuming classical logic, I'm already disagreeing.
Yeah.
Because I don't think classical logic is the one that describes this.
Yeah.
You have a lot of idiots crying bitches in the side chat.
This universe or this world, and somehow that vindicates classical logic. Real world and therefore classical logic. Like fucking.
Well, classical logic is where we deal with the real world, so.
Consistency is like Sally's most favorite, I think. Alternative logic.
In the real world, bro. Yeah, in the real world, talk about logic, talking about the Trinity.
His argument was like, if I can show a difference between
We're talking about stuff. Don't people realize?
He was just calling out like distinction and puzzle on, that's what.
Yeah.
It was an intuitive response. It was like, wow, distinct persons, distinct gods.
Yeah, but that's the argument, right? And he's just saying, because my feet, I kept asking, I asked him twice.
Did you introduce her? Did you tell her what relative identity?
Well, I did say that first. But it never actually got touched on.
Yeah, so that was just all the.
But I don't understand. He had really strong opinions about the semantics and the logics, but he also freely admitted that he read very little on the topic and wasn't really sure about the metalogic aspects of it. Metalogic aspects of it.
The moment is.
Why do you have such strong opinions? Like, I don't understand what's wrong. They're really wrong, but also I don't really know. Really, more. Like he said, more, way more than me about this topic. But also, you're really, really wrong. Okay.
It's just listen. If a Muslim is objecting against the Trinity, it's because there's something about it. It's something about it that they want it to be true, right? There's something about that. Well, it sounds like a Muslim objection when you keep saying to you, no, the persons are not beings.
It was an atheist guy. Charles was having this argument with.
Al is the one making comments in the chat.
Oh, Al.
No, Al is someone who just kept wanting to change the topic and wasn't allowed to. But he can come up. I invited him back up to make the argument if he wants to.
Yeah, this is the reason why, engaging in Trinity with some Muslims. That's why I commend Mikhail, because at least he gives an explanation, he breaks it down.
He's not
good.
Other possible worlds and other.
Here we go.
That wasn't the topic of the once. Al, you can make the argument if you want to.
Yeah. What I wanted to do was bring it back to the actual topic of the That's what I wanted to do. So that's not.
No, that's fine.
That's not.
If was changing the topic from what we were talking about then.
What happened was Albedo pointed at something shiny and you all jumped on it to realize otherwise.
Yes, there was a tangent about something they disagreed on. So you were in fact changing the current topic.
Relevant to the
Thank you. Now you say that, but nobody agrees with you and nobody cares. So you just make the argument.
Thank you for agreeing. Yo, I feel whether the Trinity is possible in some other universe with other logics, who the fuck cares? Exactly.
That's not what was said, you fucking retard.
Exactly. And he's talking about some other already. The reality is official.
He had questions. He wasn't tracking. He was like, well, he wondered a bunch of stuff, and then he didn't really like object to the responses he was given. How is he the one tracking? Fucking more.
If you look at fuzzy logical parable, consistent logic. If you look at fuzzy logical parable, consistent logic. No Christian would use that, because what it does is it tolerates. No Christian would use that, because what it does is it tolerates things like contradiction and mystery.
And that's also a Christian who does, but he's obviously a minority. I agree.
Yeah. So using shiny objects in far distance and letting these guys jump on it doesn't actually address the issue. So we're dealing with classical logic. Why? Because it's this world. And Christianity appeals to classical logic. And what you have is incarnation of Jesus.
I disagree. Well, I think this world doesn't appeal to classical logic. But the question about whether it's a contradiction is something I already hold to. It's like I don't think contradictions are true. And so if the question is trying to show me a contradiction, then yeah, you would show me that in this world, it's impossible. Like, that can't actually be the case. And I would accept that if you could do that.
So you'd agree it's impossible. Incarnation of Jesus is impossible in this world, based on classical logic.
I'm saying if there is a contradiction, then it's not true in this world. That's what I'm saying.
If there is a contradiction, it's not true in this world. But isn't Christianity trying to appeal to this world? Wasn't Jesus within this world?
Right, that's what I'm saying. If you show me it's a contradiction, I'll just stop being Christian.
Yeah, the incarnation is the issue.
Oh, look how you weren't tracking at all, Al. Look how you weren't tracking at all. Because that wasn't the problem.
Well, I'm identifying the problem. I'm expanding the one. And I've already said in text.
Yes, you misidentified the problem.
No, I'm addressing what someone else said. Don't speak for somebody else. You was trying to make the argument. You weren't. Your faculties didn't allow you to understand the argument. Your faculties didn't allow you to understand the argument, and this is your response.
I mean, that's just vacuous rhetorical
If
noise.
you're ignorant, just be quiet. That's educated.
More vacuous rhetorical noise. I mean, you can't teach anyone anything.
No one cares what you have to say. I'm speaking out.
That's demonstrably false. But that is true of you, though. That's true of you, though.
You trying to make a friend, Bob? You ain't got no friends.
What is this?
I'm speaking to Albedo. So in other words, shut up.
Okay.
Muppet. Mute yourself. I'm speaking to Albedo. Mute yourself, Bob. No one wants to address you.
That's also false.
I said earlier you're a Muppet. I don't want to address you.
Don't recycle your jokes for us.
Don't speak with myself, Bob. You're beneath me.
Okay.
I'm addressing Albedo. So
you are molding hard, my dude. Just continue the conversation. I guess you're really mad.
There we go. That means because no one wants to address you.
Stop molding. You just
again, you do get one. I don't want to hear your voice. So I don't want to address you. So be quiet.
I don't care.
So be quiet. Oh, you want to be my friend, is it? Well, okay, let's be friends.
No, you're a dumbass.
Yeah, let's be friends.
Just like. Yeah, please.
No one wants to address you.
Please continue.
No one wants to address.
Stop repeating yourself and just continue the convo.
Do you know what be quiet means? Let's say you're different.
Yes, but I don't have to take orders from you.
You know your mouth, put your lips together and don't speak.
I'm trying to get him to
exactly. I want to speak to Albedo.
You guys are fighting
over this
word. That's what's going on.
I just want you to Albedo. I don't want to deal with Muppets like Bob. Shows his intelligence. He shows his ignorance.
What would you like to know?
So going back to what I was saying, when we're talking about incarnation, how is incarnation coherent with logic? Well,
classical logic.
I mean, I guess like there's no inconsistencies given the rules.
Explain.
I don't know how else to. Like, supposedly you're coming to me with a problem rather than just asking me a question.
Okay, so you want me to define the problem?
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Okay, so you believe Jesus has one essential being, right? Which is the same as the being of the Father.
Yeah.
Agreed? But there's different persons.
Between the Father and the Son.
Yeah, between the Father and the Son. So earlier, I think it was Christian, they were trying to make this argument. They were trying to say the mental states of Jesus and the Father are not the same. Yeah. Likewise, the physical states of Jesus and the Father are not the same. As a result, there's a contradiction. Because so they would have to be the same to be the same being. Now,
but wait, before you move on, that statement I don't agree with.
I'm not, which I'm happy with.
Right, but that's like going to be the thing that needs to be shown. Why?
No, because there's a theological argument that you're presenting. So you're presenting a theological argument, and we can go. So the theological argument is we're not talking about the modes and the persons. We're talking about the essence. True.
Talking about the essence in terms of what?
So they have the same essence. They come from the same essence. They're the same being. They're not the same person. So that's the theological argument against it, right?
Yeah, because different persons don't imply the same or different essence.
The point, yeah. But the point being is this: if you look at the entity of Jesus and you look at the entity of God the Father, God the Father is not corporeal, right? He's eternal. Jesus the Son is human, mortal. In terms of mental, God is omniscient, immutable. Jesus is limited. He has experiences, he has growth, he has ignorance, he has pain. So the physical states differ, the mental states differ, the experience differs.
Yeah, but why were you saying that those are part of the essences?
No, what I'm saying is the theological response would be that the essence is the same, but the personhood is different. I'm just establishing a work here.
I'm just saying the essence is just, we'll just say the three armies, just to make it easier.
Yeah.
If you think that there's more, we can talk about that if relevant.
But no, that's fine.
Okay. So all these other things about like one went through pain and one didn't is kind of relevant.
Yeah, so the Father and Son are the same being in essence, but they're distinct in personhood, right? This is what your claim is. Yeah. Okay, so there's issues with this. So first of all, what you're doing is you're redefining identity. So if we talk about logic and identity, it requires sameness of properties.
Yeah, I agree, but that doesn't tell us if we're talking about absolute or within the context.
Say that again, sorry.
Like when we say X is the same as Y, that doesn't tell us if we're talking about just some of X and some of Y, or all of X and all of Y. Sometimes we just mean it within the context.
So explain the context here.
I have the same car as you.
Identity one against, like, I am the same person I was yesterday.
There's something, but like if I just
But
say
like,
I have the
I'm
same
not
car as you,
absolutely identical because there's differences between me today and yesterday, right?
just think about this for a moment, and obviously this will be kind of just the ambiguity of the language, but just for now, work with it. If I say I have the same car as you, does that mean that we actually just drive the literal same object, or is it that we both possess the same kind of car? Because the language of same doesn't denote anything in specific. It just talks about similarities between and other things.
Yeah, but when we talk about same divine essence, see what you're doing is you're risking semantics here. Well, you're appealing to semantics. Calling two beings with radically different properties the same, you're stretching the ordinary meaning of identity here.
I'm just not talking about the entire object.
It was a personal identity over time. You're not the same in terms of all your properties as you were yesterday, right? Some of your properties are different.
or either. Are you saying God was different yesterday? Obviously, that's not what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's a part of this thing for what it is.
This isn't the strongest argument, right? So
That's the point of this. There is a common sense usage of identity, right? Which doesn't mean that you share all the same properties, right?
No, in ordering logic, identity requires sameness of properties.
Listen to what I'm saying. There's an ordinary usage of identity, as in like I'm the same person I was yesterday. It doesn't involve all the properties being the same, right?
Do you agree with that? If you said something,
sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I missed a bit, so I think I cut off.
Say there's some usage of identity where not all the properties have to be the same, right? Because like I'm identical to who I was yesterday, so I'm the same person. But the point is that I don't share all the same properties as the person yesterday, right? Some change between them.
Okay. We can do the specifics. Like if you.
No, I'd rather go into the other terms.
Okay.
What I would say is, if you look at them, I think it's Leibniz's law. Then what do you indiscernibility of identicals?
Yeah, but that's assuming the absolute.
Yeah. So if A equals B, then every property of A is a property of B.
Right, and we're trying to
Again,
what
he's just asserting because real world, because real. I'm giving him an example from the real world, from ordinary language, right? I'm giving him an example, and he's just brushing it aside.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
It's not because he's just saying because it's God, immutability is not the question.
It's not about
We're not talking about change, yes.
Yeah, you need to explain that.
Well, you didn't mention.
Okay, let's move on to because this isn't the strongest argument, and I don't really want to, So if the Son's fully human and he's fully divine,
Like one is mortal, one's not mortal, or something.
They're mutually contradictory properties in the same respect.
Yeah, and there is a resolution to this that I was kind of opposed to at first, but maybe it seems okay. I think that this is like the thing I have the bigger problem with, well, especially between the two, but it shows otherwise. Like conditionally, it seems like Adam and Eve could have been immortal if they hadn't, done anything wrong. Then they would be from the tree of life indefinitely. That means they're just not mortal. But some people would actually say the essence of a human. Yeah, the essence of a human is like to be like a rational being or something, and the essence of God is,
For example, make the move by saying like, oh, like even though we're all mortal, all human beings, it's not like an essential property. We can call it like a common property. It's found within all of us, right? But it's not essential. Usually, what might also say Adam and Eve story before the fall, they were immortal, right? So like, but after the fall, all humans seem to be like mortal. And they'll say that that's just a human common part. It's not essential for you to be considered a human being, as Adam and human beings before the fall, and they did all the properties, right?
Because we're dealing with being, right? Kind of being simultaneously not all things and being ignorant at the same time. And that's the incarnation paradox, or one aspect of it.
Okay, so you think Jesus is both omniscient and non-omniscient?
Well, that's what Christianity asserts.
I don't think. Wow, I would say that no.
Of Jesus.
Natures don't know things.
The human nature of Jesus, because this is why I went through it to begin with. I said to you, from mental properties, was Jesus limited in knowledge?
Well, limited is like probably serious word there, because if you take the kenosis approach, they're going to say he emptied himself willingly. But what emptiness?
Yeah, but it doesn't explaining what it is doesn't change anything.
Okay, well then we would just say he's always omniscient. I mean, that's really going to be the crux of it. It's like he's never not omniscient.
Let's look at it from a physical, because this is kind of wording for the sake of it. Because we established this at the start. I said God the Father is non-corporal, right, and he's eternal.
Yeah.
Jesus has a human body and is mortal.
Yeah.
So that's not the same in the two, right? Their physical state's different. And we spoke about mental properties. God the Father's omniscient, immutable. And I think I said Jesus is limited. He has experience of growth. He has a level of ignorance, and he went through pain. So the mental things.
God is impassible, but he can't be impassible because Jesus gains new experiences, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, that's like, I mean, you gotta separate the problem of the incarnation and the problem of the Trinity. They're two different things. You can have the Trinity where, like, Jesus is never incarnate, and so the problem of the Trinity would still be there, but if there is a problem, regardless of the incarnation. So it's like, these are two different things.
Yeah. So the incarnation problem should be like its own problem.
And this is genuinely asking how did the Trinity become true?
That's what the second person is.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I got the stuff.
Yeah, but we have to make it real, right? Jesus lived. And was funny.
But it is real.
The point is there's no fucking God, right?
Yeah.
And there is a separate sort of line of argument.
What I'm saying so is you can't take it out of the context of Christianity. You can't cherry pick one.
But we can still focus on one thing at a time.
But let's focus on Christianity. Let's not focus on.
Do you think there's a problem without the incarnation?
Say that again, sorry.
Do you have a problem without the incarnation? Is there a right or two?
I really don't know what that means, because when I'm dealing with Christianity, what are we talking about here? We're talking about essence of person. That's the
I can't believe you vouched for this person, Peter.
So we're talking so Peter, we're talking about essence of person here, right?
Really, really stupid.
I can be friends with even if you think he's stupid. I can be friends.
I agree. I just like it surprises. Yeah, that's a good thing.
I'm also talking about incarnations where you're starting to talk about two natures, and you should resolve the issue of
Two wills exactly, and you need to resolve the wills first.
Usually, it's like the problem is like the two-person problem.
What's
like the historical one.
or like the problem a lot of people might pose is like, how can one person be, for example, fully omniscient by the omniscient side of things? Yeah.
I think the impassibility one is kind of an interesting one. Actually, I've never really considered that one before. If the second person's impassible, but Jesus learns something.
Sorry, talking about what the impassibility.
Yeah, I mean,
but you were like,
he's impassible.
Yeah, so I really like the model that suggests the compositional model. Like, a lot of people will offer, like, the idea that composite objects can have multiple different aspects that can have contradictory properties. Like the body soul composite analogy, right? Like, you have the body being material, the soul being immaterial. So you can have, like, you can say, like, the human being is both immaterial and material, and it's used in different aspects of what it's seen being, because it's a composite being. Likewise with Christ, he would be this composite object that has a divine aspect and a human aspect. These contradictory properties are going to be attributed to different aspects of what I'm the same composite being. So, like, people will suggest that the LPI, the logical of the incarnation, assumes that Christ is a simple being or a simple object, and not one of not the composite object. Right?
So to answer your question, why am I not addressing one without the other? Why am I not? Because we're talking about so the last person that was speaking about being this one. I'm saying this is ambiguous now. Ontologically, it's ambiguous. So if we have
you can have composite.
So essentially what I'm saying. So essentially what I'm saying, albino is this.
Can you go now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying like you can have you believe that you can have composite objects that can have different properties and different aspects of that one and same object, so that Christ has a divine aspect and a human aspect. This one comes would be impassable with respect to his divine aspect, impassable with respect to his human aspect, as being construed as a composite being, right, or a composite object, right?
And the problem issue about passability though is targeting something very specific already, namely like mentality or something. You know, obviously they didn't really think of it, like they didn't use those words back then, but we're trying to translate it into modern language. And I think
the same mind, right? So you can have like one in the same mind that has divine mental properties and human properties are attributed to different aspects of its one.
So you want to say that Jesus like gets for lack of a better word, a bigger mind?
Sure, if you want to call it that, yeah. It could be right. So that the two particulars are counted as one particular, even though they're still distinct. That's how it
has to be divided into like something like we have like the subconscious and maybe the conscious, but it's all one mind.
Superconscious. Yeah, exactly. But however, like with like three, like super consciousness, subconscious, unconscious, maybe like that. Maybe explaining it like that. Like one mind, but like three different states.
I mean, this is where it gets weird because in my model of the case, which I think like the hylomorphic model, right, where you have these three hylomorphs, one in the same divine essence, I would just say, yeah, you have three hylomorphs, one in the same divine mind, you have the three hylomorphs, one in the same divine will, you have three, you just apply it to all these different layers. So that, yeah, each person have a mind, they're distinct from each other, but they're counted as one mind, right? So that, like you have these three forms, one in the same mind, you can say, right? The three modes of subsistence are the same mind. So yeah, each person would possess the mind, they're distinct, but they're not counted as 3 points of the total mind. The same logic with like gods, counting gods, right? The same logic they're applying maybe with like the divine mind or the divine will. You will forget this one God. Yeah.
Do you want to say that like each person has its own mind, but also God has a single mind too?
Yeah, because sure, because each if anything that's attributed to the divine essence would be attributed to the persons, right? But in a distinct sense, right? So yeah, each person. So yeah, the divine essence would have this mind that would be also attributed to the persons being having their own distinct mode of this divine mind, right? But at the end of the day, they're just going to be counted as one mind. The three modes for one and the same mind.
The problem is that if we're talking about the same being, because that's what Christianity asserts, then this becomes ambiguous ontologically. Why? Because if you've got two entities and they have different mental states or mental or physical states, yet you're still calling them the same being, then you're losing precision when it comes to
I mean, that's the whole point of relative identity, right? Is to say like there's distinction but sameness, right? So like, yeah, we're applying relative identity for God, for the divine mind, for the divine will, right? So we're saying yeah, there's a distinction between mental states, but they're not counted as three, but one because of relative identity.
I think that like really, some of the Shias will try to make this like kind of similar to the Sunnis, like if you want to try to divide the properties.
Yeah, it becomes dynamic gods, exactly. Like
it's the same kind of.
But it again, you're doing a relational qualities as the essence. That's what I'm saying. You guys just don't listen. You keep making the same mistake. You just keep going around in a circle.
Bro, and these are the arguments for the Tawhid, right? So that
yeah, but we're not talking
about Muslim.
Never answered. Like he never answered. Answered him and told him you're talking about distinctions of essence. That's not what we're talking about. We're just talking about the relational qualities. What something is.
But you see,
it's
funny because as soon as someone's Muslim, all of a sudden what they say doesn't count. That's the nature of this room. That's the nature of this room.
No, it just explains why you're dumb.
No, this is
go ahead.
Who's making the Muslim?
I didn't mean to, Roscoe.
I didn't mean to. Who's making the Muslim?
I didn't mean to, Roscoe. 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 I didn't mean to, Roscoe
No, no one.
Who's making the most law?
I didn't make me into law school.
No one.
Exactly. So you don't think Muslims have a reason to reject? You don't think Muslims have a reason to reject Trinity, though? Of course, but I'm not making an argument from a Muslim standpoint. So if you notice what I said, and I was very
That's not what was claimed.
Be quiet. There's specific arguments that I mentioned here. What I'm saying is Trinity, it doesn't follow ordinary metaphysics. Christian theology puts a resolution there for it. But then it creates the issue of incarnation. But it's in your religion to believe that there can't be a Trinity. So it seems that there's some kind of religious motivation. So are you Christian love? Are you Christian love?
No.
Okay, therefore you have a motivation as well, right? Okay.
A vision about what?
You have a motivation as to why you wouldn't accept Trinity.
Yes, but I'm not the one who was making the arguments against the Trinity, retard.
No, it's not the same.
I'm not the one making the anti-Trinitarian arguments, you fucking dumbass. So how could I be motivated in that direction? Fucking moron. I'm not making anti-Trinitarian arguments.
Even if that was Bob L., the degree to which you were motivated by the Quranic verses disagreeing with the Trinity and not having a son, that's a significantly stronger motivation. Than how Bob feels.
Here's an idea, dumbass. I'm a non-believer. I don't believe in the Trinity, yet I am defending Albedo's arguments. So how could I be motivated in that direction? You fucking monkey. You absolute ape retard.
I'm addressing Chef. So would you make the same argument?
Holy shit.
Would you make the same argument for an atheist that doesn't believe in
so fucking embarrassing.
I'll be quiet. No one cares.
Yeah, I think I understand your question, bro. Everyone's motivated by something. It's just the point isn't specific. It's not that crazy for them to say that, oh, you're Muslim. That's why you're hating on the Trinity. Because you guys, bro, like no matter what anyone says, you guys just say the same thing. Oh, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, but God's not still can be. Like sometimes it's like you guys are NPC. You just say the automatic response instead of talking about what we just said.
They all come in here and they all have the same bottom of the barrel script. How could this sound? My oil isn't God. It's a logical problem.
Be quiet.
Nobody cares.
You copy you there, bro?
So Chef,
I'll take you there, brother.
it boils down to
I have a question for you. I think one reason why I don't believe in the Trinity is because it's not explicitly laid out in the Bible. It's one of the things you can do like exegesis to discover. You would think that like important metaphysical truths about the nature of the divine is that it's like a future thing would be kind of like spelled out explicitly. Do you have a theory for why it is kind of like this thing that requires exegesis?
The same argument could be made by like Unitarian Christians as well. It's not necessarily.
The word was God, and the word became flesh. So yes, it's not that explicitly. Sorry.
That wasn't said until the New Testament.
in Psalms 33:6, it says there was the Lord and His Word and His breath, all of which were creating. So there's the three which are distinct from each other, all of which are identified as the Creator, which Isaiah says is Yahweh alone.
Yeah, so for me, like the way I look at it, even if I concede to you, right, that there is, like, yes, there is no verse that says, oh, there are these three, one tribe person, right, and 300 states. I agree with that, right, but for me, I actually don't believe that there is a concept of the plain reading of the text, right? We're always gonna have to appeal to some interpretive tradition when it comes to like these religious scriptures, right? And so for me, yeah, it will depend on like patristics, church fathers, and the way they look at these verses and they interpret those verses. And for me, I like the argument I would make then for like apostolic Christianity, right, Roman Catholicism, Eastern Orthodoxy, right, as to why they're the true form of Christianity, right? I mean, the way my justification for Christianity would be like providing arguments for Christianity, then providing arguments for apostolic. there we could trust like patristic sources when it comes to laying out the dogma portraying their lenses of looking through the scriptures, right? But you're right, like this can be a problem, by the way, for Protestants, right? Who would say, yeah, we're not going to accept church fathers at all.
Imagine like Maimonides model for like the monotheistic God, right? Whilst like scripture, especially the Old Testament, is like a fully anthropomorphic God if rare literally. So yeah, I think these doctrines.
Yeah, so like the problem then also becomes exactly the problem is like with living out clarity as well the multi-creeds.
Do you have a theory for why these councils are needed? Why not just say and not say God is three over and over? Why so that?
Yeah, so I mean, even if you have like a verse that says one showing personal being, right? That can still be interpreted in a modalist sense that you can still have modalists saying, oh yeah, there are these three persons that are identical to each other, right? But that they're distinct only in form, right? So but that's why I don't think like there's such a thing as like the plain reading, right? This is where it gets very, very complicated. And that's why I think it's a waste of time when people try to debate interpretation of scripture without like having hermeneutical keys. One of them being like producing some central authority that finally submits true correct interpretation of a certain text, right? And that's why I think actually a really good argument can be presented for apostolic Christianity being like a really good way to figure out which interpretation is the true interpretation of the text. Right? So even if you think like there's these explicit texts that could have been said, you would still have people who would have still want more clarity. Oh, this would still be a modalistic. We can still spin it into a modalistic sense, right? Tri-personal being. Well, yeah, I mean, modalists say there are three persons, but there's three forms or three modes at different times, right?
What about the point about how God in the Old Testament keeps harping on about how he's one, Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad? Why is that? Like, why not say, I'm three? Like,
yeah, I mean,
it seems strange.
Yeah, I mean, the way the producers actually interpret that, right? That is a concern, by the way, that was addressed by certain church scholars. That why wasn't this thing more clearly expressed in the Old Testament, this threeness thing, right? And they'll say, yeah, God didn't. I mean, that's going to be their interpretation of the situation, right? They'll say like, oh, God didn't want to. Like, it wasn't time yet to reveal the whole truth, the nature of God. They were sort of this very preliminary stage, right, where they're just trying to get the blood to action and to have this established that the Messiah can come through. And once the Messiah comes, then he can reveal this tri-personal relationship between the two persons, right, through the incarnation of the Son. So, like, a lot of people interpret by trying to explain why God wasn't more explicit about the multi-personal relationship that exists, right, and the nature of God back in the Old Testament. So they'll say it's a preparatory type of thing. People wouldn't have been concerned, like, it wasn't really that concerning for God to reveal his true nature of being like one of threeness, right? That's going to be the way they justify that.
So, I have a quick question for you, right? With this kind of like model of explaining that God is one, right? Like under Christianity, right? That God is one despite having like three persons, and this does not necessitate that there are three gods, right? How do you respond to, like, let's say, for example, every paganistic faith, right? Let's say the adherents of those faiths, they come up with the exact same model, but it would apply to monotheistic faith if they give the same line of argumentation that a Christian would give to explain that it's really one God with three persons.
Can you repeat the model again in a very short sentence? Sorry, just coming out from this. So how does three persons would mean?
Yeah. So I mean, I've been listening to a model being presented that prevents any kind of like logical contradiction between to present the same model. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that what if someone, okay, from each one of these faiths, they come up with a version of their faith, right? They basically say that all of their beings that they worship, saying that there's some sort of dual nature, like they give the same line of argumentation, but for any kind of like paganistic faith, would you also accept their monotheistic
Bro, Hinduism is monotheistic. What are you speaking about?
No, I mean, I don't think you were specifically referring to.
He's saying they give the same like logical argument or the same model for their God. Like, how? What is that?
I mean, if you're saying like,
it is very, very similar actually.
Yeah, but that's not focus. Yeah, but that's not focused on Hinduism specific. Like, he wants to say the general sense. If you have like a pagan,
I mean,
if you have a,
my question, I wasn't talking about any particular faith. I don't really care about any particulars, right? And I'm not saying that they do make this argument. I'm giving a hypothetical scenario of, let's say some paganistic faith, right? Doesn't matter which one it is. It's hypothetical here, but they're presenting the same model to justify monotheism the way that like so far you guys have been presenting, like some of you guys have been presenting to explain that there's a monotheism and that Jesus has dual natures. Like, let's say someone has it's not just like three, but let's say there's like a billion persons in there. It's not a trinity, right? But it's like a billion of different persons, but they make the same argument that it's like one God. Would you also say that would be monotheistic?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So like, so for me, like the symmetry breaker, I can say between the Trinity and polytheism, right, is one of division, right? The three persons are undivided; they share one of the same essence. In these pagan polytheistic systems, let's say like Greek pantheon, they believe that these different gods were divided, right? Each one was in a different, if you want to use spatial terms, right, in a different space or what have you, right? They were all divided, and so yeah, I mean, then you have multiple divine beings. There are multiple divine existences. They're divided, right? But in the Trinity, you have this unity between the three persons. They share the same divine essence. And the model that I like that I shared is like having multiple distinct dimorphic compounds from the same material source, being counted as one material object at the end of the day, right? So yeah, that's going to be the huge symmetry breaker. So, but if you want to say, oh, there's like these billion persons that share one of the same divine essence and they're undivided, yeah, then I would count them as one object. Yeah, that would be monotheism, according to my standard of monotheism.
No, I definitely see what you're saying.
That's just modalism, bro. That's it.
It still qualifies as monotheism because it's just different. Like Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu, like are the creator, the sustainer, and the destroyer, right? So these are basically like attributes of the same Brahman or the monad, the one. So it's not very different from Christianity and even Islam. If you want to sort of see God's attributes as like just calling them different names, but they all share one essence with Brahman. So I don't know. This would be, I don't know if you take to Islam or not, but this would also be true for Islam.
It's true for Islam more so, because for Hindus, the different gods are just forms of the one ultimate essence.
Yeah, they're just attributes.
But no, they're not just attributes.
They are just attributes.
They're not just attributes.
Like each one, like Lakshmi, Vishnu, like Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, etc., etc. This is the how everything. So yeah, they depicted it already because such thing as like different
So you refuse to accept the fact we're talking about the relational bonds, and you guys don't listen, and you keep saying attributes. You're just not interested in having the conversation.
My God, why
You're
should
just not interested in learning anything. They want to sneak in their metaphysics from what I guess the Sahaba has explained. Muhammad didn't go into any of that bullshit. So whatever it is what it is, right? Just show them. And they'll continue to do it. As many times as you say, they keep going back to the attributes. Such people. That's the reason why they don't come to rooms like that. They're going to be manhandled. Like them saying they save space in the Amir's room or the other guy's room. No problem. This is legitimate in the Muslim, but not in your home. This is in the Muslim. Too much Muslim. Last more.
pantheism can be like formulated into monotheism through this line of argumentation. So do you think, like from a Christian perspective, right? You know, like from a Christian perspective, you believe in the fact that the devil, with the fact that pretty much any pagan can sort of come up with a system to argue against you. You know, like they'll say that you think to be a monotheist.
How you know that's not? That sounds exactly like what Muhammad.
Any pagan, right, that has like a system of their pagan belief, right? They could come up with a model while there are three persons, they're co-equal and all of that stuff, right? If the same model is used to say that there's one God, right? I'm saying that pretty much any kind of pagan or polytheist can come up with some way using like the intellectual gymnastics to basically argue that they're also monotheistic. So it almost becomes a way to
let's use an analogy there. Let's say you have a lump of clay and you form it into both the pillar and the statue. So that the pillar and the statue were not two isomorphic compounds of one and the same essence, this concrete thing that they were sharing. Right? Both were separated, both were divided. Right? They weren't sharing the same concrete essence, right? Or concrete, you know, what scholastics will call concrete universals or tropes. Okay, they're by these different persons. So they weren't like these different forms of one and the same being, right? One and the same existence. They were multiple divided. If you want to then say, well, they can, you know, reconstruct the model, right, by saying Zeus and Apollo share, you know, the same concrete trope, right, so that they're one divine being. Then sure, yeah, but that's not the way it's been traditionally conceived these systems. Right?
No, absolutely, yeah. I mean, it may not be considered, you know, actual Christians or heretics or not. I mean, that would be a side discussion. I mean, depending on where you're coming from, right? But I think that this kind of this could possibly, I think, make monotheism something.
The argument against that. So specifically, Zeus and Apollo are supposed to be distinct physical entities. And they're not the same substance, but
Christianism.
Jesus and the Father are supposed to be the same substance.
Yeah, traditionally. But, you know, I mean, look, the thing is, like, you can fit in different Christian denominations, people that, like I said, there are Unitarian Christians, right?
We're not wrong with views.
No, of course, mainstream, right? So I'm not saying, and I think this is what Nargis was maybe misunderstanding what I was saying. I'm not saying Hinduism or these faiths do make these arguments, right? I know they don't, but I'm saying that, you know, you have somebody who's really savvy with philosophy.
No, you can you can repeat yourself 100 times. You're basically calling Christians pagans.
No. I mean, look, I understand that you have a model, right? But I'm wondering how do you it almost seems like if that model is true and it is monotheism, then systems that are paganism, that even Christians would agree is paganism, I think they can almost use a similar model to basically justify their belief in a way that would logically make it sense that it's
I mean, they're allowed to call us pagans over and over and over again. They're not attraction, like just.
There's no motivation for monotheism. Either is or it's not. And they're much older models. Believe me, like they're not want to be monotheists. The model entails monotheism because they all share in Hinduism, all gods and goddesses in the pantheon share one essence with Brahman. Similarly, the same with Christianity, where there's three, and the triune. With Islam, like in your case, for example, if these attributes are distinct, right, than the essence, then you're having the same problem. So you might want to like work on Tawheed a little bit before Islam. There are many models for Tawheed.
Yeah, I mean, I would disagree with you. I'm not interested in having that kind of discussion right now.
Yeah, well, anyway, so you're like a polytheist.
Look, I just understand that.
I just think you're a polytheist.
Yeah, I mean, I think that your whole. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter to me what you think. I just think that whole discussion of
connection has to
like
be
the
built.
only monotheists, like you think, oh wow, because you think Allah is quantitatively one. That's what you think. It's like a number one.
Look, whatever. I was just curious to see how you guys would answer. I mean, look, I just asked a simple question. You guys give your answer. I appreciate that.
To be honest, you're not giving any substantive critiques. You're just saying, well, you can formulate monotheism in a way in which there's no Trinity. Instead, there are 4 people who are one God, or there's 5 people who are one God. Okay, so what follows from that?
I mean, I think it undermines monotheism, and I think that almost anything can be any like paganistic belief can be logically justified to say that it's monotheism in that case.
Okay, I think when you say it can be logically justified, you're conceding the point. There's no logical paradox. There's no logical contradiction in Christian monotheism. I don't think you want to say that.
I mean, look, for the sake of the question that I'm asking, I'm willing to grant that for argument's sake.
Okay, you're saying hypothetically, if Christianity can be logically consistent, then there can be other systems which can be logically consistent. So what?
Look, I mean, I was just curious to see how you'd answer that question. I'm not trying to make a case that he didn't make that claim.
It's not an interesting critique. I can concede there are other systems which can be logically consistent. So what follows from that?
Nothing. I was just curious how you'd answer that. That's it.
As far as logical consistency, it's obvious that the Trinity can be logically consistent because all it's saying is that X is F and X is G and G are not identical. And we have everyday mundane examples. X is an F and X is a G and F and G are not identical. So for instance, you are the same person as you were 2 years ago. But you're not exactly identical to the same person because some of your features changed. Or you can take a piece of clay, and a piece of clay you can form it into a statue, you can form it into a column. The statue and the column are not the same thing. I think Muslims are doing a great disservice to their religion by running these really silly arguments against Christianity.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think these arguments are
But what's interesting is that like that El Nino came in here earlier. They have strong opinions about the Trinity, but they haven't even researched like the basic response to the problem. It's just like take 5 seconds to Google what is like the academic or most accepted response to this issue on the part of the Christian. Like they don't even bother doing that.
At least it's not if 1 equals 3. At least it's not one of those numeric arguments anymore. Like I'm not seeing many of those. Oh, is 3 equal 1 and then like laughing at it. Like that's not bad. Yeah.
But the El Nino guy was like particularly stupid. He said meta conversations are hypothetical. How could you say something?
He's a Salafi, what do you expect?
How could you say something that dumb?
He doesn't take metaphysics. He takes scripture, right? They're literalists.
Yeah, Zach, you got destroyed by Nargis, buddy. Zach got destroyed by you, Nargis, so it was like really bad.
No, bro, he just needs to study a little bit, like, and not like see Allah as like quantitative.
Yeah, hit the books, buddy.
Yeah, but he's making like he's just observing things and seeing, and I think it's fine. I'll send you a heart, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, Zach could like what Bob was saying. He's a research what Christian philosophers have said about these issues, right? And even if you don't want to read like philosophical papers, you can just watch videos. There are major Christian philosopher names, right, that have done videos and interviews about the Trinity, the logic of the Trinity, and all that good stuff, right? Like,
yeah, but you guys face the problem of scriptures, right? Like Unitarians can just fool you guys if you're just looking at it scripturally.
Yeah, scripture. I don't. But I actually don't think scripture. Like, this is the whole point that I was making. The problem with scripture is you can always look at the text and make it say whatever you want it to say, right? I don't believe in this concept of the plain reading of the text. When it comes to religious texts, of course, right? Maybe with other, like maybe if you read like a Charles Dickens novel or what have you, yeah, you can like figure out without like there being interpretive.
Yeah, but there's lots like in the text, right? It's like I know Coptic, but then again, like he's going to do a plain reading like what else?
They're political key of appealing to patricians, right? What they have to say about this. So if you have, for example, a consensus among all the early Christians that
like when Jesus like does not create Godhood at all. Like when Jesus like does not create Godhood at all. And I've seen like the only verse that Trinitarians against the Trinitarian schools and the other schools within Christianity. Like they debate very strictly scripturally, not philosophically.
Sam, you wanted to say something funny? I think I see.
Yeah. So I think that the meaning of a text is just the person who wrote down the text, what their goals were to communicate. And so a lot of times people, I don't know, it's think of like there's no true interpretation of the text. It's all just different interpretations. But I think that there is in fact a correct interpretation, which is what whoever wrote it was trying to say. And I think oftentimes it isn't that hard to know what they were trying to say as long as you like read the Bible as books rather than reading them as like a lot of people trying to read the Bible as like a Ouija board where they take like this part from this part, this part from this part, as opposed to like taking a whole like the book of Matthew. You should read that as a single book. I think you can just like kind of see what Matthew was trying to say. I guess you disagree with that, but that's how I see it.
No, I agree with you. Like a lot of people take, actually the majority of people I think take your view, right? That there is like this correct interpretation. You do like higher criticism of the text, right, or higher interpretation of the text. Look at what the intention of the author was, right? The historical setting of the author, figuring out how we can look at these texts, right? You're right. I think that's like the majority of people hold to that view, right? I just don't hold to it, but yeah, a lot of people. Or I just limit the scope of this, right? So I would agree with you, but not when it comes to like religious texts, like the Bible and the Quran and all of that, because unfortunately many interpretive traditions have arose concerning these books, right? And it becomes very, very difficult even to do this higher interpretive type of move because you will come up with a lot of controversy. No, the author didn't mean that. The author meant that. No, the author was here. The author was there. No, we can't really figure out the truth. We might get into that as well. But yeah, I mean, all people do share your views.
Do you think that there is a correct view, and that correct view is the person who wrote the text, what they were trying to say?
I do believe that there is a correct view, but from my Christian standpoint, it's not going to be per se what the author meant. It's going to be like of course, it's going to be what the author's disciples, and then you have apostolic succession, and so you have like students of the disciples, and from there they end up interpreting the text, and that's where we get the interpretation of the text. It's that authority, right? Church authority that gives us what the true meaning of the text is, right? And so from that Christian interpretation, I do believe that's going to come from the church.
But the only way that can be right from the church, I mean, would be that whoever is doing the interpretation must necessarily be infallible. Because if you like, right? So that would be a good interpretation.
Correct. Yeah, now Apostolic Christianity does say that these ecumenical councils are infallible, right? But they appeal to, so they are infallible. That's correct. So that they're concerned as divine authority here on earth. Right. I guess,
yeah, that's okay. Like if they didn't have that particular like property,
that would be a problem.
It would be a problem, yeah.
That's actually one of the great to attend the council. So you have representation from all the churches, right? And from there, the standard was set for what the church was like council. Yeah, and actually that tradition follows from like you could find it in scripture as well. Like in the book of Acts, when all the apostles attended the council of Jerusalem, they believed that this was done by the Spirit, by the Holy Spirit, because all the apostles were in attendance at that council. And so that tradition was maintained by church authority that all church representation should be at that council where you can serve in that council that's infallible, it's divine of the Holy Spirit.
Do you think that all of the books in the Bible have the same theological views, or do you think, for example, there's some scholars like Mark Ehrman thinks that the book of John and the book of Matthew don't have the same exact theology, and the Old Testament and New Testament don't have the exact same theology. Do you agree with them, or do you think there's just one theology throughout the Old and New Testament and it's the same one?
I mean, this is so like I think like traditional Christians have to not agree with that criticism that's laid out by these academics, right? Even though it is very, very plausible, right? Like looking at it from a Catholic or Orthodox by saying that, right? Like I think church tradition would maintain that they hold to the same theology, right? And so, in virtue of you having that justification for believing in church authority and church tradition, you will have to make the opinion that they did hold to different theology, even if it seems to be plausible in a way, right? Yeah. But I do like how they regard these secular academics are making, right? They're absolutely right. And I think they're very good arguments. I think they're highly plausible, right? Arguments. It makes sense, right? They were living in different times, different regions. The region that they were in, right, will give them a certain view of their theology.
I get it, man. I get it.
Dude, how does culture or like geography change the influence of the Holy Ghost when it's imparting like vision of truth in the
Well, I mean, the secular academics, you could say like the method they're applying here is like one of actual, they're applying methodological naturalism. It's saying that they're not going to take the whole idea of these are inspired by the Spirit or by God, right? So like, not taking that into account, then it becomes highly implausible that they have the same theology, right? Yeah.
But I'm saying like if that's the case, the Holy Ghost will operate as Holy Ghost at all times, no matter what the region is or the culture is, right?
And that's what the church fathers would say. Yeah, that's what the church. Yeah, that's what traditional Christianity would say. Yeah. Maybe you sound like Douglas was saying, this is going to be like a discussion or a debate on the different methods because like these secular academics are using methodological naturalism, right? Whereas I would not use that in figuring out what the theology says in the Bible, right? I would have that prior background belief, right? That this is like infallible by God, written by people who are inspired by the Holy Spirit, that type of thing. Having the captain off on voice, you guys are out there on the stage.
Nick Butler.
What's wrong with Andrew these days? He doesn't. Yeah, where is?
I don't know. What is he doing, bro?
He's good. He's Gucci. He's probably doing the Lord's work, taking away the car of some 87-year-old grandmother.
How ironic. For Andrew to be doing that job, I have recently come to know.
He's probably like repossessing, the like old heirloom, retired person can't. Their social security doesn't pay out a lot because they were a house in the 50s.
Because God is a reaper of souls, and Andrew's a reaper of old people's property. Just do what Jesus do.
Is Andrew the Ripper? That's what he is.
Not too much on Andrew.
Not too much on Andrew, y'all. Y'all. Not too much on Andrew, y'all.
What happens if he's just not on the app?
I haven't seen him around. I have not seen him around.
How do you?
Emotheus.
Yeah, he's not this.
It's true, he is on Discord. I mean, I haven't seen him hang around on Discord, but like you can reach him on Discord. Oh boy.
He sent a dick pics to
Much too perfect.
the one dick pic he sent me had a lot to be desired. I'll be honest. No, I am someone who's a paid photographer, but still, like, you can do better, buddy. Come on, step your game up.
Let's try.
Whenever a woman sends like a sexy selfie, it's always this like artistic thing with nice lighting and like the guy's the laziest fucking thing in the world.
What about the composition, bro?
Exactly. I should specialize in taking really good dick pics for men, so that they can.
Do you think somebody's interested in this type of content?
Absolutely.
Sorry for being
baby.
sorry.
It's odd, okay.
Bob, what makes you the Trinity?
The Trinity specifically?
Yeah.
I mean, I've staked a few issues. They're not so much contradictions. I don't think the contradiction problems go very far. At least I've heard satisfying responses to them. Trinity specifically. I have like aesthetic issues with it. And not just aesthetic, but like it's not entirely clear to me for the people who claim that the Trinity is this like metaphysically necessary, arrangement. And it's not. It seems weirdly convoluted, and it's not clear to me what. Like, it's not clear to me, for example, what the Holy Spirit is. Why does that need to be a separate person? It just seems like I don't understand the personhood of the Holy Spirit, for example. Like, I get Jesus, I think. Like, you could say the Father is one person, and God took human nature, and there's something about human nature that requires a different perspective, one that couldn't have just simply been gained by the one person. But the Father has certain qualities that the Son doesn't have. There's something gained, or something new gained, or some different perspective had. So I understand why there needs to be two persons. That makes sense to me. Like the incarnation couldn't have been done getting all that it needed to get just having one person. But I don't get the Holy Spirit.
I understand like I get the like a human demonstrating like his highest potential is more feasible, like practical and efficient, rather than like a criteria that cannot be met by a human, such as God, to emulate.
So it's less like a debunking of the Trinity and more like it doesn't quite make sense to me, or like it's not, constellation isn't very satisfying. There are some issues.
The Quran say God could have a son if he wanted to.
That's rhetorical.
What? So when the Quran says God could have a son if he wanted to, that's rhetorical for saying God didn't have a son. Okay, got it.
Yeah, like how could God have a son?
Numerology.
I always just find it kind of weird, the idea that an all-powerful omniscient being can like cause himself to not have this omniscience and omnipotence. It's being God. Like, isn't being God like having those qualities? Like, I can't just say I'm God. The reason why I can't say I'm God is because like I'm not omnipotent. I'm not.
That's tricky business, isn't it?
No, but it's justified in a way, like they say that because God loves so much, he can limit himself. But yeah, that wouldn't define.
But it wasn't disabled God then.
It would
Because something that I've always thought was like kind of interesting is so omniscience, knowing all true process, whatever. And something that's like always added that is never explicit, but it's like certainly not entailed from those things is like the clarity of which he has access to. So like opaqueness and all of that. That doesn't seem out of accord with having omniscience, because it seems like we might still want to say we know, I don't know, the capital of, I don't know, Alabama, even if we can't meet it.
Yeah, like these sorts of critiques assume the difference between dispositional knowledge and occurring knowledge. That is knowledge you're just like thinking about right now, as opposed to knowledge you're disposed to produce or disposed to think about if somebody asks you, or if you're like, if you want to recall it or something like that.
What kind of
Does this mean that Jesus has like a discursive mind in a way that the Father doesn't?
You have a dispositional, so in a way, the Father doesn't. Sure.
I was going to ask, what kind of omniscience do you think the Father has did that kind, where it can go and compute the answer, or it's just like instantaneous, but then Jesus is different.
I mean, omniscience just broadly just means knowing everything, whatever that amounts to. It doesn't tell you what kind of knowledge, it doesn't tell you the scope of the knowledge, and it doesn't really tell you the clarity of the knowledge.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I know omniscience generally doesn't, but I'm saying, what type do you think that God the Father has? Is that an open question?
I think, well, this might be modeling. It sounded like Adam was trying to give like a different kind of composition to Jesus's mind than like the Father's or the Spirit. So he might say that it is like more or less different and maybe in function.
Okay.
So I think Albedo, do you think like I could be omniscient? Like could God grant me omniscience under whatever, like the same kind of omniscience he has?
I guess it depends on what facts we're holding fixed, but I take it that Bob has a limited mind, and to hold an unlimited amount of things is a positive.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the same person or something. But let's just say I would be a different person. But could he do that?
Yeah.
I don't the thing I'm trying to figure out with this. Sorry, you answer first.
I don't see an immediate
like dispositional versus like a current mental states or whatever you want to call it, a mind. That kind of makes sense to me. Like there are a bunch of stuff I know that I'm not immediately recollecting. Like they're not apparent to me right now. But reason about things. Do this and that. I don't quite grasp the like. It doesn't make sense to me to choose to not know those things, but not in this like dispositional sense. In some other, it has to be in some other sense, right? It's not like we're saying, well, God, Jesus knows everything. He's just not currently thinking about them. Like, that's not what we mean, right?
No, I mean, I don't know if there's going to be like that very satisfying answer to that.
Maybe not.
I don't know if there's going to be like that very satisfying answer to that.
Maybe not. Just because, like, imagine you have some subset. Right, but it's like, think about what, maybe, but think about what that would mean. Like, okay, so you have some subset of knowledge that you're making opaque oppositions. Those are like kind of. It's weird to think about it. It's unintuitive. Oh, right. You just cast the reverse. No, that's right. All those are held in the Father's mind, but yeah. It's like a RAID arrangement of hard drives.
Could God
You know what that means.
could Jesus completely become not a God? Is it metaphysically possible for Jesus to be like, okay, I'm using my magic powers, now I'm just a guy. I'm no longer a God guy, I'm just guy.
Someone else has to wish him to be not God.
It's a different plot of Superman.
We saw this in Aladdin.
Yes, I was just gonna say Superman. That's what he did.
That with his powers, right?
Well, you would think, wouldn't you need a thing?
Well, that's if you're Jesus. The idea is,
right?
Could he lose his divine essence?
I'm trying to understand what
could the Father yank it, but that doesn't make sense because
he's fully human. So does Christians don't think he loses his divine essence?
No, the thought essence. No, the thought experiment is just wanted to. Experiment is just wanted to. Could he undo?
You think?
I mean, it's easier than man-bear pig.
Then what?
Man-bear pig.
Man-bear pig is hard to use.
Yeah.
Okay, so in what sense? Why is Jesus God? In what sense is he? Why is Jesus God? In what sense is he God?
He has all the divine attributes. In what sense does God become
Like, isn't the whole point of Jesus
is the essential property
that he became a man and shit, and then he didn't become a man? He's not a man?
Okay, here's how Jesus' essential properties are divine, his accidental properties are human. There you go.
Accidental? Wait, but that's like an essential part of the story. It's not accidental. You gotta be a person in order. Just by accidental, I just mean. So just accidental, it just means the essential accidental distinction of philosophy. Accidental, it just means the essential accidental distinction of philosophy. It doesn't mean to have, like, I don't know, apple DNA, or it means to be at least descended from apple trees, or grown on apple trees. I don't know, something like that.
Sweetness, like
Accidental properties are whatever properties you can have without you or it ceasing being the thing that it is.
Sounds like a lot of denying of Jesus' humanity. Essences are speaking.
True.
People trying to play tricks with them. Can we remove this? Let's say God was like duality instead of the Trinity. Like that part is that.
gods, like having 5 different modes.
All those would be accidental. Right, all those would be accidental. Right?
Yeah,
But that was just an example. I'm not meaning to attack the Trinity, but this idea of when we query this, you just say it's an accidental property. I can't put my finger on it, but it's not very satisfactory.
All we're saying when it says it's an accidental property is that Jesus could have existed without becoming human. Right? There are other possible worlds in which he chooses not to become human. But if he does, he takes on the properties that human beings generally have.
Okay, but I forgot where we're coming from.
Forever.
Would you say beef then? Like, when it's asking beef maybe more than anyone else. Do you think like the story of Jesus is a beautiful one? Like God.
Yeah.
Or is it? Yeah.
example for you. I want to get your thoughts on this. Imagine you have a fingernail, and you lose that fingernail. Now, do you think you're still the same person?
Yeah.
Okay, is that an accidental? So presumably you'd say that's an accidental feature of you, right?
Sure.
But you would say that's a part of you.
Yeah.
The essential features of fingernail, are those the same as the essential features of you?
No.
No? Okay. So how can it be that there are apparently two different physical entities that are part of you that both have different essential natures?
Because essentialism comes down.
Okay. I think it makes sense of persistence without essentialism, but that's a separate issue. Like, as soon as you say something persists, like something persists to die or something like that, you have to say that. Right. So that's just sort of like so presumably you think that your thought at least persists for like a second or two, doesn't it?
I don't know. That's a weird way of talking about it. If you're just saying like it occurs across the time. Right.
Yeah, that's what I mean by persistence.
So persistence means like stays the same over time. Moves forward.
I mean, presumably you think there's some sort of a subject who experiences that person. I mean, okay, if you don't think that person exists or there's any persistence of the subject, then how can you make sense of any sort of epistemic probability on your view? Anyway, this is a whole can of worms.
We can all ask random questions.
But I'm not a random question.
Okay, so in the analogy, you're saying that Jesus is the toenail of God, and that although Jesus has different persistence conditions, he's still part of this like broader thing, which is the divine, and that but they don't have the same persistence and have omniscience, omnipotence, and all that stuff. He would just be unman, and it wouldn't be divine. Unman, and it wouldn't be divine. That you accept your view?
Yeah, there's no part of Jesus.
I think that the story of Jesus is a better story if he loses omniscience, omnipotence, because then the fear he feels, the danger he's in, is real danger, real fear. If you just know at any second, you can just like warp reality to like make it not be the way you want it to be. Like, there's no sense in which you're afraid of anything.
I think it's even cooler that he can do that, but it's like not the right thing to do. Right? So he like restrains.
That's actually the standard Christian narrative is that Jesus voluntarily empties himself.
Check this out that came to mind. I don't know if it's too simple, but is there a range of things that God could become? You said, well, he became a human, and that's human, but that's just accidental. Could he, like, if he wanted to, like, become maybe like an animal, and it would still be God, but that other animal could it be that, or is there like some kind of range that only humans God can challenge?
I remember can he be like an ant? Can he be an ant?
Could you replace your fingernail with I don't know, some like a metallic blade or something? And would you still be human?
No, I'm not saying would you still be human, right? God, you said God was able to like become a human, and the human aspect of him is like accidental. Is there a range of what it can turn into? Could he, like, for example, like
you say something image where we're made in the image of God, something.
No, but I anticipated that, but I guess it's something different. I think maybe I got misunderstood. Not that that's not what I just said. I wasn't confirming or denying whether God could actually do that or not.
But I mean,
questions are interesting, man. Can God, can God unite these animals? I mean, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Hinduism is that, right? Like, you have the
My preliminary response would be that I haven't thought about that, but it would be like if God turned into Satan, maybe that would clash with his nature in some way.
Okay, let's not pick something where it's like his nature, like some evil, you know. So, so that would be more likely to be possible than Satan. In something that it just looked interesting to me when you're saying like it's accidental, but does it have a range? Does it have like something that it can, like, you know, only these things, but what God can come as so much. But anyway, we can move on, no problem.
And would he just be a limited God if he could just be human, right? Like, so Hinduism doesn't shy away from this like the monkey god Hanuman, or even the art of Ganesha. Like, it keep going on and on. And like manifest.
Okay, so yes, God could manifest her. So what really interesting follows from this? Well, I don't think the idea that God could become a frog kind of changes. Like, okay, doesn't that's kind of strange that like God is like a divine frog that's somehow omnipotent but still a frog somehow. But you get the idea that you can combine two different entities with different essential natures into one entity, right? It's only strange if you think that like God becoming a frog means that the entity itself loses all of the divine properties, but that's not the Christian view.
I mean, that's if you hear like composite objects, that you have, like a body and a soul forming this one composite human being, right? You have these bodies, such as properties, being soul, such as properties, but they compose this one human being, right? That's fully a body, fully a soul, essentially body, essentially a soul. But they're one and the same composite object, right? And they can even have contradictory properties, but they're assigned to different aspects, right? Like the body aspect, the soul aspect, the body being material, the soul being immaterial, right? But they're referring to different aspects of one and the same composite object. And I think like the analogy can be served here with Christ, right? Like Christ is this composite object, right? Composite person, composite being that has a divine aspect and a human aspect, right? Would that, like, what do you think of that before?
Do you think Jesus is omnipotent and omniscient and all that stuff?
Yeah, and with regards to his divine aspect, it would be omnipotent, not with respect to his human and his one composite being, right?
But wait, when you say with regards to his aspect, like if Jesus is just meet Jesus, he could just like turn me into a banana. Correct. If he wanted to.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I guess what's weird is that like that doesn't seem like a human thing. That seems like essentially non-human. Like part of the definition of a human is that they're not able to do that. That they're like a creature on this earth, like
maybe we can qualify it by saying he can do that with respect to his divine, with his divinity, but not with respect to his humanity, right? Like, so like, yeah, and there's a real distinction between the divinity and the humanity, right? So like there are these two aspects or parts of his one composite being, right? The divine aspect or part can do that, but not his human aspect or human part.
You don't have to adopt this competent. You can just it even works on non-reductive dualism.
Yeah. You said it.
Mental state, which is non-physical, and then you have the physical body, and like the two are somehow connected through psychophysical laws.
Yeah. I know your model. Yeah. I think that can also work.
What makes Jesus and God part of one composite object? I suppose you didn't have to be
the lack of division, so they're not separated. Jesus and the Father, what have you, right? But what does that mean when considering that there is no spatial location, right? Then that's going to be unintelligible in a way. That's going to be wrong.
No, that's not going to be unintelligible. You can just say they're functionally unified. So there's you don't have to go to a spatial location to unify physical objects. You can say two physical objects or two material entities are identical just in case they're functionally unified. Like for instance, being is genetic locus or piece of DNA is one gene just in case it's functionally unified.
I didn't maybe think about it this way with dysfunctional unity. Because usually when we think about like objects being united, like if you take one object and unite it with another, you take it to be like they share the same spatial location.
All right, what do you think makes a gene a gene?
Depending, so like if you have like a gene for eye color, for example,
what's a gene for eye color? A gene for eye color, like what gives it its identity conditions?
Oh, if it's, I mean, if it, what do they call it? If it, when it becomes like a phenotypic, when it gets activated and it triggers the eye color type in the individual, right? So you want to say like a dysfunctional thing, right? You're gonna bring it back.
Boiler. It's not going to be that they share spatial locations because you can have multiple nucleotides in different spatial locations, which is still classified as part of the same physical entity, which is a gene.
Yeah, so you have these two genes, right? And you want to say these share the same functionality, so they're counted as one gene, right? Even though they might be in different spatial locations.
Well, I'm not going to say there are going to be two genes. I'm going to say there are going to be many different nucleotides which don't share a spatial location. Yet we classify them as the same gene because they share a functional identity.
But counting objects, right? How many existences are there? You're going to say there are multiple concrete things there, right? Like multiple concrete.
It can be. It's not a physical object. So a gene is a physical object.
It was a gene, not a physical object.
I think a gene would be a physical object, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so if you wouldn't you say if you have like multiple distinct physical objects in different spaces, they're counted as, you would say, I mean, they would possess spatial properties, for example, according to like this identity, right? Well, in their certain ability of identical, so two things share different predicates, then they're not, then they're two things objects there, right? You would have these two objects, two concrete existences. From there, you yeah.
Okay. Do you think functionalism, the particles which realize or constitute it, would be separate physical, would have separate spatial locations?
I think then you would have things there.
Okay. So that just shows you that you don't have to build a mystery to say that in some sense, yes, there's one physical entity. As long as Jesus and, his divine and his human nature are functionally unified.
Yeah, but I mean, and I don't really, I will not just appeal to mystery when it comes to understanding what that really means. I do believe that it does have meaning, but I don't have the access to understand, cognitive access to understand its true meaning, right? So
I guess in that case, I'd like to ask what you think the difference between ontological and functional unity would be. Like, why do you think functional unity, at least in some cases, doesn't imply ontological unity?
Yeah, because you can have, I guess even with the analogies you use, right, you can have multiple distinct things that are separated, but they have the same functionality, right? So my intuition tells me there that we would count these as multiple distinct objects in virtue of them being like separated, right?
Okay, so you think there are multiple separate minds on, like, given functionalism is true, do you think there are multiple separate, that entails there are multiple separate minds? Or, like, sorry, when a human has consciousness, do you think there are multiple separate minds?
No.
Okay, so then we count one mind, even though there are separate physical entities composing it. And presumably on this view, mind is physical.
Yeah, I mean, here you could say that multiple parts for one and the same composite conscious object, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
And that's what I was saying, by the way, between in composite in Christ, for example, right? Then I think beef. But that was the concern beef had, right? How do you account for like the Father and the Son being this one composite object, right? What would that mean, right? Here, maybe Sam doesn't want to merely go through like the functional route, he wants to go the ontological route, and there's this ontological compositional thing going on there. And I don't really know how I can state that with intelligibility when it comes to metaphysical objects, right? Like, but maybe when it comes to physical objects, it can be easily accounted for, right?
Could it be just that like Jesus has the soul, a part of God's soul that like we're all souls. God is a big soul. He like pinches off a piece of that, puts that into the body of something like that.
So you want to say like the Father and the Son share the same soul, right? But
Yeah,
that also,
I'm just speculating how they could be the same.
yeah. When you say sure, when you say they share the same soul, I mean that's what we would believe as Orthodox Trinitarianism, by the way. But what would that? But there is going to be maybe like some people might raise the concern of there being like an intelligibility problem as well, right? Because what does it mean?
Person. Presumably they have like separate spatial locations.
Well, no,
So it still doesn't even have a spatial location.
Well, if you say in one sense the body and the soul possess, like they compose this one human being, right? And so they would be located in the same spatial location in the same human being, right, or something like that. So like that's why they're counted they're counted as one object. Maybe like they share. These are two parts of one and the same object, right? So this one object shares the same spot.
Anything that is really counterintuitive to say that soul has a spatial location. I guess you could say that. But a different way you could phrase this is that the soul and the body are functionally united in that they, produce, some sort of functional unification.
Okay, let's say you have a body in the United States and you have a soul in France, right? And they're functionally united. Would you still say that they're one object there, or you would
Maybe the present, I guess, the functionality, the physical functionality is facilitated by some kind of closeness in distance, even though it's not the identical spatial thing. I just think that's really arbitrary because we have examples of genes. So like genes are physical entities, so we have examples of genes in which the nucleotides are not spatially close. They're like introns or introns in between nucleotides which are excised. So there's such examples where this sort of reasoning breaks down. So there's proximity, that there has to be proximity between physical objects.
And by the way, people can take the view like you're right. Like you can think like functional unity and stuff, this other spatial location type of thing. And some people think like view of divine spatiality, God is in space, right? God is spatially located, right? That space is not merely a physical concept, but a metaphysical concept, sort of like time. Like God entering time, like what Greg would hold to. Some people would go further and say God also enters into space. So from there, I think it could make sense of a lot of these, right? If you don't want to only hold to like functional unity, like from there you can say that the Father and the Son actually do share the same spatial location. But that's like very, very not like optically pleasing for a lot of individuals, especially like classical theists, right? So might be also like a lot of other issues, like philosophical issues being raised there. But this criticism, because I've seen people raise that criticism, including the Venus, right? That what does it mean to say that the Father and Son share the same like his definition of material object being like the same many in those systems, right? Well, you will have to appeal to some form of mystery if you don't want to take the functional route, or like God being in space and all of that. So it's not going to be specific to the Trinity, right? There's going to be a problem that is going to, all of these theologies victims.
I've even asked this before, and he said yes, right? Like, if we had everything we know about the Trinity today, if we had them fixed, right? But instead, maybe the church are calling it tritheism, right? It seems like it will fit, like you could just slap any label. So tritheism, and that's true. That's the one that's not heretical, They are actually.
Somebody remove legalism, it's just like in cooking.
Oh, I just realized. Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. Let's think here.
No, it's true. I just saw that advertising.
Because I'm going to delete your comments because I'm going to request for you not to do these comments again, to write these comments down again. If you do, you will be removed from your room, sir. Because we don't like people who spam the chat. So I'm deleting your comments right now.
So you get what I'm saying? Like if the Christian doctrine was actually tritheism, what would you be forced to change? You need to change anything, or change much if at all. If maybe actually the church doctrine was actually tritheism.
Yeah. Well, then it becomes a problem because the Trinity is tritheistic. That can be the defeater for Christianity because Christianity assumes. I mean, the scriptures are very clear that there's one God. Even Jesus says that, right? That there's one God. He repeats the Shema Israel, right?
I think you could just do the same thing they're doing now in reverse, saying that there's some kind of like type of identity in which God is one, but tritheism is true. The same thing that's happening in reverse now. You just do the same thing in the other direction.
You know that this actually occurred in a way where there was someone in the 6th century by the name of John Philoponus who traditionally conceived of a human species or a human universal. It's like sort of this abstract thing, right? You have these multiple human beings. Something about Trinity, where he said, you have these three divine beings that are one in this abstract universal, just like human beings, right? And he did say that the Trinity is one God because of that, right? What you're alluding to there, right? The problem is that the Church Fathers didn't advertise it as being a tritheist, right? He said, no, this is like tritheism. They said, that's like.
How he put together was they were building towards like Trinity as one God. So I'm just thinking that we could have all the same scriptures and we could have a different history where the Church Fathers wanted to model it as tritheism, and you could just deploy the same arguments in the same. Once you find places in the Bible where it's saying God is one, just say, that's just in a different sense. It's just the other direction.
Yeah. I see. Yes. Yeah. There is but for me, specifically, I mean, if you know about the monarchical Trinitarianism, right, where you have these three, you have the Father being the source, or the Son and the Spirit, there being one God because there's the Father is one God, the nominal sense, right, but in the predicative sense, you have three gods, right? So a lot of people hold to that, right? For me, it's not optically pleasing. I don't want to say in some sense there are three gods, right? So it also has to do with how optically appeasing is it to you, right? I feel very uncomfortable going out to a non-Christian or a Muslim, for example, right? Where they always accuse us of polytheism and tell them, hey, you're right in some sense. There are these three gods, right?
But then again, it looks like there's scriptural backing for that. When it says begat, Father begat, there's like some notion where the Father is the source and it's like a little different.
you're absolutely correct, by the way. This is an issue that has to be dealt with people who don't want to hold to monarchical Trinitarianism. And it has been laid out by monarchical Trinitarians, right? Like if the Father begets the Son, the Spirit proceeds also from the Father, the Father being the source there, right? That can be a really good point. I still hold to the view that persons are relatively identical to the essence, including the Father. The Father is not absolutely identical to the essence, but relatively identical to the essence. But maybe we could say, like, in virtue of like the persons being relatively identical to the essence, we could say like the Son and the Spirit still proceed from the Father, even though the Father is not absolutely identical to the essence, that type of thing. So we can still maintain like logical priority between the Father and the other persons, even though the Father is not absolutely identical to the divine essence, and that the divine essence is still logically prior to the Father in a way. So we could say like, you have the divine essence that's logically prior to the Father, and then the Father being logically prior to the other persons.
So it's kind of like the number 2, which is logically prior to the number 4.
An analogy that I use, by the way, the set of natural numbers, like what does it mean to say something is logically prior, right? Well, you can have a set of natural numbers, you can have one being logically prior to 2, and there can even be logical dependence. Like 2 is logically dependent on 1, but that doesn't mean that 2 is like contingent, right? Like, because there's no causation there. So like 2 would still be a necessary truth, even though it's logically dependent on 1, right? Same thing with the Son. The Son is logical. The Father, but the Son is still a necessary person, right? What do you think of that, Agamemnon?
Yeah, it's exactly the same. It's the same thing I was saying. But do you think that addresses the previous objection you brought up?
About the Father begetting the Son?
Yeah.
Oh, so you want to say like, well, we don't really see that with numbers like 2. Well, we could say like what is meant by begetting or spirating, right, or proceeding. It's just like one coming after another in the logical sense, right? So like 2 procession, right? Like logical procession, we could say like 2 logically proceeds from 1, right? It's in the same sense like the Son logically proceeds from the Father, and the Holy Spirit logically proceeds also from the Father, right? Can we say that? Like 2 also proceeds from 1, and 3 proceeds from 2, that type of thing. So like what is meant by begetting and spiration is just like procession from like Father in a way, right? From the first person.
I meant about relative. What I meant is you brought up some sort of objection about relative identity and being identical to the essence, that the Father is identical to the essence, relatively identical. Can you just go over that again?
Yeah. So like, I mean, with the analogy of like having a lump of clay that has multiple forms, right? All of the clay would precede these forms, right? But maybe we can say like you have the clay and then one of the forms precedes the other forms, right? So you would have the clay, then the first form, then the second form, third form, right? So you would have the divine essence, then the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, in like this logical sequence, right? Between the persons and the essence in a way. But again, I don't really have like strong formulated views. Usually these are, I still have to think about them more. This is where my thoughts are heading as of now, right? Heading towards as of now.
Okay, so how about like saying the number 2 is logically prior to the number 4? The essence of the number 2 is somehow relatively identical to the essence of the number 4. Yet one is logically prior to the other.
Yeah. I mean, this analogy isn't going to be like a full analogy, because maybe we could say like in the set of natural numbers, well, you could say like the natural numbers possess the same set, like the set count, but like they're not like, there isn't like this, the divine essence isn't going to be like having there isn't going to be like an analog for the divine essence in that analogy, right? Like a set of natural numbers. But what that analogy is trying to demonstrate, the common property, right, between the Trinity, is that you can have a logical sequence between different persons, right, while also having this dependence relation, right, without there being any contingency, any issues, right, there being like the Father, Son, Holy Spirit being necessary and one coming before the other, right, in a prior sense, right. kid, that's all. It can still be both necessary, the father and the son, even though there's a dependence relation. I mean, there are many moves that people can make, like with the Trinity. Like, you don't even have to give, like, I mean, you can always incur a constant appeal to Mendel, you don't need to. And still be rational, justified in their belief in the Trinity. Like, you could take the James Anderson approach, right? This positive mysterious approach, which is not that bad, right? And then you can be you could take, like, J.C. Beale's approach, being a logical pluralist, right? Classical.
Maybe all else fails, we have Chris Tweed's like Hail Mary in intentional context.
Yeah. Actually, the Venus. Did you see Venus's recent discussion with himself?
Yeah. It was a good conversation, but that's like way more. There's more depth there. People here have familiarity.
Yeah, Venus doesn't actually believe it's like a solution. He thinks also it's very problematic in many different ways.
Yeah,
go ahead.
It's just like I think Venus will agree that there's like a formal out there where there's no contradiction. Just they have other problems.
Yeah.
Venus also tends to bring up problems like, oh, it's heresy, it's kind of like, I'm thinking, who cares, right? If you're just looking for a solution.
But usually that's part of the whole thing. It's very easy to resolve if you're not worried about heresies because you just go for modalist approaches that
Yeah, but the thing is, people calling it heresy, they might be mistaken as well because no one has agreed that those people calling it heresy were sent by God. That's up for grabs as well.
Or you can resolve it without any heresies. How easily that, without any ad hoc moves through relative identity.
I kind of agree that that's the best. I basically agree that that's the best way to do it. But what Chris Tweed is doing is he's saying, okay, people have watched a bunch of text on the relative identity version, and then, okay, so if that fails to, here's like a Hail Mary test, is that like, it's an opaque context, because of that, the argument is valid.
Hail Mary is funny in this context.
Yeah.
But Venus makes the critique. Of course, Venus is you can make that with any argument, right? Like Venus makes it. Like, you can always get out of any argument by making that move, right? In a way where the argument then is like valid or what have you. Right?
Yeah, and if you think that like what Chris Tweed is saying is like totally unmotivated, he's not talking about
you can make it logically consistent. That's only a critique. And critique is supposed to be what?
No, I was talking about like Christopher Tweed's big context move that he does. Yeah, something entirely different. Yeah, it's entirely.
Noel, modalism is not a argument for the Trinity.
I understand that it's not the argument, but it makes more sense. Co-equal, co-essence, co-eternal. The co-equal is not even identified in the scriptures. Like, people argue.
Modalism is just a model of the Trinity.
Well, Trinitarians believe that modalism is not the Trinity at all.
They think that modalism is a heresy.
Correct. But it has, when I first was introduced to the Trinity, it was through modalism. And that makes sense. But after the co-equal, co-eternal, co-this, and reading it just doesn't allow the scriptures. But I guess, philosophy, with the Trinity, you have to bend all types of definitions
say like explicitly say like the spirit of the Bible. No, we do. So what? Here's
Say that again. So
you're saying like it's not the Trinity is not explicitly described in the Bible. So what?
well, that makes sense for you, but the argument is Christians believe that it is explicitly explained in the Bible. Not only that, if you don't believe in that, you're not a Christian. So that's why there's so many arguments within Christianity regarding the truth. But I understand why people believe that.
It's basically something where it's like, sure, I've never heard anybody dispute the fact that the Bible doesn't even come right out and say it. Right? Like everybody agrees with that.
I guess it depends on what clubhouse you're in. But which I agree with what you're saying. It doesn't come out right out and say. I agree with it, but other people would not necessarily say the same.
If you have like the priors of having like the belief that there's this church, divinely, there's church, then they've declared something, right? Being construed as like an infallible doctrine. And yeah, that would be like the equivalent of it being stated in scripture.
I've heard that argument, but keep this in mind. You had the Israelites who had a direct connection to Moses while Moses was up in the mountains, getting the word from the Heavenly Father himself. And by the time they came down, after seeing all these miracles, they went astray. So, as the telephone game, things can go astray. I just don't believe that what was taught in the scripture is being completely passed down as is without other people's interpretations. So I don't believe that the church is the congregation of people. As far as the authority, the last authority was Christ. And so we don't need to, he's our Messiah, he is the mediator between us and the Father. Christ, where is our Christ? I mean, that's mine.
But like, let's say that the people, so you would say like, if you have like a congregation of believers, can they be wrong? Like, let's say if all the believers like took on a certain doctrine to be true, can they be wrong if all the believers congregate?
Yes, the scriptures show that. Like even in Revelation, it was speaking about a group of people who were Christians, who were, it starts with an N. I can't think of.
But notice, I'm not saying a group of people. I'm saying all people. Right? So if you have like 100% of Christians, right, in a certain century believe in a certain doctrine, right?
So the people. So if the chosen, and when I say chosen, just for argument's sake, those in the Old Testament that were chosen by the Most High, right? They had the word directly from the prophets, as well as the angels and every other messenger that was sent to them, and they still got it wrong. You think Christians are not going to get it wrong?
I have a question for you. Do you think like when the apostles congregated and formed the Council of Jerusalem, right, as stated in the book of Acts, they could have been wrong?
Yeah, they were wrong when Christ was walking on earth.
No, not individually. Not individually, right? But I meant congregating together in that council, which actually I think in the book of Acts it stated it was led by the Spirit. I think there's a verse that says that. Right? Do you think like they could have been wrong in that council?
I would have to read the scripture. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not going to argue.
I mean, so this is where like so from
Nicolations.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But this is where like the tradition of councils was formed. They were inspired by the apostles, congregating, right, being led in the Spirit. So the church basically all need to congregate, right, if there was a dispute over a certain doctrine, the same similar style of tradition as the apostles would congregate, or figure out what the Spirit would tell them to do. And that was like their early church and how it was formed and how these economic councils were formed, right, followed that tradition of the apostles. I think that makes perfect sense that this is the way it should be and how you can was able to look at like the clarity of a certain doctrine and break up disputes, and from there, if you want to resolve what I was claiming, if there's a dispute and you want to resolve the dispute, right? That the church fathers took the style and tradition of the apostles and what they did with the Council of Jerusalem, right? All congregating and accepting, right, a certain doctrine, having that consensus being reached. Anyone who rejects that consensus was to be excommunicated from the church. So like, I'm not really sure if they executed anyone in there. Like, Arius was not executed. Nestorius was not executed. I don't think they executed the heretics. The emperor would exile the heretics, but I don't think they ever executed like a heretic in the early first few centuries.
Yeah, but even still, so the
But you're right. There was like an imperial force that enforced, right? Like these doctrines that arose from the ecumenical councils, right? So if you want to say, yeah.
So when Barnabas and Paul and what is the other disciples? When they had a dispute, they just turned away and went their separate ways, but they still preached the standard message. Well, that's the problem. Like we all know Jesus died on the cross, rose on the third day. He's Messiah. All of these things are accepted across the board because those things are easily located. Anything outside of that is the opinions of interpretation.
Yeah, but the problem is like even like I don't think that there was even like it was only like a very few bishops. You're a modalist or a modalist, right? Like,
no, I'm not a modalist at all. I'm just saying that.
What are you?
I'm not really anything. I'm just reading the scriptures and I know it's really hard.
Come back home.
I'm just learning. No.
Come back.
I would have to see the Trinity. When I say Trinity, I'm not speaking.
You're right that there is no like explicit verse that talks about the Trinity the way
exactly.
But there's other propositions.
In the scripture, it says, "Do not add or take away." So
sure.
Because of that, I'm not going to.
The New Testament, by the way. Like I think there are explicit verses that say the Father is God, the Holy Spirit is God. They're not each other. I think there are explicit verses for that as well.
That's not my. I have issues with OE. I don't like.
Well, yeah, but these are going to be logical entailments, right? So if you have like the Father and the Son being fully God, right? Yet they're one God and they're distinct, that they would in a sense, but you could like maybe raise up a deductive argument that they would have to be like equal in a way, right?
But that's not what Christ says. So that's why I don't want to argue. I can't argue against Christ. Christ said, "My Father is greater than I." Christ said, "I'll go to your God, my God, your Father, my Father." So when the scripture says that, why am I going to argue with Christ? He's my go-to. And if that's the case, what would be the need for Christ to be and when I say the need, more so, why would he need to be the go-between if I'm just going straight to Yahweh anyways? It doesn't, to me, that just doesn't make sense. I wouldn't need a go-between if I'm going straight to Yahweh.
No, that's fine. You can take that direction. I think if you go straight to Yahweh in the scripture, you will find Jesus being fully God, right?
What verse says that?
Philippians 2:6.
Yeah,
Philippians 2:6.
It says being in the form of God, which God being Elohim. It doesn't say being
Read the whole thing.
So God.
Read the whole fucking thing.
Read the whole thing.
Oh my God. No, you're skipping over the part that I'm talking about. There you go. Equal with equal.
Yeah, I understand. So, Sully, you're not giving me a verse.
Yeah, the challenge wasn't to give you a verse you never heard before.
So in the King James version, it says he did consider it robbery. And another version, maybe ESV, that says he didn't think it was something to even grasp, which is a concept that he wouldn't even have the ability to do. That's what it says in the different version. So it's not necessarily saying that.
Before when I said that opposite versus still people disagree over the interpretation. So that's why I do lose faith in the whole idea of there being such a thing as the plain reading of the text. Because, but I mean, what I was saying is like, and by the way, what's interesting is the verse that Sully brought up, called the Carbon Christi, it's a pre-Pauline creed. Actually, that would have been the belief of the disciples. Paul would have taken that from the disciples. It's like whatever a lot of academic scholars would say, maybe even more theoretic because of what was about that this Carbon Christi was taken from the disciples. Paul took it from the disciples, right? So the disciples did have a very early high Christology of Christ being fully God, the form of God being equal to God. Very amazing, very incredible.
How did Christ ask Peter, "Who do you think I am?" And what did Peter say?
Who do I think I am? Peter says,
Christ asked
the Messiah, the Son of God. He answered, "You're the Messiah."
He didn't say, "I think you're the Most High God Yahweh." He didn't say what, like, for you to say what the disciples believe. The disciples said, "I think you're Elias. I think you're such and such."
There is like a lot of different. So he didn't like reveal it as like a very gradual progressive revelation of what it really was. It did culminate at the end with the high priest, even after when it came to Pilate, right? But with the high priest still, "Who are you, right? Are you the Messiah, the Son of the Most High God?" Right? And Jesus says, "It is as you say," right? One of the Gospels, right? It's actually mentioned in all the Gospels, but in one of the Gospels says yes, and one of the Gospels mentioned in Daniel 7:13, and that's why.
But even in Daniel describes two different entities. He describes
But they're both divine, incredible, yeah, because he says that
right, but I'm not taking anything away from Christ. But what I'm saying is that he had Ancient of Days and the Son. So how are these one when he's describing two different?
Yeah, I mean, these can be these can be two different persons that share one and the same essence, so they can be counted as one. I mean,
When you say essence, what do you mean by essence? Like that has to be fine.
I mean, maybe at the simplest, at the root of it, it's going to be like a concrete thing. Now, what is a concrete thing? I'm just going to appeal to that. I mean, I don't know. That's just going to be a semantic pride. Like, with the divine essence, it is going to be a concrete thing that possesses the full divine essential properties, right? That constitutes these persons. But this was like a dream that was a revelation that Daniel was having. So like maybe in that revelation it wasn't like a true form, a true picture of the reality of the Trinity, right? He just saw maybe like these visions, right? Of maybe they were separated, these two persons, but that's not going to be reflected. That's not going to be like the true reflection of the doctrine of the Trinity. That was just,
so, but you even have Stephen when he reads Stone, he looks up. He sees the Most High.
Yeah, beautiful.
On the right side of the Most High, he sees the Son of Man. So again, that is the same as Daniel's vision. So these are still two different entities.
Yeah, but they're both divine, right? Because remember that in Daniel 7 he says, "And all nations shall worship him," right? That's the Son of Man. So the Son of Man is like this divine title, right? And actually that is proven in the New Testament. I'll tell you why. Because after Jesus uttered those words, taking it from Daniel 7:13 and applying the Son of Man to himself, the high priests tore their clothes, saying, "What blasphemy have we heard?" Right? We need to hear. And like just claiming to be like the Messiah wasn't like considered blasphemous. Just claiming to be divine was considered blasphemous. And
right.
so
That's
why when Jesus made those claims and attributing the title of the Son of Man to himself, taking it from Daniel 7, all people did think that he was making a divine claim here. Actually, Martin himself, here I can even, I have the recording where he says he thinks that what was happening here, that Jesus did actually make a divine claim here, that Mark 16:60-64, Jesus was making a divine claim.
I don't have a problem with Christ being divine.
Oh, there you go. So, wow. Well, thank you, sir. Wow, I love that.
I don't have a problem with it. It literally says there are many gods and many lords, and then they tell you who's the most high. And I'm correct.
The Shema means.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we have to
The Shema, the Hebrew Bible is pretty clear that there exist multiple gods.
Right.
By the way,
later Jewish thought
Shema to mean single, only, right? But that's not the view of the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah, but by the way, I'm not an expert. I'm for example,
Careful when you say Hebrew Bible, because then you got to take in the prophets. By that time, it is kind of monotheism. But the earlier ones, the other, I'd say the later ones.
How many critical beliefs acknowledge that other people have other gods and
Yes.
they also have power?
Yes.
Right? So
But in terms of like the monotheistic argument,
when Elijah challenges the prophets of Baal,
sure,
it's because Baal actually exists.
Or they think that they can do it, but he's making fun of them the whole time.
He is making fun of them, but not because God doesn't exist. He's making fun of their God is powerful.
Maybe. Listen, I wouldn't say necessarily. To me, it seems that the Old Testament, the Jewish Bible, does like flirt with other gods existing. It discusses them and prohibits specific ones. It engages in war with some of them, but it doesn't really like justify them. And the point I push, like not exactly monotheism, more henotheism, is the oldest reference of like a Jewish interpretation of God is El Elyon, which is a recognition of other gods, but some special place for the one above all. And that starts with Melchizedek and Abraham. So that's way before everything. So like they did have this idea of multiple gods, but they always understood that there was something above. So like I think from a modern perspective, the understanding of the Jewish people of the gods of that era is more closely related to our understanding of angels today.
Maybe I think God, demigod, angel, layers of divine.
Like the angel with the ace of Hermosh, Moloch, right? Meaning they're prohibited, but they serve some kind of a purpose, and they have power in the world underneath the one above all.
Right. So my modest comment was just to say that the Shema does not mean there is only one. It means one for us.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
It's more. No. I mean, like, if you take the context of the first time it's expressed, Israel is talking about literally the man Israel, not the nation Israel. They're talking to their father on the deathbed, and they're saying, yes, the God that is yours, Israel, belongs to all of us, 12 your sons. None of us.
Daniel 7, 13 talks about the Son of Man, that any of the traditional Jewish scholars believe that this was a divine figure. You would say no.
Many rabbis in any generation who would have said all kinds of stuff that sounded Christian or non-rabbinic or whatever. I mean, that's just how we roll, right? I think that figure was really God or divine or the Messiah. It would not surprise me that somebody thought that.
So you don't think of that, these Jewish authors of these books in the Old Testament have to like a monotheistic. So you would take that those nature Jewish scholars, maybe. But
I think that's later.
Okay.
I think that's later. I don't think that. Or I'll say it at least this way. The Hebrew Bible is not a univocal text. If you think it's an errant, you are probably then going to try to read it through in one voice. And it just doesn't, the data doesn't support that. The data supports multiple theologies present in the Hebrew Bible. Some of which might have been strictly monotheistic, but a lot of them were certainly acknowledged presence and power of other gods, even though the Israelites say our one is the top.
Yeah, I mean, the Elijah story illustrates that theology in their era of Israel. They were engaged in idolatry, which is to say, they acknowledged the existence of other nearby gods. There was like a Beelzebub, Baal-Zebub over in the east. There was the Lebanese gods, and they referenced them, and that was Elijah's whole point. He's like, you shouldn't do that. You guys are a bunch of sluts. Stay with your husband, God.
That's right. You're a bunch of sluts. Right.
That's the way the prophet puts it.
Yeah, that's it. It was very poetic. Now, you could try to argue, I mean, it would be tough to do, but if you wanted to argue something like, well, when the prophets were saying this, they didn't really mean that those were real gods, they
They just meant that other people considered them as real gods. So
Right. It is the colloquial language of the time.
That's the best way to say it. I think that would be the most ideal way to say it, especially if you want to kind of say that monotheism resulted eventually or something like that. I think that would be a better way to just put it. That there were neighboring gods such as these at the time.
Yeah, that's why the way I mostly see it is that the Bible is like touching upon the existence of other gods. They reference them for like specific practices, Moloch, the whole fire jumping thing, Ovid, Yoni. And all I'm saying is that of those different deities, they're nodding to them, but the text doesn't legitimate their existence very much. It more references their followers that show up.
What does that mean?
Like you above the rise one, oh God.
Amongst the gods.
Yeah, the Elam of the gods.
Right.
Who's what we're looking at. That's nothing like what we're doing.
Right. So I think there's a way to say doesn't exist, and I think there's a way to say not as powerful as, which is functionally the same as saying you're not what you claim you are. You're not really a god. If you're not this powerful, you're not a god.
Right out them as like friends of God or difficulties of God's means of interacting with the world.
Can you guys go over Deuteronomy 32:8?
Alright.
This is like my favorite question. What do the Jews think about that verse? The answer is
pretty often.
the jillions of times. All right, what is it? 32. Deuteronomy 32. Okay, this is first thing to know. This is a big poem. This is not to be taken literally. This is a poem. Oh, this is right. Let me spar b'nei Israel, or it's let me spar b'nei Elohim. There was a change in the text. People say about that. That it should have said, set the divisions of humankind, the boundaries of people were fixed in relation to the children of gods. There's a variant because it doesn't make sense. What is the spar b'nei Israel? Jacob got it. God's, because the next verse is the Eternal's portion. Everyone else got a portion according to their religion, God, and so did everybody else.
Oh, right, that's the verse that they think they changed the word, right?
Yeah.
Right. Because like the natural logic of it is that all of the world was apportioned to through other gods, or something like that.
Right. That's right. I don't know all this stuff about that. But there's something there, but there is something about.
Yeah, because I think the verse as it has been recorded and maintained, like doesn't flow, right? There's like a weird imbalance in like the impression of I gave this land to you just like I also did something else, right? It doesn't quite flow the way it should.
That's right. The Septuagint has the children of gods, and the Dead Sea Scrolls has sons of God. But the Masoretic doesn't. And it only makes sense and that makes more sense when you read 8 and 9 together, because if Israel got their portion according to their God, all the other nations should have gotten their portion according to their God. Is that it? Ta-da!
I feel like it's problematic that like the pagan gods are not denied like vehemently. Like
why? It's even better.
No, that's not true. One thing, when you get to the legal expression of Judaism, right, the Mosaic era, the law code,
I think it's better that it's declaring that there are other gods, but we have this one because it's about relationship. It's about choice.
Yeah.
It's about right. And
That's why I say I think it's like dancing a fine line of like not disregarding them.
Let me finish that thought. Right. So the idea there's other women in the world I could love, and I've chosen my wife, and she's chosen me. That doesn't mean that there isn't love out there to be had. It's that the nature of the relationship is special. And that's what's being expressed between God and the Jewish people. Not that like it's the only one and therefore you have to submit to the reality of the universe. Right? But rather that God chose and we chose. And that's more powerful, I think. That's more relational, human. That's like we were talking about that yesterday. Like the Bible is really a human. It traffics in human emotion,
Yeah.
the human experience, right? And I think human experience is you choose who you're with, right?
Yeah.
And that's what it means to be part of a nation. And all the other nations have a God, right? And have relationships with them, and we have this one.
Is it saying you're choosing this because it's the most powerful, or is it saying because you can just simply make a choice?
So I think it's a little bit of both, right? I think it's because of a realization that we haven't really earned anything in this life. And an unearned love, the only like logical reciprocating thing to do to respond to an unearned love is to love back. Just love what's the word? Senseless. Right? No reason. On the other hand, I think there is a realization that what is the most powerful? The most powerful, right? There definitely is recognition of that. So I don't want to downplay that. But I think there's a midrash that says that God shopped around the Torah to other nations before Israel finally accepted it. And he tells them, and we'll have everything except the murder part. We really want to be able to continue murdering. It continues to a couple of different nations. They say, oh, we'll do it except for the poor thing. And then Israel, apart from all the other nations, doesn't even ask what's in it. And simply says, we'll do it. Then we'll figure out what's in it. We'll do it. But again, I think that's really about. I see God of the Jewish people in relational terms, not in submissive terms. Yes, we are not God, but we are empowered to be in relationship with the thing that is most different than us. How beautiful! It elevates the human.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
Correct. That's what I said. That's why I said yesterday. We are the choosing people, not less so that we are the chosen people. We are the choosing.
Maybe we should make it more infinitive. We are the choice people.
We're the choice people. Yeah. We're very pro-choice.
That's actually true. Essentially, we are very, very pro-choice. But we're also pro-life. Contradictions abound. Classic Jewish problem.
I think about that all the time. Like does the Jewish position pro-choice or pro-life? It's like a bad lineage.
I know, because we really are genuinely both, and we don't divide them.
We are vehemently pro-life on everything. We break every law of the Torah in order to save life, and we also have legal definitions of what. Right? That also means the mother's life. It also means we have to know what is life. It also means to know who's legally obligated, responsible. Right?
Well, I mean, like, just look at literally, like, the first story. It centers around the creation of life and the result of choice.
Right. Yeah.
Right? You wrap it all, like, from the essence of Judaism, we've always had pro-life and pro-choice in our ethos.
Yep.
I mean, the paradox somehow, like, it's adherence to the paradox of life, right? Like you see that all the Easterns and Chinese and the whole yin yang and
So, do you know about the purity impurity, the temple narcus?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, so there's a strict separation between ritual purity and ritual impurity. Some of the things that make you ritually impure are like contact with dead bodies or bugs or worms or other kinds of stuff, right? And what it does is when you're in a state of ritual impurity, you can't access the rituals in the temple. And that is a place of total ritual purity. You have to go to a ritual bath to ameliorate the situation, etc. But I once heard it explained what is so the temple is the meeting place between purity and impurity. It is the life-death nexus, right? It is the yin-yang, it is the up-down. Welcome to duality, unity again, right? And they meet in the most holy place. They meet in the holiest place where God dwells. Just to say, to encounter God is to encounter the life-death nexus. That's why nobody sees God and lives. It's too much.
Also, that is the point of death. And from like the theological perspective, right? No man may see my face and live. When you're dead, you see my face.
That's right. That's right. You have to show your face to me, but you don't get to see my face. Love that one.
That's also a verse in the Quran.
Yeah.
On that day shall remain only the pretty much. But we move to what?
Separation of the sky from the waters that it needs to
No, so it was Palm Sunday on Sunday.
Oh, no, it was moved into the ocean.
No, I'm asking about in Holy Week this week, right? We had Palm Sunday, it's Good Friday on Friday, right? Or did I, right? I didn't miss it, right? Yeah. So, something happens to Jesus on that day in history. Like, what's supposed to happen? On Sunday, he gets into the city. What happens on Tuesday?
3 days, what was his, like, day-to-day?
Yeah, let's say he was doing something, right? Maybe it's like he gets crucified on Friday. What happens in the middle of the week?
And you're saying he shows up on Tuesday?
He shows up on Sunday.
Shows up on Sunday, waits until... does he have the trial for the 6 days? Is he in prison?
Yeah, there must be the trial in there at some
I
point.
assume he's in prison. Shouldn't he be in prison?
Maybe he's in prison, right. But I think there are like specific like observances or readings or things that you do ritually on each day of Holy Week.
Maybe you should go to prison for a week?
Maybe you go to prison.
I think that'd be good, you know? If you're like thinking through the trial, go deal with the... Like, that's what he would have done, probably, right? He probably would enjoy going to the prison. He's like, finally, I'm with the wretched.
That's good. That's better than, like, vicarious suffering.
Yeah, they should have left the development of their culture to us. We would have had better plans.
last day. If you're reading, if it's flowing again, it's a harmony of the Gospels, and the you know the last week, and then the last 2-3 days week, and then the last 2-3 days, and then last 2 days. And I'm in the last 2 days right now, so that's like 1.5 days, whatever. And it's amazing. Right now he's well, he just finished. He just like rebuking all the religious folk, and now he's on the mount of all of it. And so he's wrapping up, and just to read the last words of Jesus, the right, before Passover, before he gets betrayed, before all that, and it just it's all amazing, all of Jesus, right? But it is he
economy.
Yes.
Zero.
Guys, can I
Russia's gonna do? What is Russia gonna do?
can I jump in, please?
Yes, that money is reinvested. Whoa, wait a minute. Hello. Yes, the money is factors. It's set up like that. And it's nearly at 100% return rate now, thanks to Obama's 2016 memorandum. So, and that's just the military aid that we give to them. That does not take into account any of the R&D and the tech, billions of dollars.
You believe our economy is doing really, really well, Serendipity? You believe our economy is doing really well in America? Is that what you're trying to state? The economy is doing really well in America?
Better than it was under Biden or Obama.
Forward asked Terry, let's move to the goalpost.
Yes, so yes, it is doing well. There you go. You
The
happy?
economy is doing well. The economy
Yes, it is doing
with some of the worst wage discrepancies we've ever seen
Where?
in our time.
Where?
What do you mean? And on average, wage discrepancies compared to work in America.
Where in America?
Everywhere. The average.
Really? Are you sure about that?
Harry, let me
Are you
finish
sure about that?
He has
wage discrepancies.
approval, 33% approval right now. So
What does that have to do with the economy?
Wage discrepancies compared to work productivity is, again, Fortune just did a massive research analysis on this, and everyone should go read their article that they just did that shows that millennials and Gen Zs are producing much more than what they're making at the highest rate we've ever seen. So first, just wage discrepancies. And then on top of that, housing markets is the most inflated it's ever been. You can't buy a house if you're someone of a younger generation. If you do, you're going to go in extreme debt for it. You're not going to be able to pay off your house in 30 years like you used to be able to. So yeah, these things actually do matter, and our economy isn't doing well. And so you're saying that us reinvesting in our military industrial program, our industrial complex system, is going to reinvest in the American people. And I say that we actually don't see that, right? When the housing crisis happened in 2008, you know what? Our military industrial complex, that just heightened. They gave another $1 trillion. So the idea that they are reinvesting our economy has been this bull-faced lie that you guys have just allowed to accept when our economy isn't doing well. And it hasn't been doing well for the last probably 40 years.
You didn't bring any facts, nothing at all. So.
I just told you. I'll post the article. So
yeah, okay. Well, we're seeing the GDP grows around 2 to 2.5% for 2026, with some seeing it easing towards 1.8, 2.0 in later years, but right now it's at 2.5%. Unemployment's hovering around 4.3 to 4.5%, up slightly from recent lows, but still near full employment levels historically. The labor market has cooled into a low hire, low flyer state, with job growth modest and influenced by factors like reduced net migration and sector-specific issues. Inflation's at 2.7 for 2026 projections, and it's far below the target that was in 2022 peaks. Some upward pressure from energy or other policy factors, but core trends, disinflation in housing and goods. So I don't know where you're getting your fucking information from, but from what I'm seeing, it's actually completely opposite of what you're saying.
He's an uncle.
Yeah, nothing to say, yeah?
No. I mean, again, you say that it doesn't matter about unemployment rates. It doesn't matter about the GDP.
I went over everything. GDP, unemployment, and inflation.
But gross domestic product doesn't tell you about actual middle-class Americans. That doesn't say anything.
We're talking about the economy. Now you're from the goalpost by talking about middle-class Americans.
The economy matters.
The economy shit when our GDP's up. Like, that's one of the most important factors to determine what an economy is doing.
But the economy only matters towards the majority of people and how they are actually living. And that's the actual key issue, is that when, I think the last time I saw the statistics, 80% of Americans can't afford a $1,000 emergency bill. That's the actual problem. And for someone, I would assume that everyone knew this, and it's for some reason, boomers and Gen X are they have scales over their eyes, that's not happening, it doesn't matter. And it's guys, let's not focus on Israel anymore. Let's not focus on the Middle East. Let's get out of that region. We have Venezuela. Let's keep Venezuela. I agree with that.
country because our country would
You're right, Trump.
if you
You're right.
you don't know
Trump's doing a
anything
great
about
job.
world economics.
Trump's doing a great job.
You don't know
Trump's doing a
shit
great
about
job.
world economics.
We're in another war. Middle Eastern war. Another Middle East war. I love it. Did he say no new league?
It's not even a war.
Your president
If
say
you think this is a war, then you're fucking mistaken.
we're over a month in and it's nowhere near to being done. And we're most
That's
likely
not true at all,
for the next
actually.
14 days.
Obviously, you're not paying
Do you want to bet? Do you want to bet money leverage to the ground? Do you want to bet money? I'll bet money on it.
I mean, that's fine. You can bet whatever money you want to bet, but for you saying that nothing is happening is fucking it's
Do
fucking.
you think the war's ending? Do you think the war's ending soon? Is that what we're trying
Yeah,
to
it's gonna end. There's always an end to everything. So.
But when is it going to end? Is it going to end now?
I don't know. I don't have a fucking magic 8 ball to tell me when it's gonna fucking end.
Well, it matters when it ends because it matters to the U.S. taxpayer dollar. And it also matters.
Is that what you were also saying during Ukraine and all the money that we were sending to Ukraine?
Yes. F Ukraine. I don't care about Ukraine.
The thing is, this war has more influential over our economy than fucking Ukraine and Russia.
No. If we actually decide to end our allyship, but
control the flow of oil to not make sure that our adversary China doesn't get their hands on whatever they want from it, it's big. It's very important.
Yeah,
if you're a Trump supporter, you would realize that.
Do you know the only reason why Iran hates us is because of our allyship with Israel for the last 55 years?
That's not why they hate us.
That's not true. Yes, that is true.
No, that's not true.
It's not because of Islam. It's not because of Saudi Arabia is fine with us.
Hostage 400 days. So don't say it.
Because we've been with Israel.
They killed American troops back in the 80s, bro. Was that because of Israel?
Yes, because we've been with Israel.
Because of Israel. So they killed American troops in another country, and then you're saying it's because of Israel.
Tell me prior to 1948, when was Iran attacking us?
Keegan, you're wrong. Iran got angry with the U.S. because long before any allyship with Israel, back in the late 40s, it might have been early 50s, we overthrew their democratically elected prime minister because he wasn't U.S. friendly. That's why Iranians don't like the U.S. That's what
he sided
Israel.
Iran didn't side with the allies. I understand that. I understand that they didn't side. They didn't side.
Always very friend of the Russians, and that's from the beginning. Ali Khamenei was educated in Russia, so stop talking shit.
Yeah, guys, you're just talking nonsense. When you're talking about Iran and the things that they have for the American, that's not true. It's in the ideology of the Islamic Republic that they call US the big devil. They call it Shaitan Bozorg, the big devil, and they call Israel the small devil. So just so you know,
and the big things, but you got to bring in the West mindset.
Exactly.
Their
core ideology that they have to be enemy with the U.S. I mean, that's why they hostage the U.S. diplomats in Iran at the beginning of the revolution. That's why they have all these death to American from the beginning, because it's just an ideology. I mean, the ideological regime, they have an enemy. That's the thing about the ideology.
Israel is their enemy, and they hate.
You gotta go back to Great Britain. You gotta go back to Great Britain and British petroleum. You gotta go back to Russia. You gotta go back to 1900 to put it in perspective. That whole area called Persia, that whole area. You could go back to Rome and Alexander if you want to go far enough back. Don't want to go that far back. But 1953, that people can't focus on that. 1948 is an important date also, when Israel hosted up over there. That was the settling that's been going on from that point until now. And Yahweh would tell it, Iran will be called Israel one day if he has his way. So to say that they're not up against the whole Western powers, whether it be Russia, Great Britain, or now America, or a combination thereof, to not understand that is to not really have a real conversation.
You see how you was proven wrong and we left the room. You see that
European countries, they were
not here.
join the war.
Yeah, it's
not here. He's the order because
countries they said it's not their war, it's not their fight.
Yeah, we know that. You're not telling us anything. Fuck it. You're retarded. Anyways, you see the guy's not in the room anymore because he got proven wrong and he didn't want to take.
Probably picked him, and you guys are.
Explain it again for your dumbass.
That's not why. I can prove it's not.
Oh, good. Go ahead and prove it because you know everything and we don't, right? You have the answers to it all.
Civilians, they got mad and overthrew the shop.
that's not true. That's the funniest shit.
Oh my God. Does anybody on the stage right now want to respond to that?
Yeah, I don't respond to it. Those are facts.
That's Iranian.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean,
Mossadegh, the president was Mossadegh. He was our ally. He was the biggest ally in the Middle East for America. They housed the CIA for the region.
Okay, any Iranian want to respond to that, Dana?
yeah, sure, I can take it over. Okay, so first of all, if you to understand the hater for the American and the US, you have to go back to the revolution which happened you have to go back to the revolution that happened 47 years ago. Okay, before that, we American and Iranian were allies. We loved the US. So that's bullshit. Khomeini's. Okay, let him talk. That's what I'm.
Anybody else that interrupts him, we'll move you down, and that's it. Go.
Yeah. Thank you. So when the revolution happened, okay, the Islamic regime hijacked the revolution because it was a kind of lefties, righties, and had like different groups that did that regime at that time. But then this Islamic regime the Khomeini hijacked the revolution. They put the Islamic regime on top. And then they put, they kind of, build everything based on a core ideology. That's why I'm saying Islam is wrong information what you're talking about.
Okay, well, don't come off the fucking mic until we tell you to, and if you do, you'll get moved down. So, plain and simple, I will get to you guys when it's your turn. We know how to take turns. This is not the Middle East. This is fucking America here, where most of us are in America. We have decorum in America. Go Google what decorum means, and then after that, maybe you'll understand how we run our rooms. Okay, are you done, Donna? Is that it, or you wanted to keep going?
No, I just was going to say that the Islamic regime is an ideologic regime. In the ideologic regime, they must have an enemy, okay? And that enemy from the beginning of the revolution was U.S. They based it in the past. They've been enemy with the West for the past 47 years, and all we've been hearing also in Iran as my personal experience that lived there, okay, during my teenager, during my youth and everything. What I've been hearing from the state TV that the influence of the West to Iran should be stopped. Their culture, the West culture, West is this big devil that's controlling the board, and we are the good guys who fight against the West, and this is what's been going on in the past 47 years with this fucking regime. And now the people are educated. They've got fed up with the regime, and they've got to the understanding that what they've been saying have been bullshit.
Let me ask Dana a question. Can I ask Dana a question?
Go ahead.
Dana, so you think the Iranian people were wrong in 79 to be upset, in 78 and prior to be upset with what was going on in their country? Is that what you're saying?
Say that again.
Do you think the people in 1979, when they did what they did in 97, and what led up to that, what the Shah was doing since he was put in there since 53, you think they were wrong? The Iranian people were wrong to feel that they should come against the authoritarian rule, that they were coming against the corruption, the Western influence, the economic inequality, the suppression of Islamic values? You're saying the Iranian people were wrong said, well, to hell with it. Let's just forget about all of our Islamic tradition, history. What if they were right?
Hold on. Yeah, here's the thing. Yeah, they were wrong. So what about it? Islam is so good.
What should they have done? What should they have done?
Islam is so good. Why would they live in a Muslim country? Anyway, one of these days, Islamic people be like,
I don't understand what he said. I didn't hear what he said.
Why don't you live in a Muslim country?
Bro, because I live in a country that Muslims and Christians and whoever else
What about Islam?
Contribute. Bro, we don't have enough time. Bro, we don't have enough time to live all the good things. Bro, do you want an answer or do you want to just yell at someone?
One good thing about Islam.
Okay, bro. Okay. Peace, bro. It does, man. So, you know, I mean, one thing that Islam is different than Christianity on, I'll tell you this. Islam is on. At the core of it, you must fight against a tyrant. You must. It's your duty to God to rebel against a tyrant that's on some straight BS, taking advantage of children. It definitely is smart.
And
it's smart because if you don't have resistance to people that come in the name of God, bro, you do not want our Christianity, what they did in North America. You do not want to, don't go there. Leave that out of it, bro. You don't want to make a comparison with what's been done in the name of Jesus in this holy week. No, you don't want to talk about taking over countries in the name of Jesus, bro. You don't want to talk about that right now, man. It's not that conversation.
Learn to listen.
Let's not talk about what's been.
All right, man. You're gonna learn to listen. It's in your book. If you're Muslim, it's in your book.
Bro, that book belongs to the planet. It ain't my book.
Every non-believer,
it belongs to the planet, bro. All the prophets of God belong to the planet, bro. But it ain't my book.
Are you gonna go?
Should we get back to Mike?
Who are you to tell me to be quiet? Who are you talking?
So Iran is not an enemy of the U.S. We were on my turn. Harry asked an Iranian. Hold on. Harry asked an Iranian to speak for him, but the Iranian couldn't speak English, and he didn't address my points.
The only asshole. Everybody understand Donna. He did what he's supposed to do, and he explained.
He didn't address any of my points because I said the shot. I said you put in the shot.
Don't be a racist. Don't be an asshole.
Okay, I apologize.
If you have a problem, just listen, you fucking shit.
Okay, so Iran doesn't have a problem with us. We put in the shot, and he gave us. Fuck, man, you guys talk too much. I'm out.
Let me say something. The only reason the Islamic revolution hates America is because their values. And what's the values? Equality for women. It just be quiet for one second. Shut up and talk as much as I want. There's a moderator here. Equality for women. They don't want a woman be equal to a man. Western value. What's the Western value? Freedom of speech. You cannot have a free market in Islamic regime. Everything belongs to Islamic regime. And Western values are against Islamic values.
The Shah was not offering anything. He had a secret police. He was, imposing himself on his people's religious values. Same thing. So that's not what you have a problem with at the end of the day. But you know what? One thing I will say to the Iranian diaspora, if I could just speak, like America blowing up your shit, is good. I hope it's good. I hope it's the best thing that happens to Iran. I hope they blow up all your fucking oil, blow up your grandma, blow up your fucking auntie, and then you guys are wearing bikinis. Whatever you want to do, I hope you're right, bro. I hope I'm wrong. And like Afghanistan, Iran, Syria, Libya, fucking you name it. Iran, Iraq, all of them. I hope it's not, maybe I'm wrong, maybe you're right. Maybe bikinis are more important than your grandma's house.
Yeah, I guarantee you don't vote for any of this because at the end of the day, you're a fucking Muslim, and every Muslim fear this shit. Every Muslim fear when IRGC is gone and Islam is rejected by vast majority of Iranians, is gonna open a gate to other nation who was occupied by
fucking piece of shit jihadist. Yeah, that's what you fucking. I'm not afraid. Don't get me from me. Go fucking mute. Go fucking mute, you jihadist. Whose turn was it?
It was my turn, bro. Fuck.
You were finished.
But why are you scared, bro?
I'll show you how stupid it is.
This guy is a fucking funny motherfucker.
Who's next?
Good. Harry, if you're here, I gotta take a shower and shit.
Yes, and
I got it. All right, you go. I got it.
Can I talk?
Yeah, go.
Yeah. I want to talk about the reason that American involved in this war. I think it's because of these, how can I say, anti-Western camp that they made it in Iran, in some regions, some countries over there, and China and Russia. The most, I think, if I want to be realistic, there's a compound factors. One of them is the Chinese economy, which is the most important thing for American. I think Americans should think about it. And Trump is very smart. He know if he left Iran and they make the IPAC, then the economy of America will crash. I don't know, these Democrats people, they made a mess for American economic. They put all of the factors, and this is a problem for the American. Most dangerous things, American economic. I don't think the American people, that's people because of freedom they came to the region and made the war. And as I know, Israeli people as well, they are allies of American, and they put themselves in front of this miserable life because of this regime as well. But by chance, Iranian people, when I'm talking about the Iranian people, we have to separate the Iranian people and the regime, this fascist regime. Iranian people, by chance, they have the same force with Israel in this country. So this war is beneficial for all of parties. I think that those people, they come here, and especially the Americans, they just talk about gullibility. They don't know anything about the economic in America, anything. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I really agree with Lotus. Just wanted to point out that guys, to understand the frustration that the Islamic regime has with US, you need to go and study the communist regime, like China, like North Korea, like Russia, or Serbia that they had before. So these kind of regime, of course, they are against the main Western values, like the freedom of speech, human rights, every right that a normal person can have. They are against that, and because of that, there's a heavy censorship in those countries as well. If you see in Iran, in North Korea, in China, you don't have like free net. You can't access all the websites. You don't have free press. You don't have freedom of speech. So those are the things that these regimes are scared of, and they are against, and that's why they build their core ideology around being enemy with the Western countries and especially US. So that's something that you guys need to understand.
Yes. May I go ahead? May I talk, Harry?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I heard a question from a gentleman here said that why he should care about the Iranian people. In general, the Iranian people, the majority of them, are like the ones that you see abroad
protesting and thanking Israel and the United States. So the majority inside Iran are like that, like more than 80%. They don't want to kill U.S. citizens and active duties. And they don't want to attack embassies full of innocent people. Iranian people, majority of them, they don't want to produce intercontinental missile to attack U.S. soil or whatever country 4,000 miles away. They don't want to plan to kill the U.S. officials. And they don't want to say that to American general. They don't want to burn a U.S. flag. I'm saying U.S. and this is true for Israel. This is true for all U.S. allies and Persian Gulf Arab countries. They are peaceful people. There is no reason to have 4,000-mile long-range missile. Defense, yes. Every country needs to have defense. If you want to defend your people, which IRGC has no care about the Iranian people, you should have air defense. You should go get the Patriot. You should go to have a good relationship, right foreign policy, so nobody want to attack you. Iranian people inside Iran are tired of being in stress and being in not normal life. That's why the benefit of Iranian people and U.S. citizens are the same. So if you do, and I have one question for anybody who thinks this attack from U.S. was not right or the threat was not imminent. What should you see today to say, okay, tomorrow we have to get rid of this regime? You want to see missile in your neighborhoods, backyard? What should happen? Because all of these things that I said, for 47 years, IRGC is doing Sepah Quds, Qasem Soleimani. They killed thousands U.S. citizens. What should happen today so you can say tomorrow, yes, I support attacking this IRGC? Thank you for saying.
Let me address that, Kevin. You just got through saying that Iran has no desire to go 4,000 miles to try to start some mess with the U.S. Did you not just say that?
But sweet, are you dumb?
Okay, I'm talking to Kevin Ocean. Am I one? Thank you, Kevin. Go ahead. What's your? I just want to make sure I'm hearing what I'm hearing. Didn't you just say Iranians have no desire to go take out Americans, politicians, or American people? Didn't you just say that?
Yes, I said Iranians
are against. Hold on, Kevin. He said,
let Ocean translate your words.
He said, vast majority of Iranians don't want none of that bullshit. Yeah, that's what he said.
So that's what I was dealing with. Yeah. So go ahead. So
the government want it, but the vast majority don't want it.
Now that we've established that fact, that the majority don't want it, and I'm sure Kevin would recognize the government has never shown any, not only like Kevin said, not only against the U.S. or Israel or any European powers. They've never been developing this idea that we want to go attack all these Western powers. Like he said, the Iranian people. Hold on, man. I'm addressing what Kevin.
Let him finish. Go ahead.
They'll go ahead and develop defenses to keep all this BS away from them. Against the onslaught of what they're up against, what's coming after them, the Iranian people want. So, but you draw the line apparently, and they shouldn't have. The thing that seems like in the chat, Mike was talking about, the thing that seems to be then they would realize, ooh, we're going to have to talk to them. The same way that America talks to China. They don't like China. They don't like North Korea. But it's a thing called daytime. And all of that stuff in an Iron Dome or something. To your logic, the thing that would bring daytime, the thing that would bring peace for all the Iranians, where do you let them get that capability? For their own nuclear, where do you let them get that capability? For their own nuclear, taking care of in-house, electricity, whatever they do with that. And they also been reached to a point, now we have to talk to them
So you're saying people this nuclear, I don't know
how much it costs financially to create nuclear
bomb or something like that?
Do I know how much it costs to make this?
They use the 60% uranium, and it is just used for bomb.
Listen, do you remember that the America
answer to my question? Do you know how much cost for me?
No, I don't know how much it costs, sir. I don't know how much it costs to enrich uranium. Tell me how much it costs to
$1,000 billion. My friend, ask for us $6,000 billion just because they don't want. Listen to me.
I'm listening to you, sir. $6,000 billion.
Thank you. Just stop pointing. Our people, they're miserable. They don't have food in their home. And these idiots, they made these bombs with this kind of cost.
Bombs? They made bombs? They made nuclear bombs already?
Just listen to me.
Trying to tell you. I'm not being funny. I'm listening to the words come out of his mouth.
Let me answer, sir. Yeah, I just want me.
I was talking to Kevin, though, notice, and then you jumped in, and Kevin and I were down.
My friend.
You're not an honest person.
Please just listen. Open your.
I'm trying to talk to Kevin, and now here comes Lotus with asking me about how much it costs.
Because I'm
nuclear bombs don't exist.
My friend, they want this 2003. They find the program that they wanted to make a bomb. Look at the United Nations reports. So they wanted to make a bomb. So this is the problem in our country. We have a problem in economic. We don't want this regime may have a bomb. We don't want to fight with anybody in the world. And 80% of the people, they just tired of this dictatorship.
Okay, I got it. I listen to you. So you listen to me now?
So
I listen to you. Bro, let
him finish or the conversation's never going to end.
I don't know when to finish. What's the end?
Just let him finish or I'm going to move your ass down.
Lotus, can I respond to you? They decided to determine this dictator, these tyrants, this how can I say, this fucking crazy regime from our country, and they killed us. They killed us in the street, and these people, they just closed their eyes. 40,000 young people, they died in 8 hours, and whole the world just closed their eyes. Just American, Trump and Israel, they said, we're going to help you, and they did it. I'm not saying they did because of us, but they should do these things because of American, Israeli people, and Iranian people. For all aspects. Economic aspects, political aspects, and this is the real human rights things that they do. Because United Nations, they just say something and they do nothing for the world. Take a look to Sudan, take a look to the Iran. They didn't anything for anybody, just Israel and American. And we Persian people, we are very thankful for this action that they made.
All right, Lotus, just make sure to wrap it up because you're taking a little bit too long here. We have other people who want to speak. 30 seconds, wrap it up. It's okay.
No, I finished. Anybody should decide about our country. Just the people, Iranian, and those people that they gonna be our allies. Future, they should come with us, and we decide who will come with us and who don't. I don't like somebody in the leftist campus left comes to the talk and say, the Iranian they did this. Which Iranian? You talk about 10% Iranian, which is corrupted. They took the regime, they killed the people. Are they Iranian or we 90% of Iranian that they don't want this regime? You have to take care of us, our voice. You should be our voice, not the this 10%.
Thank you, Lotus. Appreciate it.
Quick question.
Hold on. Does Sweet want to respond to it, and then Kevin, you can go on.
Yeah, briefly. You talk about Iranians defining Iranians' future, but meanwhile, you talk about America coming in and like there's no infiltration and there's 40,000, 30,000. There's no Israeli. I mean, these wide sweeping statements. Somehow, I guess America knows better what Iranians want than Iranians. I guess to your argument, but you talk about these leftists and. So I don't know where you're arguing from when you start talking about America should be the one to come in and do a regime change. Donald Trump should be the one to pick who's going to now run Iran, like he's going to pick who's going to run Venezuela. I don't know where you're coming from as you argue for the Iranians. Like the Iranians themselves don't have the ability to come to some understanding amongst themselves what's best for the Iranians and have an old history. It's not for me to tell Israel how to play their cards. Not for me to tell China how to play their cards or, what I'm saying? But Iranians, you sitting there telling everybody on stage and the world that's listening that Iranians' future should be determined by Donald Trump. Is what you sitting there saying.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
It's my turn. Hold on. So, I have a question for you, and it's totally fair if you say I don't want to answer the question. But are you a Shia 12er?
Bro, listen to Prophet Muhammad, bro. He wasn't no Shia.
I don't care about what Prophet.
I know you don't care about Prophet Muhammad, but Prophet Muhammad wasn't no Sunni. He wasn't no Shiite. He wasn't no Mohammedan. He wasn't none of that. He was one submitting to do Allah's will, bro. You know where I stand. I stand with Prophet Muhammad, bro. That's where I stand. He wasn't no Shiite and he wasn't no Sunni.
Got it. Let me continue. I got my answer. Okay. You answered my question.
Next question.
So you have no knowledge about the danger these extremist jihadist Shia 12ers who are governing Iran are posing to the world, and specifically to US. You have no idea what they want. They want bomb White House. They want annihilate Israel. That's what they want.
You think that's gonna happen, bro? You think they're gonna do that?
They are claiming openly. They are claiming it openly, and they are acting. Every United citizen that they could. That they are openly claiming it. Openly. Iranian officials are saying we are going to. I'm sorry.
He's talking pipe dreams.
One second. I'm just gonna answer this guy he called Lotus or whatever. First of all, if you are real, you have to put your real name there. And don't talk about 90%. Wait a minute.
Because you're a dealer.
Don't talk about 90%. If there is a 90%, wait a minute. Just listen. If Iranian government, they try for only 10%, you already lost. It's not 10%. You are a 90%, and you are not even the 10%. You are not even the 9%. You have no encourage to put your real name.
Do you 90% want to kill United States citizens and Israelis?
Never claimed that.
Yeah.
You can choose other people. Kevin, you are
show me why you thought your leader died and is in the fridge.
Because you don't have I'm not talking to you because you are the losers which you sell your own people, your own government, your own country.
With all respect, let's have a civil conversation.
Civil government. Your own name first. Put your own identity first.
You guys are fucking. The fuck? Whose turn was it?
I think Kevin was trying to ask me a question.
Go, Kevin, go.
Okay, is the guy now
I don't know. Okay, so my question is this for this jihadi, stupid extremist is this.
Who are you talking to, bro?
You know, the guy that left you.
What?
Yeah, because
you're asking the guy in the audience a question. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my question would be this. Does this so-called 90% of this IRGC that he claims that they are 90% of the population who support IRGC, do they want wipe out Israel from the earth? Because they have this timeline on Palestine Square. Do they want to do that? If they don't, if they want to do that, they are endangering my people inside Iran.
Okay, I'll say this for the room's sake to get us back on track. Now the Strait of Hormuz and oil is shut down. Okay, bro, you want to focus it in on what you're talking about, man. The rest of the world wants to know, okay, look here. You poke the bear now of America, Israel, whoever wants to take blame or point the finger at the other one or claim they did it. It's done. It's been poked, and now it's not done. There's 35,000 troops in it one day, and then 1,000 troops another day, and then before that, 2,000. So all that's going over there now. This is what is happening. So as you want to hear and debate about Sunni and Shiite, meanwhile, the rest of the planet that's touched by oil and crude oil and Brent oil isn't affected now. And how the geopolitics of that plays out. While you still want to debate the rest of your life about Sunni and Shiite, the rest of the world that's not on that page is being affected now. And so maybe we can have a conversation on that.
It's going to end very soon. That's
great. It's only going to be 1 week, 2 weeks. But I get it, bro. But okay, in the meanwhile, while it's not ended, though, the rest of the world is paying attention. What's going to happen next and who gets a pass and who pays a tariff to Iran. This is where the rest of the world is thinking, bro. They're not sitting here debating Sunni and Shiite. Okay, so let's get back to today, bro. So we can, I know you got the crystal ball.
Meanwhile, hold on, bro.
I said $20, $30 extra, $40 extra.
That ain't what people, bro, it's bigger than just gasoline, bro. If you want to have that baby.
Whatever it is, $1,000 a month, what the fuck ever.
We're not talking about the dollar amount of gasoline only, bro.
What the fuck ever.
We're not talking about the dollar amount of gasoline only, bro.
It's temporary, and it's gonna be all good for the future of this nation.
I understand Donald Trump's talking point. This is not talking about talking point, bro. That is their talking point. It's gonna be temporary pain. That is their talking point.
Are you educated or no?
That is their talking. You don't think that's their talking point? That's not Donald.
Well, you being a Middle East,
that's smart. Forget about Trump and Hexel and
in Middle East.
They are ineffectual partners in this conversation. Forget about That's brilliant. Ineffectual, yeah. They have nothing to do with this conversation. President of the United States of America.
Do you want to close your eyes? What they do, these terrorists in the Middle East?
Let me tell you who Sweet is. Sweet is a black African American who's apparently a Muslim who always.
What does that got to do with Donald Trump, bro?
Yeah, no, I'll tell you. Who always thinks the white man racist and make racism. Everybody is stopping him from having a good life. That's who Sweet is.
Ain't nobody stopping me from doing nothing, bro.
Oh yeah, you're always bitching about it on Clubhouse.
Ain't nobody bitching. Talking about Donald Trump's talking.
You don't bitch about it, huh? You don't bitch about it.
Ain't nobody bitching. You would be any conversation that you would be.
You're like, oh,
maybe your definition of conversation is bitching.
You like constantly bitching about a white person.
It's called dialogue. I don't talk about no white folks.
You're like,
white folks gonna be white folks. I don't talk about them. You're talking about oxygen.
Yes, white folks should be white folks.
Yeah, they gonna be white folks. They always been white folks.
Black folks should be black folks. Black folks should be black folks. Muslims will be black Muslims, which is a fake religion.
Them so-called Negroes, yes. Keep on so-called Negroing.
All right, let it go. Go ahead. Do see what minute. Go ahead. You got 1 minute.
All right. Thank you so much. About this war, I'm Iranian, okay? I live in America.
every single day. They're not even 20% of uranium. They are all propaganda. All propaganda.
All right, thank you, man.
Yeah, hold on. I want to hear. Or no?
No, I haven't heard it. Please share it. What did he say today in England? You said?
Yes. All those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in this decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the U.S. We have plenty. And number two, build up. Just take it. Intimidate it. And the part is done. Go to get your own oil, President Donald J. Trump. So he basically told the UK to go fuck themselves today.
Is facing war with this dictator regime right now, this outface of this regime. And this rich man is defending this regime. This is the dictator right now. This is terrorized whole world, man. This regime, this face in Hormuz, it's showing what is this regime for the whole world. And you're just defending.
All right, so what he's telling England is, hey, I started this war. You need to come over here and get in and put your home on the line now with us. You need to come over here and you need to jump in this thing. Now, what he's also telling them is, look here, if you don't want to, then you go there and deal with Iran individually. Now, Donald Trump's inviting them to go set up their own relationship without him with Iran. And Iran is the one controlling that whole strait right now. China knows that. India knows that. Pakistan knows that. Japan definitely knows that. So now he's saying, don't come deal. Either come deal, get the oil from us. We got some oil over here. Come shop with us. Or go straight into having your own conversation with Iran. That's what I heard.
We'll see how it's going to turn out, though.
No.
We gonna see exactly how it plays out. Just keep watching.
Yeah, we'll see. You can there's a white man that's stopping you from.
I didn't say shit about no white man. I said he talked about Donald Trump, who happens to be a white man. I didn't say shit about no white man.
You interpreted that one. I'm just saying that.
I didn't interpret shit. I just restated what you stated. That's all.
But again, that's what you interpreted in your head because
there's nothing to interpret. The words are the words.
UK, but it's still between its legs. You know what it means? Because they're pussies.
That's your interpretation.
No, that's
now we're talking about interpretation.
No, because every country that got threatened by Iran that said you get involved, we're gonna do this and that, they all backpedaled away from a NATO country.
So England don't have a brain of their own?
No, England doesn't have the balls anymore.
They don't have a brain of their own to recognize when they get involved with it.
Hold on. If the UK and England had brain in their own, these motherfuckers wouldn't let these jihadists come to the country and rape their kids.
But they should just do whatever Donald Trump say. They should follow whatever Donald Trump says.
That has nothing to do with them.
Yeah, that's what Donald Trump just said.
We'll follow a fucking.
He all of a sudden now he was a NATO player. Now he want all the backing of NATO. All of a sudden now he want to play nice with NATO. He didn't give a shit about NATO a couple days ago. But now all of a sudden Donald Trump saying, hey man, you need to come help me.
So we continue all about freedom and human.
Oh my God, is what Iranians are not human beings? What are you saying?
No. Answer my question.
I just answered it, bro. How
do you preach to a prophet who fucking fucked a 9-year-old?
Bro.
How do you preach to a prophet who was a pedophile?
Come to 2026, bro. Come to present time, bro.
This is how they
come to present time. Come to present time, bro.
That's what it is like.
You stuck 1,400 years ago, man.
If I go to Jeffrey Dahmer, what do you think I am? What do you think I am?
We talking about Donald Trump, bro. And Benjamin Netanyahu, bro. You talking about Jeffrey Dahmer, man. What are you doing, man? Nobody thinking about Jeffrey Dahmer. Your analogies are off. You might talk about Bugs Bunny or something, man.
And fucked her when she was 9.
Nobody having that tired argument in 2026, man. Would you come to present time, please, bro? Folks are trying to pay their bills out here, man. Nobody talking about Jeffrey Dahmer.
How do you preach to a
I know what you're asking, and I'm telling you, man, you need to refocus your attention on some relevant shit, bro.
You're moral.
You're talking about 1,400 years ago, and now you're talking about Jeffrey Dahmer. Who's next, bro?
You don't have any
You're just a fucking
people ain't thinking about Jeffrey Dahmer, man.
Stopping him from his life.
Talking this human rights stuff, man. Well, you're talking about taking over countries, man. She talking about
you do, but you don't. You know what?
You don't know what I think, man. You should think on whatever you think on, man. You don't know me, bro.
Was a fucking pedophile. Do you understand that?
Whatever, man. Whatever.
You don't have a moral.
Go look in your own family, bro, before you start talking crazy. Bro, relax, man. Calm down. We're talking about an international planet. You're talking about Jeffrey Dahmer, bro. Listen to yourself, man.
I'm talking about your prophet, the one
you sound crazy, bro. I got one God, bro. I don't have no prophet. You talking crazy, man.
Who's your God?
Don't worry about it, man. You just keep
your God.
Don't worry about it, man.
Who's your God?
Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. You follow whatever you follow, okay?
You will never, ever, in a million years, be able to have a rational conversation.
Okay, a million years. Jeffrey Dahmer, a million years.
In a million years.
Bro, you're not moving the needle on this planet at all, man. You're in a clubhouse yelling right now, bro. You're in a clubhouse yelling, man, about Jeffrey Dahmer. Listen to yourself, man. You sound crazy, man.
How do you preach to Muhammad?
Bro, you're silly, man. The world is trying to focus in.
You're a prophet that you preach to.
Oh, why don't you go get a job, man? You over here yelling about stupid stuff, man.
Where is your moral compass?
Man,
explain it. Where is it?
Hey, man, you got a wife and children, man?
What do you mean, hey, man?
You got a wife and children? You got some grass to cut in the backyard or something, bro?
Question.
Bro, you're not my authority. You don't tell me what questions to answer. You don't run me. I'm sorry.
Where is your moral compass?
You don't have no power over me, man.
Alright, you know why you don't answer? Get the fuck down. Because you don't have any fucking moral compass. Because you're a piece of shit Muslim. Because you're fucking okay with fucking raping kids. Because you're okay with fucking killing people. Because you're okay with moral compass. If you had some, you would have understand the person who you fucking preaching to was a fucking pedophile. Islam.
He's a pillager. In modern days, you would say he's a pillager.
We're talking about 5 minutes, and we used almost about 10 minutes of fucking. Brother, we don't know what is your name.
Where's he came with Iran? He talked about Iran, and now he say, I don't want to talk about Iran.
I've heard him in multiple rooms. He always talk about, in America, there's this systemic racism. In America, stop black people from doing what the fuck they're doing. Motherfucker, you fucking commit crime. Yeah, you fucking belong to jail. You piece of shit. If you're black, white, fucking yellow, brown, purple, fucking LGBTQAI, motherfucking to a spirit penguin, you fucking belong to prison if you commit crime, you dumb fuck.
Thank you, guys. I go. Thank you.
Alright, I'm just gonna say my last words, and I'm gonna leave. Guys, this war right now is the number one. In the whole world right now is happening. At this war, we don't know where it's gonna take. Nobody knows. Who's gonna be involved with it? Nobody knows. The only thing I know, maybe I'm wrong. The only thing I know, this war has the 3 corners. One corner is the USA, another corner is the Israel, and then Iranian regime. All these on the street. This war is not for the Iranian people. This war is not the freedom. No, bring the freedom for the Iranian people. And we don't want it. We don't want a war. We want this war is between the Iranian people and the Iranian regime. It's not between them. We don't want anybody to come to our country and fight for us. Nobody. They can't do it. All they're asking West or anybody else just to stay away. Let us fight these people and recognize us as the freedom fighters to fight these people, this regime, as they do fighting us. That's it. That's all we need. Thank you. You guys have a good day.
If anybody have anything to say, you can come up here and say what you have to say.
If you want to build up the stage, everybody, guys, anybody wants to come up, put up your hand.
Welcome to the Let's Read Books Club. If you have a book that you want to read, if you have a book that you want to read, just come up on stage and read a book. It's not that complicated.
Apps or iPhone and stuff like that asks for permission if they can actually listen.
Those are private conversations. Those are private companies. That's different. They're private. I mean, they can do whatever. This company, Clubhouse, can do whatever. Clubhouse can take all of our conversation right now, decide if anyone's concerning. You know, have someone go through the data, pick up algorithms that are of concern, and forward them to law enforcement. Law enforcement can decide. So are the people that are concerned about the Paycheck Act worried about that as well?
Yeah, the private-public partnership is a concern, of course.
I mean, there's monitoring, that there's self-compliance, that companies that have social media and, you know, like this. I mean, use Clubhouse. I don't really know much about this. The owners of this, we used to, but Facebook does. Like Facebook has self-compliance and they review their data allegedly, but again, so the idea that the government can just spy on you for the hell of it, it doesn't work that way. There has to be some established reasonable suspicion to start an investigation.
And I think that a lot of people, if they don't know the specificity of what's actually happening, then we're running more on values that have no oxygen. It's really sad because, listen, guys, time is extremely short for all of us. You know, I don't care if you live to be 100, it's still very short, right? But if we're going to live, especially here in America, we got to live with the 3 documents that we actually have right now. They haven't been changed, guys. Our Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, and the supreme law of the land. It's not a person. It's the Constitution of the United States of America. Even if they don't follow it, guys, it's still the supreme law of the land. Okay? So that's where I come from. Sure.
Yeah, I definitely disagree. I don't agree with you.
What are you disagreeing with? Do you care about the
question or statement?
Yeah.
That's a statement, sir. I don't agree.
Okay. But you said you want to ask a question. So what's your question?
What you just said there, I don't agree because
I know, but you said
about American history.
Okay, so when you say I don't have any clue about our American history, if you say that you currently live in the United States and you don't know the 3 founding documents of the country, please explain to me what I don't know.
Well, it also says that black people are 3/5 of a man. So, does that make sense?
It don't say that about specifically black people. Well, let's hold on. Let's make sure. Okay, let's make sure we're on the same page. Could you guys please explain to me what has been, for any of us, legislated by Congress, ratified by the Senate, and signed by a president to prevent any American from doing anything? Please give me the law and the actual.
I think the last one was the abolition of it's the non-blacks. I think that would be more.
Ruby, you might want to look at the 13th Amendment and like check out the 14th Amendment. That might help.
I would think Jim Crow.
Like they sort of happened.
I would think Jim Crow.
Well, the 3/5 clause to do with immigrants, they just want to import them, count the bodies, and say, hey, I need more congressional power. Now, when that was implemented, stupid narrative, and I'm trying to educate you on what the 3/5 clause really was. The 3/5 clause pertained to voting and taxation rights within the South. And it was a compromise between northern states and DC and the southern states in proportionality to voting and taxation. It had nothing to do with declaring a black man in America as 3/5. No, you can wait till I am done because I'll interrupt you.
That's enough. And that's my standard.
I'm going to start the book club in about 10 minutes, but I'm going to go run this other phone downstairs so I can live stream that room.
All right, awesome. What book are we reading today?
I'm not sure yet.
Hey, that link that I sent you to like that repository of like occult books.
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap, man! Like that's like almost like 1,800 PDF files of really hard to find books.
Mm-hmm.
It's fantastic. You know, I sent her an email specifically trying to find that one book, you know, Satanic Sex by whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and I couldn't find it.
Ooh. You know, it'd be
It's
interesting.
very hard to find. I could even find like no PDF formats or anything like that.
Mm.
Hopefully, I'll get a response from her.
Let me see here. Dark books.
This is the email that I sent her. Request for assistance locating Satanic Sex by Arlene Fitzgerald, Thelma Apprentice Inquiry. Dear Christina Debs, I hope this message finds you well. My name is Chris, and I'm currently serving as an apprentice to a practicing Thelemic.
You're so funny, bro. You are so funny.
I've been tasked with locating certain foundational I'm writing to you specifically because of your respected position as curator of occult books. I have been searching diligently for a PDF copy or any accessible digital edition of Satanic Sex by Arlene Fitzgerald. Despite checking multiple private libraries, academic repositories, and specialized online collections, including Anonymous and several other occult-focused archives, this particular title has proven elusive. This book holds genuine importance for my mentor's current work and for our own continuing studies concurrent. Any guidance you can offer, whether you have access to a copy of your collection, you have a digital source, or working towards the right collector institution.
What was that other book index that you were using? Text me the address to that one too.
That one's a little tough to get into. It's Anonymous. You have to go through like this like quiz, and you have to like know like the right answers to get into it. It's a little tough.
Because what would be interesting is like back in 20 years ago, I was selling books on eBay, and I made a decent amount of money. These were books that I created, like how to open a car wash business, how to open a pizza business, sponsorship secrets for every type of sponsorship. But what would be cool is to sell out of copyright books on eBay. Use AI to create the book title, but then just sell their top books on these indexes for $19.99, $9.99.
I'm really appreciative, John, about like the sort of information that you share with me. Like, I'm just like an apprentice to like this master wizard here. That's how it feels like, man. Like,
honestly, it's like science fiction. It's like if you like Star Wars, this is what it is. It's just, but
it's like a nerd's hobby. It's like, okay.
I just, when I read the Bible or even the Quran or other books, I'm just like, wow, like all these things are dealing with magic. Before that, technically, it's like a language. So you're just studying a different language. It doesn't make you special. Some people can't post a photo and they can't post a video because they're too self-conscious of that photo or video. If you ever have a job interview, if you interview well, basically your online persona has to be acceptable. And just live streaming Clubhouse rooms, but having no objective or goal, as in like not tax compression.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. The now is a compression of the past and the future. And Watts says that it's like a boat with a trail. Particular girls that I've dated and that I've loved, like it can be a painful memory or it can be a joyful memory. But the saying of letting go of your losses and letting go of your gains it's a little hard to really understand. How do you let go of losses and what is a loss?
Whatever happened to that Indian medical doctor that you were
she demanded that I turn every Instagram to private or delete every Instagram if I wanted to have a chance at dating her. So I turned every Instagram private. I went out on one date with her, and then she texted me because he's already talking about getting married, so I won't be seeing you anymore. And I wish you all the best of luck. And it was a lot of texts, but yeah, that's it. C'est la vie. I can just see her already. Like every day, she's sitting in somebody's mouth, like drilling on it. She kept telling me that she wants to like build a chain of dental offices and then sell it to the biggest like hedge fund, dental operator out there. And I'm just like, good for you. But the thing is, if that's your goal, you're just building a package for an investor so you can cash out and like supposedly retire. But you have a long life to live. So I guess if you want to have kids and like stop working and never do any work again and just like sit at home and watch Netflix all day, and what I'm trying to tell you is that it's like I like dating, but to like move in with somebody, to live with somebody that like I like what I do, and my behavior, my filming activities. In my opinion, it takes a lot for somebody to wrap their head around it or to accept it, because they know that my behavior online is interrelated to the relationship and to also their image that themselves, and that's like what
it's like the Book of Art of Relations has this thing called the Book of Life. Like everything that you ever done will be recorded. So that's like sort of like my acceptance of like all actions I ever do will be immortalized, in time and space. So
yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's going to get recorded or not. It's going to get recorded eventually.
Yeah. Do you know what the 60 by 1 by 60 rule is?
I've never heard of it, no.
I made it up yesterday. So get this.
What is this theory?
This is the theory. Your whole life is bitted up into 60 by 1 by 60 units. Because you have 60 seconds in every minute, and you've got 60 minutes in every hour. So every second counts. And your life is technically just, billions of minutes, of seconds. We could try to, let me do a quick calculation to see how many seconds the average person lives.
Have you ever seen that calendar that like notates how many weeks of your life you have left?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, 2.25 or 2.5 billion seconds. 2.5 billion seconds is what you get. Make every second count. You know, every word you listen on this stupid app of some stupid person is that second that you will never get back, and you only have 2.5 billion of them. It's a little bit like that movie with Justin Timberlake, where the currency is time to live.
In time.
Yeah.
In time. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Abby?
Hey, Abby. Let's read. This is the Let's Read Books Club. We haven't gotten a book yet. We're kind of talking about how every average human has 2.5 billion seconds to live. And so therefore, when you come to a brain rot, toxic cesspool of an app like Clown House of people who don't know how to stop talking, well, there goes another second. Hello? Even a hello is a second of your life that you'll never get back. So if you listen to somebody say hello a million times, or you yourself say it a million times, well, there goes 1 million out of 2.5 billion. Bye.
You know, my wife, she's here with her little cat Mochi, listening to. I'm three cans in deep on some beer, and I'm ready to, get into some neurological programming. Honestly,
some NLP. Well, if you want to, can you read us the Tao Te Ching?
Yeah, which chapter do you want me to start on?
It doesn't matter. Just pick a number, your favorite number, and go to that page.
All right, let's do 67.
Okay, sounds good.
Which number do you want, Ben? Okay. Did you hear my wife?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, my wife, she's from China, so she speaks Mandarin fluently.
Wow.
Yeah, it's incredible. I've always wanted her to read Tao Te Ching in Chinese, but she's never said anything. You were so hesitant. You were so hesitant. She was so hesitant to do it. She's taking it out there.
Well, it's a magic book. The first
46.
Okay.
I have a physical hard copy. Let me go to the 4th floor. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I want to read it from the book itself rather than on a screen.
Something that's really interesting. Yeah, it's niche. It's definitely niche. But it's really cool. I really appreciate it.
I also I do understand, John, your sort of thing, your sentiment about female and masculine energies. The room does pop when there's a woman.
Or a gay man.
Or a gay man, yeah.
Isn't that interesting how a man impersonating a woman, because it's technically just super stimulus.
Dude, that's really worked you up, hasn't it? That super stimulus idea.
Yeah, I see it all the time now. I never knew how to define it.
It's quite sticky, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it's the point, is to create stickiness with it. And I'm remembering that in all my communication now, because
how can you super stimulate someone's brain so that you can make their cognition?
How do I take someone who believes they have a smooth brain and completely build inroads and grooves into it instantaneously? Like Elon Musk. He thinks he has cognitive security. But
he has none.
Yeah, he has none because he thinks he has cognitive security.
Dude, so this copy, it's by Jia Fong Fang and Jane English. That's Tao Te Ching. It's really good.
Okay, go ahead. Read as long as you want.
3rd floor.
Okay, well, I'm going to take this other phone downstairs, and I'm going to be away from my phone for 10 minutes, but we are live streaming in my recording studio here, so feel free to read at any moment as I go set up my burner phone downstairs.
Which room should I get into?
No.
This is chapter 42. Chapter 39. Let's go back 3 pages. 47. 46. When the Tao is present in the universe, the horses haul manure. When the Tao is absent from the universe, war horses are bred outside the city
he who knows that enough is enough will always have enough. It's a really good translation of the Tao Te Ching. Alan Watts, specifically in like the very back of the book, this one specifically says, no one has done better in conveying Lao Tzu's simple and laconic style of writing, so as to produce an English version almost as suggestive of the many meanings intended. This is a most useful as well as beautiful volume, and what it has to say is exactly what the world in its present state needs to hear. So this Tao Te Ching translation is one of my favorite ones, for sure. Then we have chapter 26, which says, the heavy is the root of the light. The still is the master of the unrest. Therefore the sage traveling all day does not lose sight of his baggage. Though there are beautiful things to be seen, he remains unattached and calm. Why should the Lord of 10,000 chariots act lightly in public? To be light is to lose one's root. To be restless is to lose one's control. 25. Something mysteriously formed, born before heaven and earth, in the silence and the void, standing alone and unchanging, ever present and in motion. Perhaps it is the mother of 10,000 things. I do not know its name. Call it doubt. For a lack of a better word, I call it great. Being great, it flows. It flows far away. Having gone far away, it returns. Chapter 24. He who stands on tiptoe is not steady. Heavy rain does not last all day. Why is this, heaven and earth? Why is this, heaven and earth? If heaven and earth cannot make things eternal, how is it possible for man? He who knows the Tao is at one with the Tao. He who is virtuous experiences virtue. He who loses the way feels lost. When you are at one with the Tao welcomes you. When you are at one with virtue, the virtue is always there. When you are at one with loss, the loss is experienced willingly. He who does not trust enough will not be trusted. 22. Yield and overcome. Bend and be straight. Empty and be full. Wear out and be new. Have little and gain. Have much and be confused. Therefore wise men embrace the one and set an example to all. Not putting on a display, they shine forth. Not justifying themselves, they are distinguished.
Is that an empty saying? Be really whole, and all things will come to you. 21. The greatest virtue is to follow Tao, and Tao alone. The Tao is elusive and intangible. Oh, it is intangible and elusive, and yet within its image. Oh, it is elusive and intangible, and yet within its form. Oh, it is dim and dark, and yet within its essence. This essence is very real, and therein lies faith. From the very beginning until now, its name has never been forgotten. Thus I perceive the creation. I do know the ways of creation, between good and evil. Must I fear what others fear? What nonsense! Other people are content, but I alone am drifting, not knowing where I am, like a newborn babe before it learns to smile. Other men are sharp and clever, but I alone am dull and stupid. Oh, I drift like the waves of the sea, without direction like the restless wind. Everyone is busy, but I alone am aimless and depressed. Oh, I think my mic was off that entire time. How did it go? Yeah, it went pretty well. I was accidentally on mute the entire time. I was reading like 20 different chapters. 6 chapters? Come on, it was more like. I was chapter 14 then. Yeah, my wife, she's sitting on the couch with me right now. Nice. I want to say hi, John. Ni hao! Is that like the only Chinese word you know? No, I know zirong. Shema is what in Chinese?
Can you say it one more time?
I think it's the word is nature, zirong.
Oh, 自然.
Yeah, it's a little different. You know, you have that American accent. I've been trying to learn Mandarin for a long time now, and it's pretty tough for the intonations, you know. Well, I'm pretty good at impersonating, so I think I could do any language. Like the sort of like effort that you put into, you know, at least trying, you know, the language. Yeah. Well, when I was in Thailand, I learned how to say, "Excuse me, I am pregnant and breastfeeding," and so I would say that to, you know, taxi drivers. Have you? No, I don't think we've ever talked. Oh, she's now embarrassed. She's like, oh no, I don't want to talk to Mr. Okay, I understand. She has her own business to do. That's what she said. Well, seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day, 2.5 billion seconds in a lifetime. More like
16 hours in a day because you're sleeping for 8 hours.
It's true. They say optimal sleep is 7.2, but I'm like, you know what? I think a solid 8. I think there's like a spiritual.
I've noticed that your sleeping patterns, you're getting up later and later every single time. Like most of the time, you used to get up like around 10 or 9 in the morning when you started recording.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's pushed back to 11. Now it's 12. Now it's like around 1:30. I'm like, come on, where's my daily dopamine hit? You know?
Yeah, you're not getting it. Well, the thing is, it's all because of this war. The Sarah and the President Trump rooms pushed me into overtime status. So that's the shift in the schedules because the rooms go so late. But I'm slowly getting back on track. I've got many to-dos to do. But right now we're live streaming that Trump room downstairs on 4 YouTube accounts and a fake book account. And I think Monica's modding the room. And it's just so funny, like when Monica mods a room, because you have to give her the space to be Monica, you know, and people just like this app gives them the opportunity, or someone who knows somebody like a Monica, to finally, you know, get their jabs in with no repercussions.
The archetype of that meme of like, you know, the Karen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad has also recognized the Karen meme, and he's accused my mother and my sister of both being Karens. And I would say it's close, but my mom is like on the right. She loves Donald Trump, and somebody in her neighborhood has all these like Democrat, trans, rainbow signs up everything, and she walked by their house and she's like, I saw the homeowner the other day. I finally, and I thought to myself, should I say something or should I not? Should I just say nothing? She's like, I said, fuck it. I finally saw her. I'm gonna tell her what I think. She's like, make our whole neighborhood look like shit.
You know, it's like that saying where like we're kind of like all just monkeys. And, like the most like depraved, vulgar thing that we can say is like, hey, you know, it's our bowel movement, you know.
Okay, so I got a Jew harp here. I'm just gonna do a quick little Jew harp meditation, and then I'm gonna go get some cables from my other room and come back. But this is just 60 seconds on a Jew harp.
He's really fun. Well, how do you ever know anyone? They're all strangers until you start talking to them. I've never worked with 2 years.
Yeah, it's annoying. I mean, but I'm not gonna like ask you questions like, tell me about yourself. How's your day going?
She's doing her own business right now, so we can talk freely. Yeah, it's all good.
Okay, do you want to play any AI music from John Kitover? And I'll be right back.
Yeah, for sure. I'll get that queued up. Give me a second.
my 2 feet on this land, reaching out a hand. Oh, this wind chase serenade, playing through the streets, hopeful somewhere every neighbor needs. Voices rising strong and bold, stories of a city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenade, rising so deep, rising so deep. Make sunshine, every skyline light in sight. Dreams of every block, stepping into the light. This moment's golden, we're taking back our time. Every single voice, a powerfully placed line, and the wind from the face, it feels like a spark, talking about.
Chris, do you still have a Sora on your phone because you can't actually download the app anymore? But I was wondering if you could cast me on your account in some videos. Just say John Kitover, Chicago mayor, cuts property taxes, cuts the water tax, cuts the sewer tax, cuts the sticker tax. But if you could cast me in some videos, like 3 a day or 1 a day, oh, what a blessing that would be. And I'm getting all set up here, and I'm gonna send you a picture of my new setup. I've brought in more phones. I built 2 tables, and now I'm like maximized for book reading distribution on YouTube at a very high level. This is like my Andy Warhol attempt at artistic mass distribution.
Yeah, I've noticed that you were talking about it for like a while now, specifically in regards to having different content streams being, broadcasted on YouTube rather than just focusing on a singular one on Clubhouse.
Yeah, you're not gonna believe how many phones I have set up now. It's like crazy. But
is it like one per room?
No, it's 3 phones.
One channel stream for like whatever sort of like number of different broadcasts that you're going.
Well, I took a break doing all the rooms like chillism and politically correct. I'll probably get back into that, but part of it is it's just like redundant. There's like no reason to continue recording all of it.
I don't get it, like how Nathan, how he's on there on this app for like 6 in the morning until like 3 in the morning, almost every single day. It's crazy. Like the only times I really get on this app is when like, I have some like time off from work, and that's about it.
Okay, check out the pictures I texted you. But so on YouTube, you can read on live stream and then just click clip, and it creates a 50-second clip of the past 50 seconds. Or you can do a short for 15 seconds or short for 3 minutes. And so the shorts are kind of unique. They're a little different than creating a clip on live stream, even though they both show up in the short section on your YouTube account. But there was a time where I was getting a lot of views on these 3-minute clips, but a lot of it could be bots, because you would think there would be more comments or likes or dislikes. I don't even know if there's dislikes on YouTube anymore, but.
Have you heard about this like age verification thing that's happening currently?
Yeah.
Like starting in California with like Linux.
Yeah. All my phones, you know how hard it is to activate a phone now, and how hard it is to get an account on Facebook. it could just be my name is the problem, but my accounts get deleted and they go, you know, it could also be my IP. I don't know, but like, I am. If there were more people like me, with all these cell phones, have you seen the pictures of like the Chinese view farms? You know, with the cell phones up against the walls.
Yeah, where there's like hundreds of them, like thousands of them, and there's like one person per wall. Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's using a macro. I haven't experimented with macros on cell phones in a while, but 20 years ago we were creating macros to basically spoof Ticketmaster, and we were buying premium concert tickets, premium sporting tickets throughout the whole country and getting the best. And it was all because of macros, but I'm not interested in creating any fraud. I'm just trying to read books.
There was like this in New York City. There was like this huge operation that was being undertaken by like some spy operatives from China who were like trying to like DDoS the telecommunications networks before like the FIFA World Cup, and they found like over like 50,000 like SIM cards all in one room.
Yeah, I saw that. What was that about again? Are you sure it was DDoS? I was thinking it was probably like click fraud.
It could be that too. I need to look further deep into it.
Because I think that they said it was a DDoS attack, but it was probably somebody engaged in click fraud. Click fraud is like a $20 billion a year industry globally, at least. It's huge. It's pure profit. The publishers, the networks.
That's why like I can see why like certain state governments are pushing for like verification online identity, because they don't want, you know, mass spam bots, you know, certain narratives or you know, like, I don't know. I haven't really thought it through.
The spam bots, I don't think are a big problem, like in terms of getting distribution. Like most people go to the algorithm shows them certain people, and certain people are good at like getting seen. Like, do you know who the Hodge twins are?
Yeah, it's these two conservatives, right?
Yeah.
These two conservative twins. Yeah.
Yeah, they show up quite regularly for me, and they post, you know, interesting, controversial stuff. Like Bima is so brainwashed and so annoying. When I was downstairs, she was
begonia flowers.
My favorite begonia. You know, good for her, I guess. Good for her. But this is the thing is I have to decide because I'm headed down to City Hall shortly for the mayoral candidacy, and I have to determine whether I'm going to file as a Democrat, Republican, or Libertarian. I think Libertarian is exploited in the past, but maybe 40 years ago, like in the 80s or 70s or 90s, who knows?
What's the voting track record of Chicagoan?
It's like a Democrat stronghold for 100 years. But there was a time during the Republic of Chicago, this flag called like City of Gardens or City in a Garden. So I have a 10-10-10 plan, and the 10-10-10 plan is 7, and even refund property taxes 10%. So that's the 10-10-10 plan.
Like the school teachers, like mafia, like it's an association over there that's like a mosquito. It's a parasite draining of like the city's resources. Like that's what I've heard.
Yeah, it's probably been like that for 60 years.
That's like completely school buildings with like no students showing up, and they're getting paid like $120,000 per teacher.
It's in the contract. If you don't like what's in the contract, then you shouldn't put it in the contract. If you don't like what's in the contract, then you're gonna have to sue over what's in the contract, baby. You signed the contract. Didn't you sign the contract? Yeah, you signed the contract. That's not your money. It's our money.
Did you ever see the movie Megalopolis, the last film by Coppola?
Yeah, didn't he have to sell his vineyards in California for that?
I think so, yeah.
Like, I had to like fund it $100 million out of his own pocket, and it totally bombed. It had like the main like character from a Star Wars film, Kylo Ren. I forget his name. Adam Driver. That's his name. Yeah.
I want to see it though.
They say it's pretty bad. They say it's a really
Yeah, but
film. Even though like, he made some great films like Apocalypse Now, and you know, it's like
how bad can it really be though?
I heard it's really bad. Like the graphics and just the story didn't make any sense. And there's like this one scene where like one of like the main characters has a crossbow and he pretends that it's his boner, and then he shoots one of the other lead characters. Like what in the world? What? How does that make any sense?
See, it's like a symbolic film. But what's interesting is like it's not the whole film that I'm interested in. It's like 3 minutes here, 2 minutes there, 5 minutes. I'm interested in certain segments, you know, because I only have 2.5 billion seconds, and I want to like specifically use some of those seconds for some specific purposes. You know, that's just me. That's my life. Some people they're never in control of their seconds, and it's unfortunate, but lucky me. Okay, we're almost fully set up here in the John Kitover mayoral candidacy recording studio. We're live on TikTok, live on 20 phones, and you know, so it gets very warm in here with all these cell phones, and we're approaching the summer season, and it basically makes recording very difficult because I have to run the air conditioner, and it's just like kind of loud. And so what I do is I run the AC, and then I turn it off, and then I read for like 10 minutes, and then I turn the AC back on. That's the way I deal with the overheating. I need a cooling system in my data center here.
So my wife just asked me to ask you, how many girlfriends have you had in the past?
No, I mean, with all the different phones.
Oh yeah, because like, have you heard that song, Two Phones, One for the Crack and One for the Hoe? Because like how many cell phones you have, like how many girlfriends you should be able to reach.
Yeah. So wait, is she asking me my body count?
No, not your body count, because you have so many phones. That means how many hoes you have. Right now. Yeah, right now at this very present moment.
Well, I got a date scheduled with a beautiful Latina girl for Thursday, but guess what her fingernails say?
Fuck ice.
Fuck ice. But
my wife just cracked up with that. She's really laughing hard.
But I'm thinking if a girl puts the word fuck on her fingernails, I'm thinking maybe I got a chance.
You just, like instead of like fuck ice, you have to then transliterate like the ice part to like Joe or something. Like fuck John, fuck Joe.
I thought ice meant, intelligence, culture, and education.
Yeah. Also, so my wife she didn't know that you were Edmund. She knows you as like Edmund rather than as John, like your real name. So like now she's more like opening up to like the idea of like actually. Okay.
You mean I'm not on the internet already? My position hasn't changed, though. I stand firmly in the belief that our number one problem is the deficit.
Almost $40 trillion in debt.
Well, this party can go on for a long time, but not everybody's invited to the soiree. Just my opinion. Okay, so we have a Japanese meditation, wooden meditation device. It's called an umakawa gawakaka. And you can use this wooden instrument to record the 2.5 billion seconds that you have 1 second at a time. No, this show is not called How Annoying Can One Man Be? So are you on TikTok? Hello?
I've never been on Douyin or TikTok.
Oh man, TikTok is pretty powerful, man. I mean, I've put up hundreds of videos over the past couple of weeks. A lot of Clubhouse rooms. And they get views, but again, no interaction. It's like if it says it got 100 views. There's also this hilarious Trump Sora account called Max Efforts. Dude, these videos are amazing, and they are getting me views. What's amazing is you can download other people's videos on Sora, and there's tons of these Trump, like Judge Judy smoking weed videos. I cannot believe they're shutting Sora down. It's so amazing though that like it's just such a shame. They're so stupid. Like if they were to put advertisements up, they could make money and they could justify keeping it.
Profitable, man. Like the amount of GPU clusters you need and the energy consumption, crazy amount.
Well, what if they like just pull it from the marketplace, but they let it continue to generate? I just hope that they say, okay, like we've officially turned off the ability to create videos. I'll be like, no, because I want like thousands saved prior, because every day leading up until the election for the mayor of Chicago, I'll be releasing like 10 videos a day across all accounts. So it's like I want to have as many built up as possible prior to deletion, because in the messaging they said we will let you know how to preserve your creations. So like they're gonna.
It's Brandon Johnson, right? The current mayor of Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's complete retardation with him. I hope people realize that. But even like the previous mayor of Chicago, she was a complete retard as well.
Absolutely. She is like his son, and she is like the grandmother. So, yeah, I mean, your help on X could also be very valuable to this campaign. I've put up Craigslist ads trying to hire a campaign manager and circulators for petitions. But your comments on X under Brandon Johnson's X account, Chicago's mayor, could be very helpful. For example, if you were to say, liberate Chicago and vote John Kitover, and then at John Kitover, like that would be the type of comments that we need. Wow, TikTok just removed my live access again. violates community guidelines. It's so crazy. Like, how the fuck am I violating community guidelines on TikTok just by talking? Hate speech and hateful behavior. Isn't that fucking wild? Like, what did we say? This is what it claims that we said was hateful.
I think it was the R word that I just said. We're just supposed to say R word, F word, N words, or K words, whatever. We're not supposed to actually say the actual words.
Oh, retard is I always forget about the retard word. It is the retard word. Damn. Isn't it a little amazing how they have essentially made the retard word illegal because it's insensitive to a person that has Down syndrome? And a person that has Down syndrome can't even comprehend what the syndrome is that they suffer from because they are retarded.
And it's just a clinical term. That's the original use of the word. You were literally retarded. Like, you're a K-retard.
It's a little ridiculous that they enforce the retard word out of sensitivity for somebody with Down syndrome. And we all know that somebody with Down syndrome is a Downy. They're not retarded.
They're full of love. All the people that have
It's true.
Down syndrome, they're just full of love towards life in general. They're not like out there to hate anyone.
There was a.
They would love it when you would call them a little retard. They would have a little smile on their face.
Isn't that amazing? They don't even get angry when you call them retarded. They don't. You're right. They're just full of love.
Did you bomb a country in the middle of peace negotiations?
Yes, because they told me if I didn't do it, they'd say I was being anti-Semitic, and none of my Republican friends would get funded. Tremendous pressure. Your Honor, he's telling.
Well, this phone is not totally kaput. What's good about TikTok is when they ban you from live streaming, you can still upload 10-minute clips, which is just 10 minutes in the past. All right, welcome to the Chicago mayoral campaign live stream for candidate John Kitover running for mayor of Chicago. Go to chicagomayorvote.com. I have so many phones set up. It's ridiculous. Let's do a quick count here. 3, 6, 7, 10, 13, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. We have 27 phones live streaming. We've got 7 phones, let's see, even more. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 phones live streaming on Clubhouse and on X. But the number of YouTube lives that we have set up facing me is unparalleled. I hope I'm not getting hit with like 26 red-eye laser beams right now, which I know that I am. I don't know if you know this, but your phone emits like a red laser beam from its front to do depth.
Yeah, PIR, infrared.
Yeah, so it's like I may be like actually micro dissecting myself with like laser beams right now, but let's be optimistic and hope that this massive concentration of cellular radiation is only amplifying the message and not killing the organism broadcasting. Rabono Shalom.
Well, I heard if you have a hot laptop on your lap, it kills any your reproduction system.
It's true.
It has to be like the right temperature,
Do you know how much sperm you create every second?
Isn't it like 90 million little sperms?
I think it's 1,500 a second, and you kill 1 billion of your children every day. So every man commits 1 billion abortions a day. Isn't that a tragedy? So that's why I like to come on here and say I've suffered more than anyone. Because technically right now at this very moment, even yesterday, I lost 1 billion children, potential children. It's like a miscarriage. Miscarriage is a gendered word. And as we know, since there is no gender, words that are gendered are illegal and stupid. Therefore, no one has marriages too, in the same way that we need tampons and can have abortions. I am retarded, and no.
It's really opened up their sort of restrictions on what they deem as
it's hate speech recently, and a lot of people are really pissed off about that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's, Joe Rogan, like if you were just to live stream Joe Rogan, again, or an artist, they will make exception. But if they don't like your art, they won't make the exception. And so if you're a bald, white, conservative, Jewish, Christian, heterosexual who likes to make maybe salacious, vulgar jokes it's outrageous. What I'm trying to say is life is very competitive, and therefore I have no choice but to engage in intelligent communication and not the John Kitover Comedy Show, because the John Kitover Comedy Show is just being censored. And that's just like banging my head against a wall. So therefore, I've decided to set up a nonprofit called the Chicago Book and Poetry Society, where we read books for kids that can't read books so good. Co-founded by Derek Zoolander and the Mystic Sage Apprentice, Zen.
I just pinged Fatima into the room to see if she comes in.
Our Lady? Our Lady? That's when you're supposed to say, Fatima. Oh, I also bought us
It's Fatima. Hey, my wife was, you're supposed to say Fatima? It's not Fatima, it's Fatima, right?
I think it's fat. Ima.
Is it Fatima? I thought it was Fatima.
I think it's fat. Ima. Could be wrong. Not always right. Sometimes I mispronunciate my words, like the R word. Okay, take the show away, Zenimini. I'm gonna go refill my goblet.
I was waiting for could be a trillionaire. Our conversation, every little thought I share. Another nation, but I don't chase that paper there. I chase vibration, I don't need the money. Yeah, I need relation, I need love, not money. Not money, still I could be a trillionaire. Our conversation, yeah, I could be a trillionaire. Our conversation, I could make a horror movie out of one bad night. Turn your goosebumps into ticket lines. I could ghostwrite your childhood so it finally makes sense. Sell it back in a hardcover, call it healing expense. They were thinking right about me when they whispered that's a gift. They just never built the scaffold, never caught the drift. I said I could be a trillionaire. Our conversation, every little thought I share. Another nation, but I don't chase that paper there. I chase vibration, I don't need the money. Yeah, I need relation, I need love, not money. Love, not money. Still, I could be a trillionaire. Our conversation, still, I could be a trillionaire. Our conversation.
Welcome to the Chicago Mayoral Campaign live stream for candidate John Kitover running for mayor of Chicago. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. Welcome to the Chicago Mayoral Campaign live stream for candidate John Kitover running for mayor of Chicago. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. So many folks. 6, 7, 10, 13, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. We have 27 phones live streaming. We've got 7 phones. 6, 7, 8, 9, we have 9 phones live streaming. I hope I'm not getting hit with like 26.
Tonight, we gon' look back, just out to the mountains. Say my name like you mean it, like you never regret. Tonight, it's only us fighting through the wind. If tomorrow falls apart, at least we tried tonight. You open the door, hair tied, same old tea. Laugh like the years never touched you or me.
takes, uncovers, and offers the cup as before.
Shadows dance where the mind is tight. Truth hides deep where the echoes collide. The air is heavy, the water's unclear. No compass, no guide, just a sea of fear. Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost? And all this judgment we're just lost. Lines are drawn in the sand so thin. We chase the ends, but they fold back in. The weight we carry, it bends the spine. But who's to say what's yours or mine? What's the point of being only in freedom? Can we find peace? Lost in a mirror where truth won't show. Empty streets, they hum inside. There's a spark, a light that flickers in the dark. slave. Beyond the earth is a spark, a light that flickers in the dark. Not the echo, not the scream. To find the moon is to be seen. Not things 'cause we think they are. Not things 'cause we think they are. The mind's a mirror, not a star. In emptiness, they're all the same. The dance of nothing takes no name. The tree falls silent when no one hears. Time slips sideways and disappears. A bird in flight, a thought half formed. Each one a circle where the void is born. Things are things 'cause we think they are. The mind's a mirror, not a star. In emptiness, they're all the same. The dance of nothing takes no name. Look at the edge of what you know. It's not an end, it's just a glow. Inside the silence, the echo rings. You are the subject, you are the fades, it holds no face. A shapeless thought.